Yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better get them up, get them going. It's Wednesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. It's the 29th of November, and a lot to talk about. The college football playoff rankings, the penultimate rankings out last night, and Longhorns sticking and staying where they've been. We'll debate. I know there's some frustrated Longhorn fans out there not to see the Horns move up after a 50-point thrashing of Texas Tech last Friday night. Longhorns still sitting at number 7. We'll talk about the path to the Final Four. First things first, though, for the Longhorns, a Big 12 championship at stake coming up Saturday morning in Arlington, Texas, and a lot of conversation in and around that game as well. We'll go through plenty of college football. Also, NFL Cowboys kick off the Week 13 coming up Thursday night. Tomorrow night, opening up a big stretch for them. We'll certainly talk plenty of NFL. NBA in-season tournament is now down to its final 8, and a big developing story out of Dallas involving Mavericks owner Mark Cuban. Get you some details on that as we get this thing cranked up on a Wednesday morning. Also, more Longhorn conversation as well, and everything else as we get you cranked up. We appreciate you being there. However you are finding us this morning, maybe on 101.9 FM, always available there on the FM dial, also on AM 1260, and more and more of you following us and listening on our Horn app, which we appreciate you doing, downloading it to your smartphone or however you find that Horn app, and listening with a touch of a button wherever you are in Central Texas and all over Texas and all over the world. We appreciate you doing that on the Horn app, and always at hornfm.com as we get you rolling this morning. Appreciate you being there. Rod B once again out. He is still under the weather, and hoping to get an update. Ty, I don't know if you heard from Rod yesterday. Ty Henderson, our producer, back at the Horn headquarters on the banks of 360. I'm coming to you live from the South Austin Onion Creek studios. Ty, did you hear anything from RB yesterday?
I have not. I assumed he was probably still dealing with some major symptoms yesterday, so I thought the best thing to do would be let him rest.
We got a note from Rod yesterday, or late that COVID positive for our man RB. So that fever that we told you about yesterday, we're just crossing our fingers for Rod. He's going to be okay, but get back with us just as soon as he can. So rest up and get ready and better there, RB. So, yeah, Rod testing positive coming out of the holidays, and we root the best for him. So Rod won't be here. But coming up bottom of the hour, our friend Nick Shuley, president of the Live Music Movement, of course, but also the founder of the Clark Field Creative on the NIL front for Texas. Does a great podcast about Texas basketball with two legendary Texas basketball players, Nick does. Also, all things Longhorns and all things Austin with Nick. He'll join us about 6:30. He's making his way over here. He'll join us for the remainder of the show. Ty is here as well, so it should be a lively Wednesday conversation. We appreciate you being there. And we also appreciate your conversation. Fired up on the text line, 512-447-3776. How you do it? Always appreciate hearing your thoughts on the big stories of the day and your opinions, including this college football playoff rankings, which I know there'll be a lot of opinions on. Longhorns did not move at all. Ohio State still ahead of them. We'll talk about why that's not a huge deal in my mind. The Oregon situation there is puzzling, but the College Football Playoff Committee's made it pretty clear. They think Oregon is the best one-loss team, whether the numbers bear that out or not. Not sure if they're going with eye test or metrics, but doesn't make much sense as far as the data. Texas should be the highest-ranked one-loss team, in my opinion, but right now they are not. So we'll talk about that coming up and how the Longhorns do still have a path to the College Football Playoff. Heck, I mean, this is the 10th year, Ty, of the College Football Playoff and the final year of the College Football Playoff. Next year we'll have a by next year, Ty, I mean, you think about the massive seed change in college football that's coming. This year we'll wrap up with championship weekend, and with a lot of drama involving the 4-team playoff because there are eight teams, all the way down to Alabama. Texas at 7. I mean, all the top 8 have a shot to make the Final Four, and that's pretty dramatic. We've not had this many contenders going into the championship weekend before, and now that'll make it compelling football all on starting Friday night into Saturday, and certainly on Saturday night with that triple header of championship games that everyone will be glued to. But obviously, when this wraps up and we get to the semifinals and the Final Four next year, Ty, we've got you'll go from 5 Power 5 conferences down to 4 with the evisceration of the Pac-12, essentially. All of the other 4 power conferences will be growing, including Texas and Oklahoma to the SEC starting in 2024. The Big Ten will add the 4 schools from the Pac-12, USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon. And, of course, the Big 12 will lose Texas and Oklahoma, but will add the 4 corner schools out there, Arizona State, Utah, Colorado, to the current group. So a lot of change coming. Next year it'll be a 12-team playoff. And a lot of change. So I would say, frustrated or not, teeth gnashing or not about the Longhorns and where they stand, enjoy it. Enjoy this weekend because this is the last one. that you're going to be treated to. It was the BCS and only 2 before. Now they've stretched it out to a 4-team tournament, and now 10 years later they're going to the 12-team tournament. But it's going to be compelling football this weekend, Ty. There's no doubt about that as we start looking forward to a championship Saturday, which begins Friday night with the Pac-12 championship game, Oregon and Washington.
Go get your Louisville gear now. It's looking more and more likely.
Get on the what we have, Cyber Monday. Get on the Amazon thing and order some Cardinal T-shirts or something. I don't know, but yeah, Longhorns need Louisville pretty bad. But there are other scenarios. We'll talk about it, and it's one of those things you're trying to it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle. You got 8 teams and you got 4 spots, so you're trying to play scenarios that can get the Longhorns there. And obviously there are scenarios where the Longhorns have no shot and no chance, even with a big win on Saturday against Oklahoma State. But there is still a chance. What's that movie, Ty? You're saying there's a chance, and the Longhorns do have one. But first things first, they've got to win a football game coming up on Saturday. So, yeah, get your Longhorn gear. Good point, Ty, as we get this one. Let's get to your before we get to the headlines, let me mention those who serve. We appreciate you very, very much. Certainly in our first responders, our military, up early with us and cranking it in on the Horn app, or however you're finding us. Appreciate you doing that as you are serving the people, and there's so many ways to serve. Our friend Colonel Craig Flowers, who was with us yesterday, got good to check in with him yesterday, talking leadership and culture and all types of college football related things. But Colonel always reminds me he had served 25 years in the U.S. Army, made full colonel, but says you don't have to serve the military to serve your community. There are so many ways you do, and so many of you do, and we appreciate that. School teachers, first responders, folks up early, hospitals, doctors, and nurses. Thank you very, very much as you get up and out this morning. Always like to give you that tip of the cap. And as we always say, if you would like to honor a first responder in your life that needs or you think deserves a little shout out, hit us on the text line, 512-447-3776. We'll certainly be happy to do that, whether it's one of our first responders, officer of the law, school teacher, whatever it might be, as we crank this thing up. And certainly our members of the military who serve us throughout the great state of Texas, all over the world, all over the country and all over the world, so we can do what we do while they volunteer to do what they do. All right, Ty, let's get to the headlines, trending topics to start your Wednesday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. We'll start with the college football. And as we mentioned, college football playoff, as we know it, 4 teams going out with a dramatic bang in its 10th and final season, with 8 teams in at least a view of making the Final Four and playing for a national championship. The penultimate CFP rankings were released last night. Georgia holds on at number 1. Michigan up to number 2 after beating Ohio State last Saturday. Washington, unbeaten Huskies, are 3rd. Unbeaten Florida State is 4. Oregon remains the highest-ranked one-loss team at 5. Ohio State slips to 6. Texas is again 7th, with Alabama at 8. Final pieces of the puzzle will be played starting Friday night. Washington meets Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. Then on Saturday night, triple header, Georgia faces Alabama in the SEC championship game in Atlanta. Michigan meets Iowa, Big Ten championship game in Indianapolis. And Florida State plays 14th-ranked Louisville in Charlotte. Earlier in the day, of course, in Arlington, Longhorns can make their final case. They take on 18th-ranked Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship game. 11 a.m. kick. 11-1 Longhorns will meet a 9-3 Cowboys team that stumbled into the season at 2-2, but after their bye week found their way and won 7 of 8 to reach the title game for the second time in 3 years for their head coach Mike Gundy. Quite an honor for one of the Longhorns' best yesterday. Senior defensive lineman T'Vondre Sweat named one of the 3 finalists for the 2023 Outland Trophy by the Football Writers Association of America. The Outland Trophy awarded annually to the nation's top interior linemen. The recipient of the 78th Outland Trophy will be announced during ESPN's Home Depot College Football Awards next week. Sweat is the 8th Longhorn all-time to be named a finalist. 3 previous Texas greats have won the award. Brad Shearer was the last way back in 1977. Tommy Nobis won it in 1965. Scott Appleton way back in 1963. Senior from Huntsville is also a semifinalist, by the way, for the Chuck Bednarik Award and the Walter Camp Player of the Year Award. What a year for T'Vondre Sweat. Honors for the 5th-ranked Texas volleyball team as well. Junior outside hitter Madison Skinner named the conference's the Big 12 Conference Player of the Year yesterday after a vote of the league's coaches. The junior from Katy is joined by Asia O'Neal on the All-Big 12 first-team volleyball squad, while Ella Swindell landed on the all-rookie team. Longhorns are 22-4 overall for head coach Jared Elliott. They're the number 2 seed in the NCAA Women's Volleyball Championship, which starts this weekend. Major developing news story out of Dallas in the NBA. According to Shams Charania of The Athletic, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban has agreed to sell a majority stake of the team to the widow of a Las Vegas casino mogul. Cuban will reportedly sell a large portion of his stake at a valuation of $3.5 billion, but will maintain full control of basketball operations operations. Miriam Adelson, the widow to Sheldon Adelson, sold $2 billion worth of stock in the Las Vegas Sands Corporation on Tuesday in order to facilitate the purchase, according to Bloomberg. Cuban has been a majority owner of the Mavericks since 2000. He will retain operational control in this unusual agreement. He will also retain a strong stake in the team. On the floor last night, Mavericks held off Houston 121-115. Luka Doncic scored 41. Also last night, the group stage of the NBA's inaugural in-season tournament came to an end. We now know who the 8 teams will move to the knockout stage are. This coming Monday, Indiana will host Boston, and then New Orleans will visit Sacramento. On Tuesday, the Knicks will head to Milwaukee to face the Bucks. Phoenix will be in LA to face the Lakers in that knockout stage. They certainly will. Appreciate Brandon and the team at Top Gun. And there you go, full headlines this morning. A lot going on there. That Mark Cuban story, interesting. Shams is out the story at The Athletic that Mark Cuban selling a major stake of that team, but will maintain control. And I always use the word unusual because it is tied. Have you heard anything on this or dug into this? This is your team, the Mavericks. Mark Cuban's still going to be in control, but, man, he's going to make a bundle of money in this, selling a large portion to the widow of Sheldon Adelson. This is the why is what, obviously it's an infusion of cash for Mark Cuban. He purchased a majority stake in the Mavericks way back in 2000 for a reported cost of $285 million. And now he's, stands to net, in the billions, obviously, for the majority stake in the 12 times that. How about that? Does this worry you, or what's your feel on this as a Mavericks fan?
No. I mean, it's definitely a unique deal. I don't think we've seen anything like it with him maintaining control of the team in the front office. So I'm not too worried. I think maybe some of his Shark Tank deals have gone poorly in the past few years. Maybe.
So he's cashing in now, but he still gets to run his team.
I think that means more. I mean, he obviously has his money. He's a billionaire. If he was just in cash in at some point, if he can still maintain control, I feel like that's what he really cares about. We'll see how that goes moving forward, but
Yeah, absolutely. Chan is in with us on the text line. Says, "Morning, y'all. Get well, Rod." That is absolutely true. Get well is absolutely what we're looking for. We'll take your thoughts on the 4-team playoff. Ty, you were of the thought that Texas would pass Oregon last night, but that didn't happen, and Texas stayed right where they were. Your argument, I think, is a solid one. I think every data point points to Texas being because look, until this weekend when everything settles and Sunday morning the dust will settle on who the Final Four are. This whole thing is a fluid situation, and it's about accomplishment to this point and, your resume to this point. And, there's not much argument for me. I mean, if you just do a little research and look at, quality wins, schedule, strength of schedule, record of opponents. And now, as you pointed out yesterday, Oregon and Texas share a common opponent. Both teams played Texas Tech, and Oregon survived at Texas Tech. And I know it looks like on the scoreboard it's an 8-point victory over the Red Raiders in Lubbock. The same night Texas was beating Alabama, Oregon was playing in Lubbock, and it was a 31-30 game. The only reason they won that game, Ty, was the Red Raiders missed a 2-point conversion that would have tied the game. And then really late in the game, in a desperation situation, Texas Tech threw an interception and went back for a touchdown. That made it the 38-30 margin of victory. It was really a even ball game. Longhorns, meanwhile, played Texas Tech and won by 50. Pretty clear the Pac-12 is having a great year. A lot of depth out there, a lot of good teams, a lot of ranked teams in its final year. I don't know if that's part of it, but they continue to have Oregon ranked as the number one-loss team, top one-loss team. I'm sure you were a little bit surprised by that last night when the results were revealed, or at least the latest list revealed.
Yeah, not as surprised. I mean, I think we all agree as Texas fans that with the common opponent we should be ahead of them. But that Oregon Texas Tech game back in early in the year, if you remember correctly, you had Oregon or Tech to cover in that game. I had Oregon. I won a bunch of money on that backdoor fumble recovery at the end of the game. I'm regretting being happy in that moment now, because it looks like like I said earlier, it's going to come down to Florida State at this point. I think one of the Pac-12 teams is going to get in, one of the SEC teams is going to get in, and Michigan's going to get in. So barring a huge upset, I think that's the scenario we're looking at.
Agreed. And that's, yeah, I took a bad beat on that one. I didn't, fortunately, unlike you, I didn't have any money on it. I just, we made our picks on the show, and I picked Texas Tech. Because remember, Texas Tech had lost to Wyoming to start the season. Then they turned around and they're playing week 2 against Oregon. And, it was a heck of a game. I was, as I've told you, I do the in-game watch-along for Inside Texas. So I was doing it out at the field house at the crossover rod where they set me up in the back room. So I've got 2 big TVs going while I'm doing the watch along, watching the game with the fans and talking about it in real time. But I was also watching that game and keeping an eye on it. It was a great game. It was back and forth, heck of a game. And obviously that's 2 months ago or 3 months ago. It's a lot of football ago. But again, results matter. On the field matters. That's why this Alabama win for Texas is so huge. It's the best win any team has in the country. And as Alabama keeps winning, it just keeps getting better. And I know they survived the Iron Bowl Saturday rivalry game with the last second touchdown on a 4th down. But still, it matters. You beat Alabama, and you now have a common opponent that should separate. But obviously there's, which I say obviously, my speculation is there's some regionality to this, that they want a West Coast team involved, and that's Oregon. Washington's out there undefeated. That's going to drive some big time interest Friday night for the championship game. Think about it, Ty. The question will be this. I don't even think it's a question. If Oregon beats Washington Friday night, even if it's a 1-point game, if they avenge the loss to Washington, because that's Oregon's only loss, was a loss in Seattle in October, and it was a narrow loss. It was a good football game. College Game Day was there. But if Oregon avenges that loss, and they're a 9.5-point favorite on Friday night in that game, if they avenge it, they're in. I mean, I'm looking at that right now with them sitting at 5 and Washington sitting at 3. That's a play-in game. Winner is in the Final Four. I also think the SEC championship is a play-in game, Ty. I think the winner of that game, Georgia or Alabama, Georgia can solidify its spot as the number 1 seed with a win over Bama. If Bama wins, I think Bama will be in. And I think Georgia will tumble out of the Final Four. And that's because they're not going to get 2 spots this year. There's 8 teams. There's too many. Unless, crazy chaos happens, I think Georgia tumbles. And Georgia falls out. Michigan's obviously in with a win over Iowa. And then Florida State becomes huge. But, Louisville, it's only a 2-point line right now. Florida State's playing with their backup quarterback. They did it with a lot of defense last week against Florida. And Florida's not a good football team. And Louisville, a much better football team than the Florida Gators. So there is an opportunity there. But I think the SEC, the SEC game and the Pac-12 game are play-in games. The winner is in, and the loser is out completely. And obviously, we know what's going on with the ACC. Would you be in agreement on that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, do you think there's any possibility that both SEC teams don't make it?
Yes, I think it's a real possibility. I think if Georgia loses, they're out.
No, but no, both. You think if Alabama wins, you think they could keep Alabama and Georgia out?
No, they're not going to not have an SEC team in. That won't happen. There's no way. But that buoys Texas, though. If Alabama wins that game, this is where this gets real interesting. And again, let's also say, as we're cranked up here on Hook 'em Up, there is also a chance that for the first time ever there are 4 undefeated conference champions, and there's nothing Texas can do about that. If Georgia wins, Michigan, Washington were to beat Oregon, and Florida State wins, and that's 4 13-0 teams. That's 4 champions of one of the. There's 5 Power 5 conferences. Essentially, Texas would be number 5, and they'd be on the outside looking in if they beat Oklahoma State, and nothing you can do about that. There are scenarios in though, but I do think if Alabama beats Georgia, to your question, they will be in, and I don't know where they'll be seated. 1, 2, 3, or 4, but I think Alabama would get in. I think that would buoy Texas because now Texas's win over Alabama is even more impressive because they just went and knocked off the number 1 team in the country, and that resonates with what Texas did, winning by 10 back in September in Tuscaloosa. So the committee would have quite the challenge. And as you said, get your Louisville gear because if Louisville wins, that's the spot. Because if Oregon and Washington is a play-in game, the SEC is a play-in game, Michigan's a heavy favorite over Iowa, those are the 3 spots that are, in my mind, locked up. The winners of those games, and I don't expect Iowa to be able to play with Michigan, so I'm putting Michigan in. Those 3 spots are filled. The spot you're looking for is either, needs to be Florida State losing to Louisville. That opens the spot and gives you, an entry into the Final Four. I would also say, there's going to be there will be people pushing for Ohio State because Ohio State lost to Michigan in a close game on the road at Ann Arbor last Saturday in that great game. But they're not playing this weekend. That's the problem for them. They need everybody to lose essentially to even have a shot at Ohio State, and they're not playing. So if Texas does handle business as a 2-touchdown favorite and beats Oklahoma State Saturday, that bounces them up over Ohio State because it would give them 2 critical data points. Would be a 12th win and a conference championship, which Ohio State cannot claim either. So Texas takes the step forward there. Either Oregon or Washington are going to take a loss, which is going to drop them behind Texas. So Texas essentially, if they win, will be sitting at number 5 for sure. They hope they could slide up to 4 or 3, depending on how things fall out. But that's at least the way I see it. We'll take your thoughts on it. Text line is available to you, 512-447-3776. We'll hear from Boo Corrigan coming up. Boo Corrigan, of course, is the committee chair of the College Football Playoff Committee. He was asked last night about strength of schedule and what that means because the Longhorns have played a better strength of schedule than Oregon. They've beaten more bowl teams than Oregon. They've got the better win than Oregon without a doubt with the win over Alabama, and they dominated a common opponent where Oregon struggled with the same common opponent. But we'll hear Boo Corrigan's argument on why that is and why they're still ahead of Texas, and we'll take your thoughts on it. We'll also talk about T'Vondre Sweat and hear from T'Vondre Sweat. Congratulations to T. Sweat. I think he's got a real good chance to win this award coming up. Nick Shuley will be with us coming up. Nick knows T'Vondre very well, has worked with him quite a bit, or at least been around him quite a bit with his work at the Texas One Fund and the Clark Field Creative. So Nick will weigh in on this big year. T'Vondre Sweat, how about that? How about a defensive tackle, Ty, who has might win the Outland Trophy, might be the first Longhorn since the late 70s to bring home that, top honor for an interior lineman, offense or defense. Scott, as I mentioned, Brad Shearer, the last Longhorn to win that back in 1977. I was 5 years old the last time a Longhorn took home that award. It's been given out every year for almost 80 years. T. Sweat has a chance to take that next week. Also a finalist, not just for the Chuck Bednarik Award, which is a defensive award. He has a strong chance there too. But T'Vondre Sweat he's a finalist for the Walter Camp College Football Player of the Year Award. Now, I don't think he's going to win that, but just to make the final 9 there, Ty, just tells you what kind of impactful season the senior from Huntsville has had. It's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it last week. I didn't even realize defensive players could win the Outland. So for him to be on the list, I'd like. Who was the last defensive player to even be a finalist?
The Outland Trophy? I'll look it up, but you can go to an office because the finalists are 2 offensive linemen and T'Vondre, essentially.
Yeah, I've always felt like it was a center guard kind of award, or at least that's how it was in NCAA football when I played back in the day.
Oh, I don't know about that. Well, maybe. I'll look at the history of the Outland Trophy and the percentages of offensive linemen versus defensive linemen, but it's always been an interior lineman, O or D. And maybe traditionally it goes to the offense. Lombardi Award is a similar award too that goes to the big fellas up front on both sides of the ball. They've expanded that, as Rod and I have talked about. They just keep kind of morphing these awards to include more positions. It feels like maybe to get more exposure and some bigger names to bring attention. But same time, it doesn't diminish what T'Vondre has done.
There's been a decent amount of defensive tackles that have won it recently. Actually, Jordan Davis in 21.
Yes, I went through those with Rod last week. But when he made this. Yeah. So, it goes to big dudes up front on both sides of the ball. But to be there for the Walter Camp, Walter Camp's a quarterback award, and probably a quarterback will win that. But that's impressive. Yeah, remember, they also have the awards for, Remington Awards for the best center. They really get specific on some of these. But that'll all be announced next week at the College Football Awards Show, the Home Depot Awards on ESPN. T'Vondre will be there, and the Longhorns will have a good amount of representation for that, which will be pretty cool. All right, here come the text. This says Georgia will stop all the nonsense when they beat Bama's lucky ass. All right, there you go. Thank you, Bulldogs. Hunker down. That guy, Boo Corrigan's rationale was a joke. It's either blatant bias or incompetence. We'll let you hear from Boo Corrigan coming up. It says committee is against Texas. That's the problem. They've proven with the rankings Alabama game was too early in the season. Well, the Alabama game matters. And I know Longhorn fans are frustrated, and I think rightfully so. If Oregon gets in and wins, and then they're the 4th ranked team, and Texas is right there behind them, because here's the problem now: you're behind Oregon as is, and if they beat Washington, well, now they have on their resume a win over number 3 and undefeated. which almost equals your win over Alabama. It's not there, but it's in real time, and it's going to be hard to overcome that with Oregon. So, as we say, Florida State needs to take a loss. Or, as I say, Alabama needs to beat Georgia. And if Alabama beats Georgia, I think that also opens up a door to a spot. But it's going to be close. It's going to be close. But first things first, Longhorns have to beat Oklahoma State, and it wouldn't hurt to beat them handily to kind of put a comfortable win on the board, which hasn't been the case in the Big 12 title game the last several years. Last couple of years have come down to goal line stands. It was overtime with K-State and TCU last year. We know the year before was Oklahoma State and Baylor. That went to the goal line. This game has typically and traditionally not been a close game of late, but the line says 14 and a half for Texas right now. So we'll dive back into that. Coming up, Nick Shuley will join us. We'll get some What the Facts for the end of the hour. We'll hear from T'Vondre Sweat, some of his best one-liners from this week's player availability. In addition to being a heck of a defensive tackle, T'Vondre is a funny guy and has a great personality. We'll hear from T'Vondre coming up as we roll on. We're getting you up over the hump here, a midweek Wednesday conversation on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B on 101.9 AM 1260. Stream us on your Horn app all over the world and at hornfm.com.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Yeah, rooting for our buddy Rod Babers, who, as we told you to start the show, in the COVID protocol now, having tested positive. I told him he had a fever when he let us know on Monday that he wouldn't be in on Tuesday, and now the positive, and he's going to be hopefully okay, and he'll be back with us just as soon as he can. It's heard that we will be broadcasting live Saturday morning. You may be headed up to Arlington for the Big 12 championship game, the final for the Longhorns. We will too. The Horn is on our way, and appreciate our travel partners and presenting partner, One Source Gas of Central Texas. My buddy Richard Strever and his team at One Source. For all your compressed gas needs and all over Central Texas. They're helping us. We're going to head up and have shows Friday afternoon. Much like we did for the Texas OU game back in October, we'll be live at Terry Black's Barbecue in downtown Dallas, right on Main Street over in the Deep Ellum area. It's a great location, plenty of parking, great food, obviously. Stuff your face full of amazing Terry Black's Barbecue, and we'll be there. We'll also be partnering with the guys at Inside Texas again, Bobby Burton and Jerry Hamilton. They're going to be hanging out doing a live stream, and then we'll do our, at least my part of the pregame show with Ty and Patrick and hopefully Rod from 4 to 7 on Friday afternoon. So if you're headed up, come on out, Terry Black's Barbecue, have some dinner, hang out with us, say hi, talk Texas football. That's Friday afternoon. And then if you're not coming up, just tune in and listen to it, and we'll get you great coverage. And the Inside Texas guys, it'll be a kind of a roundtable discussion of Texas football and all the things we're talking about. That'll be Friday afternoon, 4 to 7 at Terry Black's Barbecue in downtown Dallas in Deep Ellum. And we appreciate One Source Gas. Also, on Saturday morning, I will be broadcasting live, and we'll have full pregame coverage from 8 to 11. I'll be at a spot in Arlington called Jay Gilligan's, which is a cool sports bar. It also shuttle. They have a shuttle service to the game. So if you want to come out there and have some breakfast and get yourself ready, tailgate there, you can. They have a shuttle over at AT&T Stadium, not far from there. They'll shuttle you back after the game, and your car will be fine, and you can leave from there. So Jay Gilligan's, just Google that and or Waze it, whatever. That's where I will be from 8 to 11 on Saturday morning while we broadcast our pregame show live from Austin and from Arlington. So we've got you covered thanks to Forest Gas and, of course, Travis Tyndall and the team at Hayes City Store and Ice House and his new great restaurant, he and Tamara's restaurant in downtown Buda called Taste on Main. They're helping us get up there as our travel partner. One Source Gas is our presenting partner. All right, Rod, Ty, a lot of thoughts coming in on the text line on this college football playoff mess. Can we hear, before I read some of these messages, from Boo Corrigan? Boo Corrigan is the committee head, right? There's 13 members of the college football playoff committee. They continue to have Oregon, a one-loss team, ranked ahead of Texas. And here was a debate about that because, Texas's strength of schedule is 9th. Oregon's is in the 60s. Texas, has a much better win than Oregon can claim at any point of their season. All the data points favor Texas, yet Oregon continues to be ranked ahead of Texas. Here was that conversation about strength of schedule last night after they released the college football and revealed the college football playoff rankings.
Looking at the one-loss teams, the highest-ranked one-loss team continues to be Oregon. Now Ohio State has slid in there ahead of Texas. But Texas has a strength of schedule that's about 40-plus spots better than Oregon's. They have more wins against ranked teams by your rankings than do the Ducks. Why is Oregon ahead of Texas?
Yeah, Oregon has continued to dominate. Obviously, the loss to Washington early in the year, 36-33. Coming out of last week, in the way they played an Oregon State team that we really respect as a group, held them to 7 points as opposed to 34, which they have averaged on the year. And, the season Bo Nix is having 78% completion percentage. They just continue to impress the committee with both the offense and the defense.
What consideration was given to the common opponent that those two have? Texas beat Texas Tech by 50, and Oregon beat them by 1 possession.
Yeah, we look at everything, as we've talked about each week that we've been here. We're not relying on one single data point, one single game. We're looking at, we're through 13 weeks right now and making sure that as we do go through it, we are comparing everything.
All right. Did you hear an answer in there?
I'm starting to get pissed off now about that everything he meant, like the points per game. Texas averaged 35 points a game. You can say, like they said, a very much more difficult schedule. That all those arguments don't make any sense whatsoever. If you ask me.
Look, It is frustrating, but here, and I've said this for 3 weeks now, or 2 weeks at least. The problem is being ranked behind them now. It doesn't matter, but I know it's frustrating, and you can get angry about it, and Ty is, and fans are. And I don't think that answer was. I thought Reese Davis asked him the exact on-point questions, but it's pretty clear to me that the 13. These are human beings, Ty, and they use all the metrics, right? They, as you just heard Boo Corrigan say, and he's being booed by Longhorn fans. They simply think Oregon's better than Texas. I mean, at the end of the day, that's the only thing I can glean from it is they believe, right? I mean, it's not supposed to be the eye test, but they believe Bo Nix a better quarterback than Quinn Ewers. They think their defense is as good, and essentially they're saying that if Texas played Oregon on a neutral site, they think that Oregon would win the game. To me, that's silly, and that's where if you're just using the data in the computer, that's where Texas would be ahead. But as I've said for a couple weeks now, if Oregon does beat Washington Friday night, they would have jumped Texas anyhow, in my opinion, because Texas is playing Oregon State, is playing Oklahoma State in the Big 12 title game. So that would give them, if they got to beat Washington. If they do, that gives them a huge data point that they don't have right now, which is a win over a top 3 undefeated team. Texas has the win over Alabama, their only loss on the year, but that would be a huge feather for Oregon, and that's why I just think it's frustrating as heck if you're a Texas fan of why. But it would be more frustrating to think about it this: if you were 5 and Oregon was 7, Ty, and going into this weekend, and you beat Oklahoma State, and then Oregon, beats Washington, avenges that loss, and maybe beats them comfortably, they're going to jump you anyhow, and that would be even more frustrating if you were ahead of them and now they jumped you. I think they would jump them anyway because they are that close, at least in the committee's mind. I do think there's a regionality to it. I do think that whether the TV networks and whatever would like to have a West Coast team represented here. They haven't had one in a while, and it's been a great year in the Pac-12. There have been a lot of eyeballs on that conference with what's gone on. So,
do we remember the last few times Pac-12 teams have been involved in these big time games?
Oh, I know.
Year? They get blown out.
Washington Huskies were the last one to get there with Chris Peterson, all the way back to Chris Peterson. Look, I mean,
okay. Here's one other thing. Do you think it has something to do with the playoff committee is made up of representatives from all different areas of the country and conferences, right?
Yes.
So does Texas really have?
I think
anyone
there's
in
regionality. That's what. Yeah, I think there's regionality to it. I really do. And again, I think they believe that Oregon's a better football team. But this is they predetermined Oregon going in. Well, look, Oregon's got to beat Washington. And if they do, then their resume is very similar to Texas's in my mind. But yes, that's frustrating. But there is a regionality to it. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And look, it's not to say Oregon's not a good football team. They are, and they are real good. Dan Lanning's doing a real good job. He runs the defense. Bo Nix is a 60-year player quarterback. He does complete almost 80% of his passes. So it's frustrating. That's why I'm looking. Because look, if Washington beats Oregon, then Oregon's out, right? Oregon will be a 2-loss team, and you don't have to worry about Oregon. Just root for Washington. But that's why I'm looking at it as that's the play-in game. The winner of that game's in. You can complain about it, but the winner of the Pac-12 championship game Friday night will be in the Final Four somewhere. Michigan will be in. Georgia, Alabama winners in, and that's where there's one spot left. Somebody texted, and gosh, we appreciate all the messages. So many coming in. This says, I feel like if Alabama beats Georgia, then both SEC teams would be in. I hate to say that, but I think it would be. I disagree with that.
Yeah,
I disagree with that. I will. I mean, look, you don't know because these are human beings, and they're going to make the pick Sunday morning. If Alabama beats Georgia, and Texas handles Oklahoma State, that buoys Texas. That gives Texas even a leg up because they beat Alabama. So if you're going to put Alabama in and they knock off Georgia, that should open a spot for Texas in my mind. But there still has to be a spot, right? I mean, that becomes, that's why I say I think the SEC is they're going to get one of those two teams in. Pac-12 is going to get one of those two teams in at this point. Michigan gets in with a win. You still need Florida State to lose to open up the 4th spot, Ty.
Yeah,
I mean, it just has to happen.
So regardless of what happens in the SEC championship, there's not going to be a spot open from that angle.
Correct. You
And
still need Florida State to lose.
I agree.
Even if Alabama wins, I think it would put them ahead of Texas, but it doesn't. I mean, it would move Texas ahead of Georgia, but it doesn't put them into the Final Four. No, not unless Florida State loses, because there's only 4 spots. And you'd have the Pac-12 winner, you'd have Michigan, you'd have either Georgia or Alabama in. And again, Alabama wouldn't go in ranked 1, they'd go in ranked 4, but there are only 4 spots in the party. So you got to win. You need a spot to open up and a loss. And that's why people are arguing the Oregon thing, that if Oregon even beats Washington, then Texas should still be ahead of them. I just, as unfortunate as it may be for Texas fans, you can't expect that to happen, because if Oregon wins, it's going to even further elevate what the committee thinks of Oregon, whether it's fair or not. I mean, that's going to happen. So you're just rooting for Louisville. You need Louisville to knock off Florida State, and you have to handle your business, and you can find your spot there. That's really the scenario that puts Texas in this thing. Because again, if Washington beats Oregon, then Washington's taking that spot. You need a spot to open at this point if you're the Longhorns, and the only way that happens is Michigan lose to Iowa. I don't think that's going to happen, but if Michigan were to lose to Iowa, well, then Iowa's not going, and that would open up a spot. But that's the way it plays out. Kind of makes your head spin a little bit, but that's where we are coming into this final weekend. And as I say, it's unfortunate for Texas. They have a huge year. They're back in this thing. They're in the conversation. Because we talked about yesterday with our friend Ari Temkin, if you had told anybody at the beginning of the year that Texas was going to be 12-1, a narrow loss to Oklahoma is the only L, a double-digit win at Tuscaloosa on the resume, of course they're in. In really any other year of the 10-year existence of the college football playoff, that team is a playoff team. This year, because there are 8 teams still with a chance with 1 weekend to play, and there's a chance at 4 undefeated Power 5 conference champions, that's why it's an outlier as far as this college football playoff situation would be. I will say this, Ty, that if you were looking next year at these same rankings, before we get to a timeout, if you were looking at next year at these rankings, and we were having a 12-team playoff, you realize Texas at 7, they would be playing a first-round matchup. If they stay at 7, win the Big 12, projected would be they'd be playing Penn State in a playoff game in Austin. In a couple of weeks to get ready to possibly play Michigan in the next round on the way, and that's the 12-team scenario that we're looking at next year. All right, this says go undefeated. You don't have to worry about the mess. That's true. This says Texas fans have to be huge Louisville fans, no doubt about that. This says if we hadn't played like crap in half of our games, we wouldn't be ranked where we are. Well, there's
true.
also that. I think you have to take that. I do believe that the committee believes the Pac-12 is a better conference, and I would agree with them. If you think the Pac-12 is a better conference, top to bottom, deeper, better quarterback play, better teams than the Big 12 this year, then you can say strength of schedule all you want. But would you agree the Pac-12 is a much deeper and better conference than the Big 12?
No, I'd say they're about the same.
See, I disagree.
But maybe beginning of the year when Washington State and Oregon State and all these other teams were undefeated.
Washington State and Oregon State are good teams.
Washington State ended up winning like 5 games, though. I don't think they matter.
The question is who's good in the Big 12?
Texas
and
Oklahoma,
Texas struggled with
Oklahoma State,
right? And Oklahoma beat Texas, and we'll find out. Texas hadn't played Oklahoma State yet. You can't use that as a resume point. Point being, the teams that they've beaten, they're not as well regarded as the Pac-12 teams, and the Longhorns, the conference itself is seen as down versus the Pac-12. Whether that's reality or perception, that's how they see it, and Oregon is going to get the nod there. All right, it could go round and round. We'll talk about it with you. We'll come back with some What the Facts. Nick Shuley will join us. He'll be our guest host throughout the morning with Rod in the protocols, and Nick will always be great. We'll get his thoughts on all this stuff, too. We'll get your thoughts. Text line 512-447-3776. We roll forward on a Wednesday on Hook 'em Up.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Yeah, Longhorn fans frustrated. It's kind of a polar situation. You're excited to be back and back in the conversation, but frustrated that things are not working in your favor right now as far as the College Football Playoff Committee. And we're trying to walk through it, explain it, and get your thoughts on it. A ton of opinions. Somebody texted, several people asked who was on this committee. It's all public knowledge. It's a bunch of athletic directors and some former coaches. Boo Corrigan is the NC State athletic director. So he's a North Carolina guy. You got the Nevada athletic director, Kentucky's athletic director, Mitch Barnhart. Navy's athletic director, Chet Gladchuck, is on it. Jim Grobe, the former Wake Forest coach, is on that. That's a former coach. Remember, he took over at Baylor when the Art Briles mess came in, and Jim Grobe was the stand-in coach. Mark Harlan, Utah's AD, is on this committee. The Michigan AD, Ward Manuel, is on this committee. David Saylor, the Miami of Ohio athletic department, the MAC is represented. Just for his part of it. Also, former Nebraska player Will Shields. K-State athletic director Gene Taylor. Remember, Chris Del Conte was going to be on this committee, and then Texas announced their move to the Southeastern Conference, and they bumped him because the NCAA wasn't happy in the college football play with further, moving the dominoes down the road and realignment. And so, Gene Taylor took his spot, the K-State athletic director. Joe Taylor, Virginia Union athletic director. Rod West, the former Notre Dame player. And Kelly Whiteside, a former college football reporter, who are the 13 members of the list, or of the committee. So there you go. Take it up with them.
That's the best we can
take it up
get.
with our man Nick. That's who they got. And it's a rotating 3 years of service on that
Where's
thing. Where's
Condoleezza Rice at when you need her?
Well, but think about that. DeLoss Dodds would be on this committee. He was going to be on. It was announced. And then they bumped him when Texas and Oklahoma announced they're moving to the SEC. I guess they were mad.
Wait, DeLoss Dodds
either way.
Chris
Del Conte.
Okay, you said DeLoss
CDC.
Dodds.
Yeah,
Okay,
CD.
yeah.
I apologize for that. CDC was going to be on that committee, and now he's not. Might be help. I don't know. Lobby for Texas because Longhorn fans. And I've told you this. If the Longhorns win handily or even win the game on Saturday, you can expect at that point Steve Sarkisian to go full bore, full politicking for his team at that point because it becomes official the next day. All right, Nick Shuley is with us. Hello, Nick. How are you? Welcome to the South Austin Onion Creek abode.
It's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Push that thing right up by your mouth. There you go.
All right. Sorry.
There you go. Nick Shuley, of course, the president of the Austin Music Movement, which live music is a passion of his, but also a UT grad, also the founder of the Clark Field Creative and working heavily with the Texas One Fund and the NIL space. And you were listening, coming over here, and safe to say, not real happy.
Man, what's funny is I saw on Twitter last night the stuff popping up about Boo Corrigan talking about Bo Nix's 78% completion percentage, and I thought it was Texas fans joking. I thought it was funny because using that as a data point as to why Oregon would outrank Texas. And then I actually listened to that interview last night and then heard it again this morning, and it really got me going.
Yeah, completion percentage is now separating, not actual data points, which would be strength of schedule, quality wins over bowl teams. Quite honestly, Texas, if you look at the metrics, the data points, the numbers, Texas has a top 4 resume right now because of the win over Alabama. They have a better resume than Florida State, especially when you consider they're playing with a backup quarterback, if you take health into account. But that's the real frustrating part for Texas. If Florida State wins and finds a way, I don't think there's any way they can keep out an undefeated conference champion, even with a backup quarterback. It's never happened before.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the one data point that I don't get mad about is Florida State being ranked over us. Look, they took care of business. I know there's a lot of factors. I did like what Paul Feinbaum said of I want the 4 best teams right now, and that's his criteria, right? And I think that's the key, is clearly defining what your criteria is for having a playoff. And they supposedly have that, but it once again feels like when we had all these Big 12 championships and scenarios where it just kind of felt like it was fluctuating. And when you have that this kind of gray area, that's where all the chaos happens. And honestly, maybe that's what they want, because listen, we're all talking about it and we're all mad about it, but Florida State being undefeated, I get it. They took care of business. We lost a game we shouldn't have lost to Oklahoma, and that's why we're in this situation. But I think when you actually look at all the data points that the committee continues to say are the reasons that you get in the playoff, like this is Texas checks every box. You know, as long as I mean, honestly, as long as Florida State loses, there is no true argument to put Oregon over that, except unless you remember that Bo Nix has a 78% completion percentage, because that's what we decide based off of. And mind you, if anyone's actually watched an Oregon football game, I would say 78% of their passes are behind the line of scrimmage anyway. So that's, you know, I'm not saying I could complete those, but it's, you know.
A lot of quick passes.
Yeah,
with Bo
there's
Nix.
a lot of quick screens, a lot of things like that. So that doesn't impress me as much, but congratulations on being number one in the nation based on that.
Well, I'm reading this from the College Football Playoff website, okay? They have one. You can go read it all. Their responsibilities include ranking the top 25 teams and assign top 4 to semifinal sites, assign teams to New Year's Six bowls, create competitive matchups, attempt to avoid rematches of regular season games and repeat appearances in specific bowls. And the last data point there says consider geography.
Yeah, it's all gray.
Consider-
Those are all gray. That's very political. Anyone that's worked in politics, those are very political or legal. Like you could, there's a lot of gray area.
Yeah, there is, and there are. But the word consider geography. That's what I'm telling you, because people keep saying make it make sense. There's a regionality to this. There's going to be a team from the Midwest. There's going to be a team from the South. Maybe 2 with Florida State if they get in, and Alabama, Georgia. You know, and then you know there's going to be a team out west. And you said something to me when you walked in that I can't disagree with at all. I mean, this started with Deion Sanders in Colorado. The Pac-12 hype began in September when TCU lost to you can also blame Sonny Dykes for having his team not ready to play against a bad Colorado team. Now, they didn't have any tape. That was the healthiest Colorado was, but they had no business losing that game. They played terrible, and that began the hype train of Deion Sanders in Colorado, who went 3-0 and then won 1 game the rest of the way.
Yep.
And aren't even playing in a bowl. That pushed the exposure of the Pac-12.
The public perception changed at that moment. It really did.
And look, I do think Oregon's a good team, but I did watch them play Texas Tech, and then I watched Texas play Texas Tech, and that wasn't the same.
Yep.
That was different.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, athletes on the field, players, and we're going to take an eye test. I know it's a different football game, and it's 3 months later, but if you watch Texas, and we recorded our Eyes on Texas podcast last night, my friend Mike Craven, senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football, he might be one of the only people that was live for both games. He was in Lubbock to watch the game live and cover Texas Tech and Oregon. And then he was in Austin on Friday night to see Texas obliterate Texas Tech. Not the same teams.
I totally
Sorry.
agree.
And it's impossible that common opponent, if you're trying to break a tie, find a common opponent.
I wish somebody played each other or had a common opponent. Oh, wait, all the facts are there for Texas.
But did you know Bo Nix has a 78%
Oh,
completion
man, I
percentage?
keep forgetting about that. But they look at everything. Don't worry. They look at everything.
Look at consider geography if you're really looking for that. But Longhorns can still get in. Hey, we can't lose focus on Oklahoma State. You got to win that game.
Totally
We'll
agree.
talk about it coming up. Nick Shuli's hanging with us as our man Rod recovers and gets better. We'll be back. Hour 1 in the books. 4 to go on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Oh man, nothing like a college football playoff debate to get the text line fired up, get Longhorn fans fired up, opinions of all sides, and no one likes Boo Corrigan. What a poor name, Boo. Boo.
I mean, I think they brought him out there because he's good at saying nothing.
Well, that's a good politician, right?
He's a
That's
great
kind of what you're looking for.
Yep.
Somebody said, so a bunch of bums on the committee. Yeah, well, bums, and you know, this is guaranteed that Pac-12 gets to play someone who is nowhere close to the West Coast in the Rose Bowl. Well, that's look when they say consider geography, right? On their mission statement, on the website, the Rose Bowl is one of the semifinals. The Sugar Bowl and the Rose Bowl. If you don't think regionality matters, Oregon or Washington will be in that Rose Bowl playing somebody who's not close to the Rose Bowl. Might be Texas, might be Florida State, might be Michigan. You don't think that the Rose Bowl, who's still whatever they should or not, has some power and some sway in the politics of college football and college athletics? You don't think they'd like a Washington-Michigan matchup, 2-3 in the Rose Bowl? That's Big Ten, old Big Ten versus Pac-12.
They love that.
Obviously, the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans could be Georgia-Texas in a rematch of 2018. Could be Georgia-Florida State. As that plays out. But they, I would also say if you go read that very same college football playoff website, their charge is also to get the 4 best teams at the time. 4 best teams at the time. Because I do believe this. And always been studying the college football playoff for 10 years now. It's the 10th year. And we've never had this many teams in contention. There've never been, Nick, that there have been 8 teams all the way down to Alabama at 8 that on the final weekend have a chance to find their way in. There's never been this many. It's never been this deep, and that's the frustrating part for Texas fans because you got to fight all these things: geography, perception, your middle of the season run where you've kind of played down to a lot of competition, had to survive Houston, survive TCU. The committee saw you survive TCU and then saw TCU give up 69 to Oklahoma. I mean, those things all kind of play into the perception side, but you're also playing with politics. You're also playing with TV, and but the point I was going to make that if you go to that same website, their charge, because when they come out 6 weeks in late October with the first rankings, I always say I think they do a pretty good job of ranking the teams based on accomplishment to that point, and successively week by week, the puzzle pieces get played, and now it's accomplishment to this point. But their charge Sunday is to pick the 4 best teams right now, which could but probably won't eliminate Florida State. Because who really, I mean, if the TV networks have a say, do you really want to see Georgia kick the dog blank out of Florida State with a backup quarterback? Or would you rather see Georgia play Texas if Texas handles Oklahoma State on Saturday? What's a better matchup, right? And what's a better TV eyeball matchup? It is easy. Same time, can they do that, though? Can they take if Florida State, that's why you're rooting for Louisville to win, because that makes it easy. Louisville beats Florida State, they drop out, Texas can jump in with a win, and because you need a spot to open. I've said this from the start of the show. To me, the Pac-12 and the SEC game, Nick, are playing games. I believe the winner of the SEC championship game and the winner of the Pac-12 championship game are in. I don't know where they're going to be ranked and seeded in the top 4, but they'll be in. And then even Alabama, all the way at 8. My opinion is if they beat Georgia and Texas wins their game on Saturday, Texas will move up. Georgia will fall behind Texas, but does it move you all the way to 4 into the Final Four? But it's going to move Alabama into it because they just beat the number 1 team on their rankings. But it also helps Texas. But then they need a spot. They need the Big Ten because the Big Ten is going to be Michigan. They're going to have that West Coast presence with the Rose Bowl to be either Oregon or Washington. Winner of that game's in. So you either need to jump Florida State because they have a backup quarterback and they beat Louisville 13-12, and it's a hard game to watch, and the TV networks get involved and say, no. Best 4 now. Best TV show on New Year's Day we want. It would send an outrage through Tallahassee and through the ACC, but at the same time, it wouldn't be crazy logic at that point. But that's where Texas is. They have to win their football game and kind of get lucky. They need a break.
Yeah, and I say for the Texas fans or the people that, I mean, look, I'm a homer for Texas, but imagine, I say, put yourself in Florida State's shoes, and if Texas was in that same situation where we were undefeated, had Malik playing quarterback right now because Quinn was out for the year, but we're still squeaking by. Could you imagine if they left Texas out of the playoff undefeated with a backup quarterback? I mean, I think it's tough. It's when of course we want it the way we want it, but it's tough to argue with. But I think look, I agree with a little bit of what you said about seeding correctly when they put out the first rankings, but I also think there's an inherent bias, and I get really frustrated by the early season rankings based on the past season. We have given Michigan a free pass all year. We've given Ohio State a free pass all year of, hey, they're one of the best teams in the nation, and I'm still not convinced that a Penn State and a Notre Dame game were great wins for Ohio State. Look, Penn State has continued to climb, but when we go on this eye test that they're talking about, Penn State doesn't look that great.
Well, let's also say this: college football is based on its history, right? College baseball or college football, like baseball, like golf, history matters. How it's been done, and they're not as progressive as the NBA. They're not as progressive as the NFL. The history doesn't matter as much. In these sports, history matters, and that whole preseason ranking, that's just how they've always done it.
Yeah,
we always predict who's going to be the best teams, and we don't really know because they don't play games on paper. But that's just how the history has always been. But I do think it's an improvement to wait until 6 or 7 games have been played to put out the official rankings, because that is based on accomplishment. But you kind of knew going into the season Georgia was going to be pretty damn good. And remember, Georgia was the first number 1 team, or were they number 1 when it first came out? But they hadn't really played the meat of their schedule yet, right? And they got to do that. I think Georgia's proven. I think Michigan has proven they're a really good football team. Their dominance. Those two are solid. And if they win, they'll be 1-2. Beyond that, that's where the questions come. That's why I think the Pac-12 game is for 3, because look, if you're going to play Michigan, that's what they want. Let's not be kid ourselves.
Sure. They
want Michigan to win and play the Pac-12 team, so the Rose Bowl looks like an old school Rose Bowl, and a good TV show, and it would be a good game. And of course, Oregon and Washington are joining the Big Ten, so starting next year, that'll be a Big Ten game, which is pretty sexy. Obviously, Texas is the best they can get is to 4, and so how do you get to 4? You need somebody to lose. You need a spot to open, essentially. And that would be either Michigan somehow stumbling, which I don't think anybody thinks is going to happen against a Iowa team that is inept offensively. And I think you certainly need Florida State to take a loss. And then, if Florida State wins, and it's an ugly win, then your head coach, Steve Sarkisian, Chris Del Conte, fans go into the mode of, but we're better now. And you better be resounding on Saturday. You better be, I don't want to say 57-7, but you better be really good. You don't play around with Oklahoma State, who's a 3-loss team. That's not going to help your cause. In that case, it wouldn't hurt you. Win if Florida State loses, you got a real strong case to jump in there. But even if you want to make that case that we're better than Florida State right now with their backup quarterback and we're healthy, that is another avenue for Texas, and that's where the politics come in.
Yeah, we need that team that showed up last week for Tech to show up against Oklahoma State and just put them in the dirt.
Yes.
And I mean, you come out, you win by 2, 3 scores, 4 scores, like that's going to make a statement, right? And I think that's what we need.
Well, and I think your point, Nick Shuley is with us, by the way. If you're just tuning in, thinking who's that voice, that's our friend Nick, of course, the president of the Austin Music Movement. He'll do the set list ATX later in the show. But Rod Baber's out dealing with the protocols. He's a COVID positive, unfortunately. So we're hoping the best for Rod. He had a pretty high fever on Monday, and I hope he can get back here in time to be a part of our pregame coverage and college football coverage of Big 12 weekend. Somebody says Arthur in Atlanta on the Horn app. Love the show every day. There are people thrilled that Dan Lanning throttled Coach Prime like he did at Oregon. He's ridden that wave ever since. This committee proves it too. That's a great point from Atlanta. Thank you, listening on the Horn app all over the country, keeping up with your Longhorns. I mean, that is a factor, and I do think you said it right that people got so swept up in the Deion mania and Colorado, which led to big early season Pac-12 matchups that were sexy. And we now know that Colorado's not any good. And yeah, that's why I say you can also blame a little bit Sonny Dykes and TCU, because they weren't ready to play in that game. I think they took Colorado lightly. And what were the stats on that? Sonny Dykes' team had like 23 missed tackles. I mean, they were just not physical and not ready to play. And they still only lost by 3 points in that game. But that lit the fuse on Colorado, which then led to the Pac-12 and they do have good quarterbacks. I mean, if Rod were sitting here, he would be arguing they do have real good quarterbacks. Bo Nix is a good player. Michael Penix might win the Heisman.
Yep.
That game Friday night might decide the Heisman Trophy, that Pac-12 championship, and that's not wrong. They do have, I mean, Shedeur Sanders is a good quarterback. Caleb Williams is a really good quarterback. So there's a lot to like about that. But as far as the perception, and to the text from Atlanta, when Oregon throttled Colorado, people were like, whoa, Oregon's really good, right? Not, oh, Colorado's really bad. And they had some good fortune early, and they kind of, played their way around some problems that are going to show up later. But that was pretty early in the year, right? That was October. And it's almost like when Oregon put that emphatic beat down on Colorado, people said, "Oh, wow, they're really good." Are
yeah,
they?
it's public perception, right? And like, who knows? I think, look, I'm not discrediting UW or Oregon, because I think they're good teams. Unless we forget, UW kicked the out of Texas in their bowl game last year. I was sat through that painful game. So
I was there.
Like they definitely, granted, we're a different team, they're a different team, and I think they got better and we got a lot better. But I think that look, it does matter, and that public perception shifted. That whole Deion mania, the marketing, the behind the Pac-12. At one point, they had, if I remember right, they had Oregon, UW, Colorado, Washington State, Oregon State, Utah, all ranked. So like they had five or six teams all ranked at one point. So it created this hype machine that we all got just fed each week by whoever it was, that this was the best conference in America, and it goes back to early seeding, early rankings, where it's carried through, where we're giving Oregon credit for top 25 wins against Colorado, and that's a 4-9 football team, and so it's frustrating. And the same thing with Michigan. I was looking at this, Michigan's first ranked game, welcome to the season, Michigan, on November 11th. They played Penn State. So they went through the whole year just flying with this hype machine again of being ranked number 2 to start the season, I believe, and then just continuing there, sitting there until they finally played Penn State.
Well, and that's agreed. I do think Michigan's really good, but at the same time,
yeah, and I'm not doubting they're good. Please know that.
I know what you're saying, but
Yeah.
it is perception. But when you lose a game, you bring perception in.
Correct.
Close out Oklahoma, and you're number 1 in the country right now.
Yeah, we have nobody to blame but ourselves on
if
that.
you win that game, and Quinn doesn't throw 2 early picks, and you don't give up the lead late, and whatever happened, Longhorns from that point were great in clutch situations at the goal line and clutch situations at the end in the fourth quarter. That was their one outlier this season. If you win that game, you're number 1. There's no debate. I mean, you're number 1 in the country right now, because you have that win over Alabama. You'd be undefeated. The win over Oklahoma was a big one. You'd be ahead of Georgia and Michigan, but you lost that game.
Yep.
And at the same time you were losing that game, Oregon was throttling Colorado, which thrust them forward. And is that fair? Is that the right way to do it? It just is. And again, I do think geography really matters here, because the Rose Bowl as a semifinal, very attractive to have a Pac-12-ish and a West Coast team as a part of that Rose Bowl. So one of the Washington, Oregon teams are getting in my mind.
As they should.
And Texas needs Florida State to lose, and they just do. And
Yeah.
that opens a spot. Hey, can we get to the headlines, trending topics? There are other pieces of news out there, but we appreciate everybody weighing in on the text line. But let's get to the other conversations. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. College football playoff rankings released last night. We're talking about them, so we won't go there. But we know that championship weekend is on tap. Now that we know where everybody's seated going into the final weekend, it will start on Friday night when Washington meets Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. Then on Saturday night, there's a triple header of important games. Georgia facing Alabama in the SEC championship game. That'll be in Atlanta. Michigan meets Iowa in the Big Ten championship game in Indianapolis. And Florida State plays 14th-ranked Louisville in Charlotte. That's a night game early in the day. Of course, the Longhorns get a chance to make their case. They'll face 18th-ranked Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship game in Arlington. 11 a.m. kick. 11-1 Longhorns will meet a 9-3 Cowboy team that stumbled into the season at 2-2, but have now won 7 of 8 to reach the title game for the second time in 3 years for Mike Gundy. Speaking of one of the Longhorn best, quite an honor yesterday for senior defensive lineman Tavondre Sweat, one of the 3 finalists. He was named yesterday for the 2023 Outland Trophy by the Football Writers Association of America. Outland Trophy awarded annually to the nation's top interior linemen. He's looking to join 3 other previous Longhorns who have won that award, but no Longhorns won that since 1977. The senior from Huntsville, also a semifinalist for the Bednarik Award and the Walter Camp Player of the Year Award. Congratulations to Longhorn volleyball star Madison Skinner, the outside hitter, named Big 12 Player of the Year yesterday after a vote of the league coaches. The junior from Katy joined on the first team All Big 12 squad by Asia O'Neal. Also, Ella Swindle landed on the all-rookie team in the Big 12. Longhorns are 22-4 overall, the number 2 seed in the NCAA Women's Volleyball Championship, which starts this weekend. All right there, Ty. Can we dive into Rod's rant without Rod? Because we're going to continue to rant, but we got to get the rant. We got to do that. Let's hit it.
And I'm not gonna take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've got it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, rant time. Somebody said, do you think all this chatter about the playoff will distract the Longhorns? I will give Steve Sarkisian a lot of credit. Steve Sarkisian has been very clear about this week's game and focusing only on that. As I said, if they win this game and get the victory, get to 12 wins and undefeated, that's when I think, because as I mentioned, the games that matter to Texas are all either Friday night or Saturday night. So by 2 in the afternoon, 2:30 in the afternoon, we'll know where Texas is. I'll be shocked if I don't see John Bianco, the SID at Texas, a long-time SID, lining up interviews for Sark all over college football to lobby for his team ahead of the games that are coming that night. You just got to plant the seeds. I understand Sark not doing it now. He's mentioned, I think we belong. Our win over Alabama stands up against anybody, blah, blah, blah. But he hasn't been adamant about it. But I think if the coach isn't, we can stay focused on this game. That would be my rant here, Nick. But the minute you win that game, you hit double zeros, or triple zeros, I should say, get out there. Get out there and make your case. When you're accepting the trophy, when you're doing interviews, get on some interviews because there won't be another real big game that kicks off until like 6:30 that night. You have a window there to say everything that the Twitter folks are saying, what you're saying, make the case. Make them keep you out at that point because now your entire resume is out there.
Yeah, and I think the case starts being made during the game. It's made on that field. I think you have to, and this is me based on nothing, I think you have to win that game by at least 3 scores. I think the eye test, maybe 2, like it's got to be 14, 17, 21 points. Yeah, 100%. I totally agree, Ty, because if you don't, then it just looks like it was a squeaker. Then it continues this whole rhetoric of, Texas has been squeaking by all year. They're good, but they're not that good. Like that's kind of what you hear in the public perception. And I think that's where the real lobbying starts. Because you come out, you beat them by 20-some points, you kick their butts. That's an easy press tour for Sark right there. You're like, we look at us right now. We just beat a team by 50. We just beat the other, the team in the Big 12 championship by 20-something. That's where your resume starts and that whole lobbying starts.
Yep, agreed. Put it on them and then talk about it. And, to get you in, it can't hurt, though. It cannot hurt. And I think for Sark, that would be his time to – and he's a good speaker, right? He would be able to plead for his team. Somebody says, does losing late not matter anymore? Ohio State ahead of us. We knew that was coming. Listen, there are people in Columbus and in the Big Ten who are saying, wait a second, we were number 2 last week in the country. We lost by 6 points on the road to Michigan. That's not a bad loss. We were right there with them. There was a couple of reviewed plays. We shouldn't drop too far, is what Ohio State is saying. But as I said, at this point, they lost late and they dropped 4 spots. And there are a lot of Buckeye fans that think that's too far. Same time, the minute Texas beats Oklahoma State, Texas will move back ahead of Ohio State because they're conference champions and their 12th win. Those are 2 data points Ohio State cannot accomplish this weekend. Somebody also said you were talking about the 12-team playoff next year. Wouldn't Texas at number 7 be playing number 6? Remember how next year's playoff works. This is a good way of educating. The 12-team playoff, which starts next year, the top 4 teams will be off. They'll get a bye. That's the incentive to play into the top 4, right? There is quite a reward there. It's like the old school NFL that you get the week off while everybody else has to play a game. As it stands right now, Georgia, Michigan, Washington, and Florida State would not play weekend 1. That would then go to the 6th-seeded team or the 5th-seeded team. They would play 12. So right now, Oregon. This is why this perception stuff matters. Oregon would be playing Tulane at Oregon. Because remember, the first round games of the 12-team playoff will be on campus.
Gosh,
of
why
the
can't
higher
this be this year?
On the campus of the higher seeded team. So Oregon would play Tulane. Ole Miss would play Ohio State and Columbus, 11-6. Texas would play Penn State here in Austin at DKR. So one more great home game. And then Alabama would play Missouri in an SEC tilt essentially, but that would be 8 versus 9. Winners of those games would then advance to the round of 8, essentially, right? That's why I've said the first round games are kind of play-in games, because at that point you're playing into the round of 8. Winner of the Alabama-Missouri game would play Georgia the way it would play out if you're seeding this year. So you might have an Alabama-Georgia second-round matchup. Oregon would likely beat Tulane. They'd play Florida State, who had the week off. Ohio State, if they beat Ole Miss, would then move and play Washington in a real good game in what they would call the Fiesta Bowl. And then if Texas were to beat Penn State here in Austin, they would advance to play Michigan in the round of 8. Winners then play, then you move to the Final Four and the championship.
Oh, I wish we had that this year.
I know, right?
That sounds fun, man. That game, that play-in game, is going to be so fun when you add a game. I mean, it's going to feel like the basketball tournament, right? It's going to. I mean, even though those are on neutral sites, I love this addition to that. Why isn't it here this year?
Yeah. Well, somebody said, who is Ohio State beaten though? Well, Notre Dame would be feather in the Ohio State cap. That was and Penn State.
Yeah, and they have a better loss than Texas. Like, let's be real here. Like, Oklahoma didn't do us any favors losing those games, and so Michigan being ranked where they are gives them a better loss.
That's fair. And Michigan being your only losses to the number 2 team in the country, something they might be the number 1 team in the country, even with all the scandal. Hey, I wanted to play this for you though, because I know you with the Clark Field Collective or Creative, I should say. That's changed the name. Also, the Texas One Fund. You've worked with Tavondre Sweat and a lot of the Longhorns. Can I play this for you? And I'll give credit to NBC. The local NBC affiliate reporter Noah Gross, he put this together. The media availability on Monday, after Sark does his 11 o'clock news conference, players are available and answer questions. He put together, over at KXAN, they put together this little montage of Tavondre Sweat one-liners. Listen to this, and you'll kind of get we know he's a really good player and a dominant player. Has improved more than maybe any player we've seen in this program in a long, long time. Here's Tavondre, a little list of about 45 seconds of one-liners that he had to say on Monday.
My real reason I came to Texas, I thought I was gonna get to meet KD. I still haven't met KD. I'll probably say Luke Combs, man. He get me going before the game. So once you come to UT, they got all the food you can eat. You know what I'm saying? So I took advantage. I seen a video on TikTok. It was a video of Flavor Flav with that big chain on, and I was like, I'm a big guy, so why not? Murphy, he's an explosive guy. He's short. I'm a little short dog right there. Nah, I'm just kidding. And I feel like it was pretty good, but now, it's kind of mid now. I've been eating that for 5 years. Yeah. I kind of know how he is up front, so we'll see.
All right, there you go. So he came to Texas not to play football, but he wanted to meet Kevin Durant. And you could probably arrange that, Tyler. Nick, you're
I actually, when I read that, I texted Royale Ivy and Kevin are best friends, and so I texted it to Roy. I was like, just a heads up. So we'll see if that makes its way through.
There you go. And of course, yeah, you're doing the Brotherhood podcast with those guys, Royale Ivy and DJ Augustine, and a new episode out this week.
Yeah, we should have one Sunday, pending Roy's schedule. So that's
Roy's
the hardest.
Busy guy. He's coaching with the Rockets.
It's the hardest part about doing. To do a podcast, you got to keep it regular, and with the NBA schedule, it's a little erratic. But we're making it work. I think we'll have it ready for Sunday. Hopefully.
They took that L last night.
Yeah, took that L.
Yeah,
Mavericks beat the Rockets. We'll get you the latest on that Mark
Thank
Cuban
goodness.
story, too. Mark Cuban is selling a big stake in the majority stake of the Mavericks. We'll get you details, but he's going to stay in control. It's a weird story that's come out. Not weird, but an unusual, unique situation for Mark Cuban, the Mavericks owner. Shark Tank is playing shark, I guess. And we now know the teams that are moved to the knockout round of the play-in tournament, the in-season tournament in the NBA. But as for Tavondre, he wanted to come play for KD. He wanted all the food he could eat. Luke Combs, the country stars, who gets him fired up. No, he's from Huntsville. He's Texas, man. Country music. That gets him going. And I hope he wins that trophy, man, that Outland Trophy. The last Longhorn to win it was 1977. I was 5 years old when Brad Shearer. Wow. So I can't claim to have seen him play. Before that, it was Tommy Nobis and Scott Appleton in 63 and 65. So big time. And you've been around him. What a great guy he is. Everything you just heard right there, that's just him.
He is incredible. He's the center of attention. The second he walks in, he is larger than life. Like the guy, literally, like he makes normal sized humans look really little. And but he is like just a personality. He walks into the room and every every charity we've worked with, like everyone just kind of gravitates towards him. So he is exactly that person.
And it is funny that he talked about Byron Murphy being the short dog. But those two are kind of like, you know, the odd couple. I mean, because Byron Murphy's the opposite. He's super intense,
super quiet,
super intense, like almost menacing, mean sometimes, but a nice person. Out of DeSoto, right? That he's always had that chip on his shoulder because he's short, right? He didn't want a high recruit because he's not tall enough. You know, sometimes you throw that on your shoulder, and those two are funny together because they're so important. And Sark has talked about how they're the ones that police the locker room.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that everything runs through them. Which has been a big part of this Texas football team. All right, Nick Shuley is hanging with us. We'll come back. Your thoughts on the playoff, your thoughts on the conversations we're having. Can the Longhorns get there? They need, as Ty said to start the show, get online and order your Louisville gear. Got to be big Louisville fans this weekend. And we'll get into that game, and is it possible? What are the ways Louisville can win that game, and how vulnerable is Florida State? And also, obviously, the Longhorn game, getting ready for Oklahoma State coming Saturday. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Nick Shuley hanging out.
1260, The Horn.
Hey, coming up for the top of the hour, it'll be bullish or BS. And there's a developing theory surrounding Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, that I'll ask Nick and Ty and you folks if you're bullish or BS. But we'll preface that with this news story that dropped overnight that Mark Cuban, who earlier in the week, because it was weird that I saw this headline when I woke up, started prepping for the show, and I had seen earlier in the week that he is leaving Shark Tank, that Mark Cuban is leaving the show, right? Very popular show on ABC, longtime Shark Tank host, and has gotten involved in a lot of Shark Tank deals, right? So that drops, and then this comes in overnight that according to Shams Charania, is that how I say his last name? Charania? He's the dude, right? He's the Adam Schefter of the NBA. Knows everything. He's theathletic.com. Always breaking news. Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, according to Shams, has agreed to sell a majority stake of the team to the widow of the Las Vegas casino mogul Sheldon Adelson. Sheldon Adelson, Las Vegas Sands Corporation, they own a bunch of casinos and a lot on the Strip. So Miriam Adelson, his widow, sold $2 billion worth of stock in the Sands Corp in order to facilitate purchasing the deal, and purchasing that according to Bloomberg. So she cashed in a bunch of chips, essentially, and she's going to buy a majority ownership. Now, Cuban, according to the numbers, the valuation of the Mavericks is $3.5 billion. He bought it for $285 million, by the way, 23 years ago. So he's going to sell, but under the unique situation, Mark Cuban is going to retain operational control. He will also retain a strong stake in the team, but the majority stake will be sold to the widow of the casino mogul. Make sense?
Yeah, I guess.
I guess. Well, that'll lead to a bullish or BS question coming up before the top of the hour, because some people are throwing theories of what's up with Mark Cuban. And we'll have some fun with that coming up and a debate. But by the way, the Mavericks did beat the Rockets last night. Luka Doncic 41. The Rockets have had a chance to play into that knockout round of the in-season tournament, but that loss knocked them out. And so it'll be the Suns and Lakers. It'll be the Bucks playing the Knicks. It'll be the Celtics and Indiana playing, and then New Orleans and Sacramento starting next Monday and Tuesday in that play-in tournament. They've gotten through group stage. They're now to the knockout round. Do you like the floors? They're doing with the crazy, funky floor designs. Kind of gives you a headache a little bit.
It looks really odd on TV.
It does.
I will say it was fun to watch Luka drop 41 on Dylan Brooks. Don't tell Royale I said that, but yeah, he's I love watching him, man. The Mavs are my squad, so it is what it is.
Well, then we'll talk about that Mark Cuban story coming. I wanted to play this though. In Rod's rant, I intended to get to this, but we talked a lot. Did you go to the game Friday? Were you at the game?
Yes, yeah, I was.
Are you one that says it was among your favorite all-time experiences at a DKR?
I think like fan experience wise, yeah. I mean, I think obviously there's been some games though that stick out in my mind a little more than the Texas versus Tech game. But as far as fan experience, it's a whole other. They have just crushed it. Like CDC, Drew Martin, everybody have done an amazing job.
Well, it's amazing. I've friends of mine that have went to school in the '80s and hundreds of games, and Mike Craven, my partner on the Eyes on Texas podcast, who we recorded last night. He grew up. His grandfather was the longtime team doctor, Dr. Craven, for Texas, and he's been going to UT games since he's 4 years old. And he said, "Man, it's a whole new environment, and it's unbelievable." And Sark has talked about how that helps his team, and it does. Can I play you this now? This is what makes college football great. I mean, college football playoff committee and why Oregon's ahead of Texas, and Bo Nix's completion percentage and whatever. That's frustrating. But one of the elements of college football that makes it so special is its history and the passing down of generations of the game. But this was cool because I don't think there's any doubt that when a fan experiences like that and the crowd's into it, it elevates the team. That's why Texas has longed. Remember when Mac Brown came in and said, "Come early,
be loud, stay late."
I mean, he's orange. He's actually like begging fans.
Yeah,
it's like a plea. Please come early. Please be loud. Please wear orange. Because we have a pretty apathetic crowd. Well, obviously that's changed, and now there's a product on the field that backs it up. But this is not Texas related. But this story will give you some chills here. So Joel Klatt, Fox's lead color analyst on college football, did the Michigan-Ohio State game last week. And if you saw the game, it was a tough and tight game. And then Michigan's arguably their best player, Zach Zinter, the right guard, who's been there, made 30-some starts. He's the anchor of that team. He got hurt. He didn't just get hurt. He broke his leg. It was a really ugly injury. It's one of those that they didn't show again on Fox. The guy saw it during the break. And here is Well, Joel Klatt, of course, played quarterback at Colorado, and this is pretty cool. Him telling the story of what went on in that stadium that maybe we weren't able to see on television.
So Zach Zinter, number 65, the guard from Michigan. We knew he pretty clearly broke his leg.
Got his knee rolled up on, folks, and we're not going to show it to you.
The players that saw him immediately, like on the ground, they knew it. And the air leaves the building. And it is quiet. You can hear a pin drop. And there's a lot of emotion from his teammates. There was just an outpouring of emotion. Keegan, and this is in a commercial break, was hitting the ground with his helmet, crying. And then something happened that I've never experienced before, calling games. Never experienced it before. Through my headset, I have my headset on during the timeout. And it's hard to hear the crowd unless like the sound from the game is happening. Even though my headset's on, I hear the stadium start to come alive. They're pumping up the aircast. The team is devastated. And the big house starts chanting. If I get emotional, I'm sorry. Let's go, Zach. Let's go, Zach. Let's go, Zach. Let's go, Zach. And it's not just one section. It's not just one area. It was the whole stadium. And it was loud. It was so loud, I took my headset off to hear it. And I was blown away. I've never heard a stadium that loud in a commercial break, ever. This was completely human element driven. No music, no band, no PA announcer. And the Michigan fans just start chanting for him. And now the players are like galvanized. And so now all of a sudden his team is like, all right, let's go do this for 65. Zach Zinter. What happens on the next play?
First down and 10 to the 22. Corum dancing. Corum breaks a tackle to the end zone. Blake the Great, touchdown, Wolverines. 22 yards.
And what a huge touchdown, flashing the 6'5" for his offensive lineman, Zach Zinter, who was just carted off the field. It was incredible. I've never seen anything like it in my career.
Pretty cool.
Awesome.
That was great. It makes college football and sports in general great because you get to be around the players more than most of our audience and me with your work in the NIL space and Clark Field Creative. But that was heartfelt. That was genuine. That was real. And of course, the emotion of that leads to a game-clinching touchdown. Arguably, Ohio State's defense was pretty darn good. They contained Blake Corum most of the game, and he breaks free and scores a long touchdown right after their best player goes down.
Yeah, and it's a thing we lose a lot, I think, in watching these games of like these are kids. They're kids. They're human beings with dreams, and we saw it. I mean, it broke me up to watch what happened to Jonathan Brooks and even like with Jordan Travis. Wait, is that right?
From the Florida State quarterback.
Florida State quarterback, like kids like that are just having these incredible seasons. I mean, like Zinter is going to be a draft pick. Like these are kids with dreams in their lives and things like that. And so it's hard to watch. And so, and it's cool to see. I love Joel Klatt, man. He's awesome. And like, he really humanizes, I think, college football for me a lot. And it's just cool. That's just such a neat story.
That's cool. And so you as fans know that you have an impact on things like that. That was pretty cool. And I think a lot of Longhorn fans got to experience that Friday night with just the Arch Manning thing helped because a lot of people were going to leave, but then Arch Manning came in and it reinvigorated the fan base, and everybody stayed. And one of the things I kept being told is, I don't think I've ever stayed at a game afterwards. Like, sing the Eyes of Texas and leave, but no one wanted to leave. No one wanted to go home. It was like, that was awesome. Of course, they played the Ormark thing to get everybody fired up. I mean, it was well done. But that was the good side, like just the fun side and the nostalgia side. This was real, human, genuine emotion, that helped that Michigan football team and helped bring them together. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and they've crushed it on that in-game experience. Like, I don't know exactly who's in charge. I think it's, Drew Martin and his squad, and they just do such an incredible job. And we talked about it. We've had so many people move to Austin that to me, like Texas football is starting to become like Austin City Limits Fest, where there's a lot of people that don't even really care, don't even like music that much, but they go just because everyone's there. And I think Texas games have turned into that. You look at the cheap. I was looking at tickets the day before, and the cheapest ticket was like 300 something. And it's because it's become kind of the thing to do. And I think what Texas has done is really do a good job of drawing in these people who are like, yeah, I'm actually a UCLA fan, or I moved here from LA or wherever, and I didn't really have a team, but I'm in Austin, so I want to be a Texas fan. And what these experiences have done is turned it into such an event that I think they've made it to where these people are becoming Texas fans, and we're getting more fans. And I know that it frustrates some of the Texas fans to be like, you don't get the tradition. And
Well,
it's
look,
like,
I mean,
well, that's how it happens. Like
right,
they become
that's
indoctrinated.
That's how you build it, right? And
Yep.
that's the fact that the football team is backing it up on the field helps a lot too. But you're right. I mean, Chris Del Conte, I had him on our show for one of his first interviews, and he talked about how they had built that at TCU, and he came here and was surprised. Nothing about our game day experience looks like Austin. There's no music. There's no food trucks. There's no festival of Texas football. Why not? Now, why don't we do that?
Yep.
And now it is. It looks like Austin. If you come from out of town and you go to a game, you don't have to go anywhere else in Austin, but you feel like you had an Austin experience. And then you go to a football game, which is pretty cool. And there's nothing wrong with bringing the two together. All right, we'll come back, and this is our text line. Stop the sappy Michigan crap, E. This one says chills. So, yes, I mean, you get a little bit of both. I get it right there. I grew up a Ohio State fan.
I got a little emotional during that. Almost brought a tear to my eye.
Yeah, me too. He's a kid. He's a kid.
Well, not only is he a kid, Zach Zinter could have gone to the NFL last year.
Mm-hmm.
Came back to win a national championship because they were in the Final Four a year ago. And he's been the galvanizing force. He could have gone to the NFL and made a lot of money last year. He's that good.
In that moment, take off their uniform and think about that as a 20-year-old kid.
Who gave up a lot to come back, and now in the biggest game of the year, he goes down for an injury that could cost him. It's cost him a lot of money down the road because he's the draft's in April. He just compound fracture of his leg. That's not going to heal.
The Ohio State fans were cheering, and that shows you there's so much hatred there. So for them to cheer, like, it just shows you like it's a kid.
Good stuff. Coming back, bullish or BS, including a provocative question involving the Mavericks owner who's selling his team. Details coming on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Nick Schuler.
Up 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
All right, bullish or BS time on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B, but no Rod B. We're bullish on Rod getting better and getting back in here just as soon as he can. Nick Shuley is here. Good stuff with Nick, as always. Nick will also have Setlist ATX next hour. You've also lined up an interview, a conversation with Alex Okafor.
That's correct.
Lifetime Longhorn. Nice job by you. And I'll talk some football with Alex. Behind the burnt orange curtain next hour, we'll hear from Sark and Mike Gundy as we fully begin to zero in and focus on the big game Saturday, Texas and Oklahoma State. Of course, Mike Gundy 7-3 in his last 10 matchups with the Longhorns, but heavy underdogs here. That's hardly mattered in the past. We'll also get back into the college football playoff debates and the frustrations of Longhorn fans with this committee and one Boo Corrigan. But bullish or BS? I am bullish. You just heard the little mention there. Our coverage of the Big 12 championship game, best you're going to find anywhere. I promise you, we're partnering with our friends at Inside Texas, Bobby Burton, Jerry Hamilton, and that whole team. I will be broadcasting live with those guys on Friday afternoon at Terry Black's Barbecue in downtown Dallas, Deep Ellum, South Main Street, over in East Dallas. But easy to get to, great spot, good, easy parking, such good food, and we'll just be talking Texas football and getting ready for the game. We did the same thing for the Texas OU game, but this one for the Big 12 championship game. So Terry Black's Barbecue. Also on Saturday morning, I'm going to be at a place called Jay Gilligan's in Arlington, right downtown old Arlington there. I told you Jay Gilligan's is a spot where you can go and hang out in the morning and join us for the pregame, but then shuttle to the game. They shuttle hundreds of people every, the owner told me thousands for the Cowboys game on Thanksgiving. Gather there, head over, they'll bring you back in the shuttle, and you leave your car there in downtown. So that's a great spot. So we'll be there 8 to 11. Also want to thank our two big partners here, our friends at Hayes City Store and Ice House, Travis Tyndall and his team. Also Taste on Main, their great new restaurant in downtown Buda, a little higher end, steaks and seafood, and the Raw Bar, amazing food. Both places, also One Source Gas. My buddy Richard Strever and his team helping us up there as our presenting partner of our Big 12 championship coverage all week and on Saturday and Friday. Okay, so bullish or BS, Nick? Here's interesting. We just mentioned what's going on with the Mavericks. Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban is selling the majority stake of his team, but he will remain in control of the team. He's quit Shark Tank, which are leading people to ask what is going on with Mark Cuban. There is now a growing belief, or at least a conspiracy tie, that your owner, Mark Cuban, is planning a run for president.
Yeah.
Bullish or BS?
I've seen that come through a few times on the text line. I could be bullish on that, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it does seem like an environment, and this isn't a political show, so we won't get political, but, you've got a president in Joe Biden who's, up there in years, and there's a lot even on the Democratic Party that wonder if he's the right candidate for right now. You've got, obviously, Donald Trump under indictment and trials right now. If you're going to get in as either an independent or just Mark Cuban, would you be bullish on that? Let me say this. I don't care if you would vote for him or where you would be politically, Nick. Do you think there's a possibility this is true?
I do. Like, usually when you see somebody make moves like that, there's something going on. So it's alluding to something. I don't know if that is presidential.
He's lining things up for a reason.
Yeah. He's getting some free time in there.
Well, and selling, remember he bought the Mavericks for $285 million. This deal with the Adelson family and the Sands Casino will net him, $2.5–3 billion. You could use that towards financing a presidential campaign.
That would help.
And you still get to run the Mavericks.
I mean, that's the best of both worlds for him.
So we could have a guy running president. We had a president who came from The Apprentice. We may have a guy running for president who came from Shark Tank in the NBA.
That's our world. Reality is now the springboard to the president.
Celebrity presidents. Here we go. Keep an eye on that. That's not official. We're not reporting that here on the Horn. We are telling you that is out there, and Mark Cuban making moves on bullish or BS. We'll take your thoughts on that. Would you be bullish, and is there any smoke to that fire? We'll get some more bullish or BS coming up, including the transfer portal opening on Monday. How bullish will that be? Longhorns getting ready for Oak State, college football playoff rankings, and the Behind the BOC coming. It's all part of a Wednesday on Hook 'em Up.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take overdub. 5. Double dub.
Hear from Jarrett. Conversation coming on the text line 512-447-3776 on the Mark Cuban rumors. This is Sheldon Adelson's widow. Also, Adelson's a big political donor. It says some here in Dallas listening on the apps think Mark Cuban may be sick. Let's hope that's not true. This says, guys, 105.3 The Fan here in Dallas, speculating the Cuban is trying to acquire a casino. And this would be an ideal avenue. Possible. Somebody said Mark Cuban getting gambling passed in Texas and we'll have the first casino. The rich get richer. Listen, I would like to see legal gambling in the state of Texas, but until I see something change from the state capital, don't hold your breath. Should it be legalized? Should marijuana be legalized in the state? Yes, but why? Well, everybody can have their opinion on that. My opinion is it's very lucrative and tax-based and everything we talk about, but I see no, in this state, and with that governing situation, probably not. But if anybody can push it, it's Mark Cuban, Jerry Jones, Tillman Fertitta. I don't think there aren't power brokers in this state who have pushed for it a lot. The Adelsons, of course, right? The Sands family, big time. Now Mark Cuban is selling a part of the Mavericks to that family. Jerry Jones, is set up and ready to go the minute that they pass it to go, make more money. And then Tillman Fertitta, of course, down in Houston. He comes from the whole casino family of Fertittas and up in Vegas. So, yes, but the fact that it got no momentum this past legislative session would tell you where it is in this state. But we'll keep an eye on that. There is the scuttlebutt that maybe Mark Cuban is planning some type of presidential run as he makes moves, quitting Shark Tank and selling his team and everything that's going on. He's doing something for a reason, and let's hope it's at least a positive reason like that, not that something bad is happening. Because those are the things you think about, Nick. You think about scandals. Maybe there's a scandal. He needs to get out. Maybe there's a health issue, or he wants to run for president, which does feel like might be good timing for that here with the election next fall. Hey, so Nick Shuley is with us. Rod Babers is out in the protocols, and hope he's back as soon as he can. And feeling better, going through the steps it takes. But Nick Shuley from the Austin Music Movement, of course, he's the president. He's the man in the know in Austin. Also the Clark Field Creative, working in the NIL space with Texas One Fund, and the host of a great podcast. If you love Longhorn basketball, you need to be listening for every time a new one drops, called The Brotherhood with DJ Augustine and Royale Ivy. And I know you've talked to several of the current UT players, this young team that's 5-1 for Rodney Terry. And I want to play something that Rodney Terry said yesterday that relates to the football team that I think is pretty cool. But what are your early thoughts on this basketball team there, Nick?
Yeah, it's kind of what I said from the start. Like this whole transfer portal era has changed a lot of college basketball, obviously. But I think it's, the part you don't think about is these teams gelling. And I think the nice thing for Texas is that they've got a little bit softer schedule at the start of the year to try to figure out how to play together. I think we saw it in the first year under Beard where those guys were figuring out how to play together. And then the second year under Beard, they really gelled. And I think this team's going to come together a little bit faster just because we have some older guys in there and some guys that have been there for a minute. But I like what I see. I think obviously getting Dessou back will be a game changer. But just watching Caden Shedrick play against Louisville and, have 27 points in 27 minutes and see how athletic he is and really see what that kid can do, that he obviously nothing against Virginia, but they're a defensive team, and now letting that kid go, and then Dylan Mitchell really showing up in the UConn game. There's some great stuff.
Texas will play Texas State tomorrow night, and then they're going to play a big game with Marquette
Shaka Smart
next Wednesday, 1 week from today in Milwaukee, I believe, or on campus at Marquette. Now, you on the Brotherhood podcast, you and DJ and Royal talked to Caden Shedrick. Seems like a sharp kid coming from Virginia. What's the fear of the long-term injury issue with his shoulder? I know I know they're going to be careful with him. Is he worried about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think like he's still getting treatment on it as far as I know, and that's kind of what he alluded to, and that's obviously why he sat out that UConn game. I was a little worried about him after the Louisville game. He was getting banged up pretty hard, but he, I think it's something that's lingering. He said he sat out workouts pretty much the whole summer just because of the injury. So, getting him back healthy is key, and same thing with Dessou. And I think they're taking their time, and things really heat up in January once that Big 12 schedule's nasty. There's the Baylor looks incredible. Kansas looks incredible, and Houston's very good. So it's going to be a tough conference, and we're kind of going from the frying pan to the fire too, going into the SEC as well. So it's I like where the program's headed though. Coach Terry's awesome, and he's got that. He's got some great things happening and getting huge recruits, and so the future looks bright.
It does. Well, speaking of recruiting, we'll get back into that transfer portal. As we told you, the dates are going to come fast here, folks. I mean, Big 12 championship game on Saturday, and then Sunday morning you'll find out Final Four and where Texas is going bowling. Is it a semifinal matchup? We'll get back into that debate. But also then Monday the transfer portal opens officially, but the flirting period has already begun. We know that. Report that Max Johnson, the A&M quarterback, is going to transfer to North Carolina with play for Mac Brown. And one of the hot names, and you mentioned this to me before we get to our top stories and headlines, Nick, is your family is big Washington State fans out in Pullman.
Yep, that's where my parents met.
You said your grandfather's a farmer out there in Pullman?
My uncle is. He has a big farm. My uncle and my cousin both have farms out there.
In Pullman, middle of nowhere, beautiful country though.
Yeah, it makes College Station look like New York City.
Apparently, again, there's Twitter speculation that their quarterback at Washington, Cam Ward, who's a Texas kid, has already gotten upwards of 10 offers, 7-figure offers, which you're not supposed to tamper, but there's no one policing. It's like steroids in the 90s and 80s and 90s in baseball. No one seems to care. But Cam Ward is a hot commodity. Might be the hottest quarterback commodity on the market. Malik Murphy will be a hot quarterback commodity come Monday. And this is what Texas has and Sark has to get his head around. I think he does. He doesn't want to focus on anything but Oklahoma State right now. There'll be suitors for Malik Murphy. And if you're Malik Murphy, what if the Longhorns do make the Final Four? And your quarterback, but Malik Murphy's got to say, well, I stayed for the season, coach, but, this carousel's starting, and I need to take advantage of my opportunity. Could we see a situation, and I think Longhorn fans should be ready for it. If it's just a bowl game, like I shouldn't say just a bowl game, but if it's a New Year's 6-1, Cotton Bowl, Fiesta Bowl situation, you can expect a lot of Longhorns to be seeking the portal, and not for terrible reasons, just because the depth chart's getting so talented. And if you're Malik Murphy as the example, I would look at the running back room. The running back room, Jonathan Brooks will be back next year. C.J. Baxter's a 5-star. They got 2 other, 4 or 5-star kids coming in. The kid from Scottsdale, Arizona, also the kid from IMG Academy. These, so if you're a Jaden Blue or you're one of these, I'm not, putting anybody's name out there. I'm just saying, it's getting crowded, and that's credit to Sark and the staff for recruiting at an extremely high level. But do you wait around for the bowl games? Now, if you're in the Final Four, maybe changes your thought on that. But get ready for Monday.
Yeah, these are good problems to have, right? It's something that we want. We want to be the team that has all these players that transfer, that have coaches that are getting looked at by other people, and it's part of success. And so I think it's something we want to have, but it's also something we're going to face. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting this year. I think we've got a lot of good talent that we don't want to lose, but that obviously for their own intents and purposes should probably look around too. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. And as for Cam Ward, that's such a cool story. Here's a story on Cam Ward. He's the Washington State quarterback who played great this year, and your family got to see him. He's from Cleveland, Texas. He's from East Texas, not far from where Tavondre Sweat's from. But in high school, he ran option football. He never threw. He was just a great athlete, and he never threw the ball, Cam Ward. He went to Incarnate Word, where they were just recruiting a great athlete, and discovered, oh, wait, he can really throw. Like, they never asked him to throw in high school. All of a sudden, he's ripping it, and now he's at Incarnate Word setting records, and the Incarnate Word offensive coordinator gets the offensive coordinator job at Washington State, and he plucks him and takes him with him. And now Cam Ward has a chance to be the hot commodity on the portal market because it's, oh, wait, this kid can throw. He can really rip it. He's a good player.
Yep, and yeah, I mean, it's another conference situation, right? Like the Cougs, Washington State's gonna probably end up, I think, in the Mountain West, along with Oregon State. They were kind of left out of that, and obviously that's gonna harvest their roster. And talking to my cousin, I think it's they're a little fearful of what's gonna happen to the roster and everything.
Well, if you're a team that achieved at a high level, like think about Duke, right? You don't think Mike Elko is going to try to poach some guys from his old team? down in Texas. I mean, you just do. You know that roster. You know guys that can play and help you in spots you have. But, yeah, Washington State and then Oregon State are on the outside looking in. They're going to join the Mountain West. Players that performed well, they're going to be, let's just where we're at. You can hate it all you want, but it is where it's at right now. There still needs to be some guardrails and some oversight, but until it's there, it's going to be crazy come Monday, and it's already getting that way. Hey, let's get to the other headlines, though, trending topics, including that Mark Cuban story. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. The Longhorns still ranked 7th in the college football playoff rankings. Another week at number 7. As far as the changes with the penultimate release last night, Georgia still number 1, Michigan up to 2 after beating Ohio State, Washington unbeaten in 3rd, Florida State unbeaten in 4th. Oregon remains the highest ranked one-loss team at 5. Ohio State slips to 6, Texas at 7, Alabama at 8. Final pieces of the puzzle we played starting Friday night. Washington meets Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. Also, the Heisman Trophy could be cited in that game between Bo Nix and Michael Penix. On Saturday night, triple header, Georgia facing Alabama in the SEC. Michigan meets Iowa in the Big Ten. In Indianapolis, Florida State will play Louisville in Charlotte. Earlier in the day, of course, on Saturday, the Longhorns will make their final case when they take on 18th-ranked Oak State in the Big 12 championship game in Arlington. Longhorns 11-1, Cowboys 9-3. Team that stumbled into the season at 2-2, but have won 7 of their last 8 to reach the title game for the second time in 3 years. Honors for one of the best Longhorns yesterday. Senior defensive lineman Tavondre Sweat named one of the 3 finalists for the 2023 Outland Trophy by the Football Writers Association of America. That trophy and that announcement will be announced for the 78th Outland during the Home Depot College Football Awards next week. Senior from Hyattsville, also a semifinalist for the Chuck Bednarik Award and the Walter Camp Player of the Year Award. Congratulations to the Longhorn Volleyball junior outside hitter Madison Skinner. She was named Big 12 Conference Player of the Year yesterday after a vote of league coaches. Texas Volleyball will head into the NCAA Women's Volleyball Tournament and Championships, which starts this weekend. They're 22-4. They're a number 2 overall seed. And NBA, major developing story out of Dallas, according to Shams Charania of The Athletic. Mavericks owner Mark Cuban has agreed to sell a majority stake of the team to the widow of a Las Vegas casino mogul. Cuban will reportedly sell a large portion of his stake at a valuation of $3.5 billion, but will maintain full control of basketball ops. Miriam Adelson, the widow to Sheldon Adelson, sold $2 billion worth of stock in the Las Vegas Sands Corporation on Tuesday, according to Bloomberg. That will facilitate the purchase. Cuban's been a majority owner of the Mavericks since 2000. He is expected to retain operational control in the unusual agreement. He will also retain a strong stake in the team. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain, bottom of the hour, and hear from Steve Sarkisian and Mike Gundy. As we are talking college football playoff and portals, we're not losing focus, folks, on the big game on Saturday. Longhorns haven't been there in 5 years. They've only been there 7 times all time. We will not overlook the game on Saturday morning. It's fairly important as an understatement. Can we hear from Boo, though? Boo Corrigan? Got to hear from Boo. This will get your dander raised. Consider this, and let me give Reese Davis some credit. Reese Davis is ESPN talking to Boo. He asked exactly the right question, so I don't have to set it up. Texas has a better resume than Oregon as a one-loss team. We always call it the one-loss beauty pageant. Once you lose a game, because if you can stay undefeated and you're in a Power 5 conference, you're going to make the playoff, even at 4. I mean, it's just unless, if Texas had won, if there were 5, I don't know what they would do. They'd have to pick one that would be out. But if you win your games and are undefeated, like Michigan, like Georgia, like Washington, like Florida State, you put yourself in a position of control. If you win, you're going to be in. There may be a case against Florida State, and we'll talk about that, but that's just the way it works. So Texas lost a game, and so that's their fault. And they lost a game that they had every opportunity to win against Oklahoma, and they did not. But that puts you into what I like to call the one-loss beauty pageant. So that should matter, right? The resume and the data points and the facts should actually matter. And this week, a lot of Longhorn fans, for weeks now, Texas fans have been saying Texas should be ahead of Oregon for on-field performance. Better win against Alabama, strength of schedule, all those things. And then Friday and this weekend, it takes a new turn where they now have a common opponent. Texas beat Texas Tech by 50. Oregon beat Texas Tech in Lubbock in a one-score game that was really close until a late turnover for a touchdown that made it 38-30, but it was 31-30 late into that game. So now you have a common opponent that you can go with, but still not enough. Here is Boo Corrigan with Reese Davis of why Oregon remains at 5 and Texas remains at 7.
Looking at the one-loss teams, the highest-ranked one-loss team continues to be Oregon. Now Ohio State has slid in there ahead of Texas. But Texas has a strength of schedule that's about 40-plus spots better than Oregon's. They have more wins against ranked teams by your rankings than do the Ducks. Why is Oregon ahead of Texas?
Yeah, Oregon has continued to dominate. Obviously, the loss to Washington early in the year, 36-33, coming out of last week, in the way they played an Oregon State team that we really respect as a group, held them to 7 points as opposed to 34, which they have averaged on the year. And, the season Bo Nix is having 78% completion percentage. They just continue to impress the committee with both the offense and the defense.
What consideration was given to the common opponent that those two have? Texas beat Texas Tech by 50, and Oregon beat them by 1 possession.
Yeah, we look at everything, as we've talked about each week that we've been here. We're not relying on one single data point, one single game. We're looking at, we're through 13 weeks right now and making sure that as we do go through it, we are comparing everything.
All right. Well, okay, Boo, you didn't answer the question A because he asked you specifically, what did you take that into consideration? I'm thinking saying yes, but you could have addressed it. Same time, if you're considering every data point, Texas beats Oregon on every data point. Am I wrong about this? I'm looking at numbers. I can look at a spreadsheet. Every number favors Texas. If you're asking me, as your local radio host in the morning, to make it make sense, all I can say to you, Nick, because I know you're over there fuming about listening to Boo.
I was trying not to make noises while he talked.
I will go straight to the College Football Playoff website. They have the committee has its own website that kind of their mission statement, what they're charged with doing. They rank the top 25 teams and then assign the top 4 to semifinal sites. They create competitive matchups. Also among their responsibilities, point 5, consider geography. So if you're looking for my reason of making it make sense of why Oregon continues to be ahead of Texas, geography. We do know that the Rose Bowl and the Sugar Bowl are the semifinal sites. If you don't think the political parts of a Pac-12 team, either Washington or an current Pac-12 team, soon to be Big Ten, Washington or Oregon, playing Michigan in the Rose Bowl is not part of this, I think you're crazy. The Rose Bowl has a lot of power within college football because of its history and tradition. Texas would like to be in the Rose Bowl, but you don't think there is some sway. And you also said this accurately, Nick Shuley, that when Colorado got off to the hot start and they were the frenzy of college athletics, the same time Texas took a loss to Oklahoma, Oregon beat Colorado by 100. Ran them off the field.
Yep.
Month of October. Since that point, Oregon has been perceived to be the better team because people still thought Colorado was good at that point. That Deion Sanders was this miracle worker in Boulder, and Oregon blew their doors off. So it's almost like that perception sets in. Bo Nick, game day went for the Washington game, and it was a really good football game, 36-30, as he mentioned. And from that point on, there's just been this perception that Oregon's better than Texas and is a more complete football team. And let's also add that Texas had to survive a couple of games that they shouldn't have been that close with Houston and TCU. They also give up 1-2 games, including K-State, who's number 25 in this ranking, with a backup quarterback, which should favor Texas. But I just think Texas is climbing that uphill battle of perception and consider geography, which is one of their charges.
Yeah, I would like to see how Oregon would do without Bo Nix for 2 games, or losing their starting tailback that's a Doak Walker finalist. I think these are the pieces of quote facts that are getting lost in this. And I researched what Boo said, because Boo, to his credit, is giving a lot of credit to this this masterful Oregon State team that has dominated San Jose State, UC Davis, San Diego State, lost to Washington State. Props to them. The mighty Utah they beat, as well as they played Cal, UCLA. They lost to Arizona. They lost to, their biggest win was losing to Washington by 2. So that's what they're getting credit for. And it's once again this perception. And if you look at Oregon's results on their page, it lists what the teams they beat were ranked when they played them, as opposed to where they are now. Number 19, Colorado. That's a big win for them.
Well, look, don't.
And I think a Pac-12 team should get in. Mind you that. I just don't. If it comes down to Washington, or if it comes down to us versus them, like I don't even think there's an argument for Oregon versus Texas, just because Texas, everything proves factually that they are better and they have done more.
Well, as this text on our text line says accurately, boo, we look at everything but consider nothing.
Yeah, look at everything is a very political answer. It means we've analyzed everything.
Leave us alone.
Yep.
I think geography is huge here. I think this is geography based, and I think there's politics at large. And you would think Texas would have some sway in the political side. This is where I'm arguing that Sark needs, if they win Saturday, if they handle their business, he needs to go to work, and so does CDC, and really start lobbying for this team and make all the points that everyone are accurately making. Because I don't think you're going to win out against the Pac-12 winner. I think that's a play-in game. I think it's done.
And it should be.
I think Oregon, Washington winner's in. I think Georgia, and I said this earlier, and I believe it. I believe the Georgia-Alabama winner's in. And this is why the 8th seed Alabama still has a chance, because if they knock off number 1, I think they're going to be the SEC representative. I don't know if they're going to be 1, 2, 3, or 4, but I think they'll be in at that point. And because they will then take the mantle of the best win of the year. Texas will own the second best win of the year, and now all of a sudden Texas has a strong argument, even if Florida State wins, to say, wait a second, we have our starting quarterback, Jordan Travis, is out. Your job, and it says it on your website, your charter, pick the best 4 teams now. You're not looking for the most accomplished team with the best resume all year. You're looking to set up the best 2 matchups for the semifinals. That's your goal. And if the TV networks have anything to do with it, which they do you think the TV networks want to see Georgia play Jordan Travis, or a backed up quarterback? Who wants to watch that on New Year's Eve, right?
It's going to be TCU Michigan all over again.
Well, TCU Michigan was a great game.
I'm sorry.
TCU Georgia.
TCU Georgia. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, was it?
That was in the championship game.
Yeah. Sorry. That's
last year's semifinal games were unbelievable.
Yeah, that's right. Those were the fun ones.
That was the best day of college football in the last
incredible.
10 years, when you had TCU and Michigan in that crazy game, and then Georgia Ohio State. Obviously the championship game was a throttling by Georgia over TCU, but that all plays into into a factor, I believe. But at the same time, at the end of the day, just root for Louisville.
We have to. We need to win. We need to win. The biggest thing is we need to win, and we need to hope Louisville loses.
Well, the simplest explanation is there are 5 Power 5 teams this year. There are 4 spots, and right now you need one of those Power 4 teams to drop. You just do. I don't think whoever wins the Pac-12 is the winner's in. The same with I believe in the SEC. I do believe, for those asking if Alabama beats Georgia, I think Texas would move up and stay ahead of Georgia come Sunday morning. I really believe that. Well, because that would give the Alabama win would be the trump card. The Alabama win would then matter more because Alabama beat Georgia.
But they're already showing that doesn't matter, is what scares me.
But I think at that point it would.
Showing that Ohio State and Oregon are above us still right now shows me that they're disrespecting that loss.
I could be dead wrong on this, and I'll apologize on Monday, but I don't think there'll be 2 teams from any conference in this Final Four. This is going to be every conference will have a team.
I hope you're right.
And one conference will get screwed, whether it's the ACC or whether it's the Big 12. One of those teams is going to be left out. Texas needs that spot to open. Because I don't think there's no chance Michigan loses to Iowa. And if the SEC and the Pac-12 are playing games, you need that 4th spot. And that 4th spot is Louisville. You either have to make the case against a backup quarterback, or you need them to lose.
Yeah, you can't leave out a Big 12/ACC. Like, you
Agreed.
cannot leave out the winner. That's irresponsible.
Especially if ACC is 13-0 or 13-0 and a conference champion. Texas 12-1 as a conference champion. Agree 100%. All right, we'll come back. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll hear from Rodney Terry. You mentioned the basketball. He has used a football play of this year to fire up his basketball team. Show what it takes to be a champion. We'll have that for you. Also, Steve Sarkisian and Mike Gundy on the big game coming Saturday in Arlington. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Nick Shuley hanging out.
Turn is presented by Callahan's General Store, helping to keep your yard in golf course condition year-round for 45 years. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
Indeed it is. Yesterday was a beautiful day. Callahan's General Store bringing you At the Turn. We're halfway through our 5-hour extravaganza on this Wednesday morning. So we're at the turn. We're 9 holes in, 9 holes to go with Nick Shuley hanging out. And let me say, for Callahan's General Store, who wants to help you keep your yard golf course ready, we recorded, Nick, our first golf course of the month, which will be our December feature. We're going to have a new course every month, tell the history of the courses, and was excited to be out yesterday with my good friend Omar Uresti at Grey Rock Golf Club out in South Austin. They're not far from your house, Nick. That's going to be our December course of the month. Grey Rock, formerly Circle C, now run by the city for the last decade, and it is a really great golf course. Now, they were closed from the summer all the way until November. They redid the greens, re-leveled out their tee boxes, which is really cool, and got out there, and Kevin Tracy, the head golf professional out there, was phenomenal. We had a good old time. It's in great shape. So get on back out there to Grey Rock and play some golf. Remember, it's owned by the city, so it's a muni, and it's open to the public, but they also, different than the other city courses, that you can do membership. They have a great tennis facility out there at Grey Rock, so pretty cool. So appreciate it. And let me say good luck to Omar Uresti. He's leaving today to drive to Arizona, where he will participate in Champions Tour Q School. You know, trying to get your card. You're to play on the Tour Champions. 90 players will tee off. 4 will get their card. 4 rounds of golf. Think about the pressure of that. I was talking to Omar yesterday. We had a great time. But good luck to Omar. He is Austin Golf, Crockett High School, University of Texas, and still trying to play at a very high competitive level. He'll still hit it straight and a long way. But appreciate Callahan's General Store celebrating their 45th anniversary and bringing you the golf course of the month. This month into December, it's going to be the Grey Rock Golf Club out there in off Mopac. Your neck of the woods.
Yeah, it's my backyard.
Is it?
Basically, not as close as you are to a golf course, but it's I could throw something and probably hit it.
It's a great spot. We had a good time out there yesterday. We'll have full videos going up and all the socials, and we'll be telling you about all the renovations they made and things they fixed and improved out there at Grey Rock. That'll be our course of December. Also saw, speaking of golf, in our At the Turn segment by Callahan's General Store, that Tiger Woods is going to play in the Hero World Challenge this weekend down in the Bahamas, and says he thinks he's healthy enough to play 1 tournament a month during the season and walk all 4 rounds. We'll see. That would be a nice boost for golf when golf has been, riding a pretty good wave, but that would be an added boost to have Tiger Woods back in competition. He can't join the Champions Tour until he's 50. So he's got 3 more years to the Champions Tour, and then you can drive a cart, and only play 3 rounds. But Tiger thinks he's there, and I talked to some folks who have seen him. He was in an event in New Orleans with his son Charlie, and he caddied for him, and everybody said he was walking without a limp. He says there's no pain in his ankle. Got some other issues he's got to deal with, but he thinks he's far enough back that he can. Because the thing with Tiger is not about his swing; it's about the walking and the 4 rounds and what happens on Sunday. So we'll see. That'll be fun to watch in our At the Turn segment. We'll keep you posted. And thank you to Callahan's General Store. Keep your with the cold weather months approaching, Callahan's has what you need to keep your lawns golf course ready, overseed, the winter rye, pre-emergence for the weeds come the spring. Get into Callahan's General Store. They are the best, and they bring you At the Turn.
At the Turn is presented by Callahan's General Store, helping to keep your yard in golf course condition year-round for 45 years. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Start with Rodney. All right, behind the BOC. This is really cool. This is deep dive behind the burnt orange athletic curtain. Can I play this for you? This is Rodney Terry, the Texas basketball coach, Nick. And then I think you'll hear Dylan Mitchell here at the end of this cut. This came from one of the local TV stations, KXAN, Noah Gross again. Listen to this. This is Rodney Terry on a Zoom availability talking about how he's plucked a play that he thinks is the biggest play of the year for the Longhorns on their way to play for a Big 12 championship. That embodies what he wants his basketball team to be about, using what Sark and his team did earlier this year. Here's Rodney Terry.
That play right there really, again, at the start of the game, showed that, hey, there's going to be some adversity. There's going to be some challenges throughout the course of the game. But we have to keep playing. And keep him playing, we stop those guys from scoring down there and being in a position to score. and we got the ball back. So to me, that was the biggest play of the season. But it showed the grit, the determination, and the want-to of that team.
Where it was an interception, and the way he missed the tackle and then came all the way back down the field, chased him down, and made the dude fumble. And they showed that at film first thing in the morning. So, we learned a lot about that team just off their heart, how hard they play. So it's great being able to go out there and support a team like that.
Right, there's Dylan Mitchell and Rodney Terry. Talking about obviously the play in Fort Worth when Jordan Whittington, there was the interception, underthrown ball by Quinn Ewers, picked off, and Xavier Worthy missed the tackle, and then Jordan Whittington missed the tackle, but jump up and chase down the player, force a fumble. Whittington forces it. Xavier recovers it. Came a long way to do it. And interesting to hear Rodney say that's the biggest play of the year. No, it is. I mean, who knows if they win that game without that play turned into a one-score game. That's borrowing from another coach. This is how we have to think on the basketball floor.
Yeah, I think we saw it a little bit against UConn. I mean, I don't think anybody realistically gave Texas a chance in that game. They were missing their top two posts between Dessou and Shedrick, and that team still, it was a tough game, but they cut that down to 6 with I think it was about 5 minutes left to go. That was still a game, and that was a big mismatch at that moment. So I think it's translating hopefully, and those guys see it.
I also wanted to play this in our Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. Mike Gundy, of course, the opponent. Mike Gundy has had Texas's number. He's a heck of a coach, 7-3 in the last 10. And we talked about the roller coaster of a season where this year they almost had a preseason. First 3 games for Oklahoma State, Ollie Gordon only had 19 carries in 3 games, and now he could win the Doak Walker. And then, Alan Bowman, they were rotating quarterbacks. 3 of them, they didn't know what they were. Then they got to their bye week, and they figured it out. Can I play this for Mike Gundy's press availability this week? This maybe takes you behind the scenes of why Mike Gundy's such a great coach and talking about his process when things aren't going well. He's got coordinators, right? Everybody's got a role. Here's Mike Gundy with some good stuff on, how you improve as a team and make changes during a season.
I don't know what goes on in other meetings with other head coaches, but on Sundays, I
have of a coach in a meeting.
Well, I can only speak for myself. I don't know what goes on in other meetings with other head coaches, but on Sundays, I meet with the staff. I meet with the special teams for an hour. I meet with the defense for 3 hours, and I meet with the offense for 2-ish. That being because offensively, I get it more, so I understand what's happening. Defensively, I have to have it explained to me at times, so it takes longer. But if I see things that I feel responsible for as a head coach, not being a defensive guy, then I want answers of why this is happening. Is it a scheme? Is it not being coached well? Is it repetitive? Are we doing the same things over and over? Are we not cleaning up our mistakes? Are we not improving? And so when you're in a group of 8 or 10 people at times, it can be a little critical. Doesn't intend to be that way, but the people in that room aren't dumb. They get it. So there's times I have to say, this sucked. This scheme I don't understand this. This made no sense to me. Why did we do this? Somebody needs to explain this to me. There's 9 guys in here. Everybody thought this was good. This is not good. We have to have answers for the players. We have to give them answers and tell them why. Now, they might have missed a tackle. They might have lined up wrong. They might have got in the wrong gap. They might have dropped a coverage. But we have to give them a reason why if things aren't going the way they should be based on the talent levels. So that would be an example of being critical, but that's my job.
All right, there you go, Mike Gundy. Problem solver.
He's the best. He is. I truly think he's the best coach in the Big 12. I think obviously if we would have stuck around in the Big 12, I think Sark's on that ascension to be there. But as far you need guys that throw rocks in the water, that figure out ways to break the norm and ways to get by and do things. To me he's like a Mike Leach. He's somebody like that just he understands the intricacies and figures out ways. He just figures out ways to win. And regardless of who you're a fan of, I think he's great, man. I love Gundy.
Well, and I do think that he, I think a lot of what he does is a lot of coaches do on Sundays, right? That's why whenever you ask a college coach about NFL, we don't watch NFL. We've been at the facility for 10 hours, breaking the tape, and problem solving. I mean, that's what you're doing. You're problem solving. And Mike Gundy had a lot of problems to solve in September when they were 2-2 and had lost to South Alabama 34-3 at home. So that's pretty good stuff behind the Cowboy curtain. but you know it goes on with Texas
The
as
other
well.
orange curtain.
Because it was at that same availability, Gundy had a quote that says, Sark's going to stay in his box. Like, look, he knows what Sark is. Sark doesn't hide what he wants to do. He wants to pass early to set up the run. He wants to run out the clock at the end. He wants big humans and speed. I mean, Sark, he's an open book on a lot of that. We're gonna be what we are, and that's what kind of worries you. I mean, Gundy's gonna throw some things. I just don't think Oklahoma has the horses. This is you say what you want about X's and O's. This is a Jimmy's Joe's game. And Texas has the Jimmies in this game more than the Joes.
Yeah, and I've coached basketball for years, and I think there's two schools of thought, right? There's what Texas does now, which is we're going to do what we do, and we're going to be better than you, and you can know exactly what we do. It's the Larry Bird. I'm going to shoot it right here, and this is how we're going to win. Versus you have schemers and people that really figure out ways to get in there and kind of mess up what you do. And I think that's why this is a fun matchup. That's why I'm a little bit scared. I think, look, we're a way better team, but that doesn't always translate. So we'll see. I think our guys are going to be ready though. But
the Michigan, the Big Ten game and the Big 12 game in my mind are the same game. The only team that can beat Michigan is Michigan in that game. The only team that can beat Texas in that game is Texas.
I totally agree.
Now Mike Gundy's going to try to force Texas to beat Texas. Now, I don't think there's any doubt about that. But look at I think your point about we're going to do it and you can't stop us. That's why Sark was so frustrated after the TCU game and everybody said he was too conservative. He wants to be able to run out the clock. He wants to be able to run the ball 3 times and get a first down. And they did it against against Iowa State. They did it against Texas Tech. They did it against Alabama, and they couldn't do it against TCU. And he was pissed. He's like, guys, we need to be able to move these people and get our. And then the fans, of course, we all said, well, he needs to be throwing the ball. Sark's like, no. This is what we do. And it's not. They didn't stop us. We stopped ourselves. We didn't execute the right block in the right place, and we didn't hit the right hole, and we put ourselves in that position. I like that about Sark. That's his belief. And most of the time, his team's been able to do that this year.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think you'll see it at these. It's part of the reason I think we haven't kind of beaten the brakes off of teams this year is because we'll have that moment where we're up by 10 or we're up by 14, and he says, "All right, I know we can do this, that, and this, but I know we can run the ball." And then he'll do 2 straight running plays, and we'll kind of get behind the sticks. We'll get 3rd and 9 or something like that, and we end up throwing, come off the field, and we'll do it a couple times, and it kind of creeps back in. But I agree. I think in theory, he's correct. We should be able to do that, but for some reason, it doesn't always translate.
Especially against some of the teams in the Big 12, right?
Yeah, totally agree.
I mean, TCU, you should be able to move those. I'm not saying they're bad players, but you got the big humans. If you're executing your run game, and that's why he was proud of what he saw against Iowa State, right, when they were able to run out the clock and not give the ball back with a 10-point lead. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we go off the record. Some stories you haven't heard, but you need to, including why is Mark Cuban selling the Mavericks? We'll reset that coming up. We roll on. Nick Shuley is here. Has Rod recovered? And we're getting cranked up. It's a Hook 'em Up Wednesday edition. Thank you, Don. How about Callahan's General Store? Always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day. 45 years in, still locally owned and operated. The Callahan family, my buddy Charlie Wilson over there, doing a great job bringing you the Callahan's General Store golf course of the month, as we have announced today, as Grey Rock. We're going to be telling you all about Grey Rock and their restorations and what they've done here to get back rolling right out there in South Austin. But Callahan celebrating 45 years and the partner with us on the Central Texas Tour of Golf. And if you would like to keep your yard golf course ready year-round, it's amazing to be out at a golf course, and man, it's amazing the agronomists and what they do and how they do it right, and always keep it growing and looking green. That's what you can do at Callahan's. You really can. If you want a yard that always looks great and you're winning yard of the month things, in your neighborhood, Callahan's is your spot. They have everything you need to keep that course, or that lawn golf course ready. We talked about the winter time. You got to get ready to winterize that thing with the winter rise and the pre-emergence to fight the weeds in the spring. Get that winter grass now, also with your plants and your bushes and your shrubs. They have everything you need there. And not just that, the expertise and the people who will help you buy the right products and apply it properly. Do it at the right time and the right amounts and right for your yard. That's important at Callahan's General Store. The people separate it from anybody else from have for 45 years. They're all Central Texans and have worked at Callahan's and lived here for a long, long time. Go see them. It's Callahan's General Store right there near the airport, right off 183 in Montopolis. 45 years. Callahan's General Store. Online at callahansgeneralstore.com. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
Mangudu. Once it's turned on, the sign will spell out Deli Cat Essen.
Well, I don't get they bring me in comb.
Well, congratulations. Continue good sex in the Big East.
Thank you, Jimmy. And boom goes the dynamite.
It's time for another edition of Off the Record.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. And thing sucks.
Off the record stories maybe you haven't heard that you should, including the speculation surrounding Mavericks owner Mark Cuban. We've told you throughout the morning, selling his majority stake in the team, but will retain control of the team. And the off the record part of this is that there are some growing conspiracies out there, or growing theories that Mark Cuban, who also left the hit show Shark Tank this week, announced he's leaving that show. He's selling the Mavericks. That he is planning a run for presidency, potentially. It's something that he's talked about before, but there are those in the political know who think maybe this is the ripe time, right, with what's going on with Donald Trump, and he's the leading Republican contender and has got lawsuits and things piling up for him. And then, of course, Joe Biden, struggling with his age, I think, for a lot of people. And where he's at, is he the best candidate to run on the Democratic side? So whichever side you're on, there's a little bit of concern. Could Mark Cuban be a guy that if that's what your aspiration is, if you have the ego, want to do that, Nick? Now, if you sell the Mavericks and make $2.5 billion, you have a war chest to go to work with, and he's a marketing guy. I know you're a marketing guy, Nick, but could you see that being something Mark Cuban dabbles with? And you don't dabble with that. You either do it or you don't.
Yeah, I could totally see it. I think for his brand, it's a great thing. And look, like in a moment like this, I don't care where you sit. It's nice to have some people that give a different perspective out there. And so like he will tell it how it is. It's kind of one of my favorite things about him. It's also what gets him in a little bit of trouble. But also, if you think about it from his perspective, it's only going to make him bigger as a personality, bigger as a brand. And I guarantee you that door is wide open to Shark Tank the second he wants to walk back in there. So
sure.
It's for him, I think it's well, I wouldn't say it's only a win because it's going to cost him a ton of money, but I think overall for what he wants and what he is in his perception, I think it's a good thing if he does it.
Of course, the last big name and rich guy that ran as an independent, I don't know where Cuban would run if he'd pick a party or if he'd run independent. Ross Perot,
yeah,
right?
Dallas guy.
From Dallas guy, right? So maybe there's a lesson there, and he kind of shook things up. We'll see. I mean, there's also talk out of Dallas that he wants to buy a casino, or there's something wrong with him. So let's hope the best for Mark Cuban. But there is something happening. You don't make these moves without a plan.
Yeah, I hope it's something
picture.
good. He's great.
But if he is going to run, look, but see, the Donald Trump thing has taught so much. I mean, you would think. Remember, the Mavericks have had some pretty big scandals, right? They had the sexual harassment thing in the organization. But Trump has proved that scandals don't matter. You know what I mean? You can say things, do things. It doesn't matter to anybody. Other side as well. I mean, both sides have, scandal doesn't seem to bother.
Yeah, it's the world we live in right now.
Used to be maybe that it did. But I mean, we also used to elect generals, right?
Yeah.
We also used to elect, generals who were trained at West Point for years and led us on the battlefield. That's who we used to elect. Now we seem to elect celebrities.
It started with Reagan, right? Was he the first celebrity?
Oh yeah. And obviously Cuban has a lot of name awareness and brand recognition, and from Texas, or at least lives in Texas. So that's a very conservative state. When you're trying to cobble together a base of voters that would win you the election, or at least get you in the mix. Again, we're going way down the road here, but it is interesting. He loves his team. He loves the Mavericks. He's not selling the team, and because I do believe if he'd made a run, he'd have to give up controlling interest of the team at that point. Like, he couldn't run the team at that point if that becomes an announcement. But for right now, the fact that he's selling it, the NBA is saying, and to the NBA, I'm still in control here, but he could rescind that pretty quick, much like Trump did when he rescinded, control of his empire of business, real estate empire.
We'll see. It's interesting.
We'll see. And now would be the time. I mean, you're now into November, right? 1 year away to the election cycle. Christmas coming up. This would be probably the right time. But that is out there, just off the record. It's also National Clean Out Your Leftovers Day. Of course, if you've got anything left over from Thanksgiving, time to get rid of it. Nick. Or just make like a stew or something, or a pot pie. You could do that. Also, I saw this. Home Alone is America's favorite holiday film to rewatch. Did you know that?
That makes
34%.
Sense. That or Elf or Die Hard.
Edging out A Christmas Story.
Huh?
Charlie Brown Christmas, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and Elf. Top 5. Christmas Vacation 6. That might be my winner with Cousin Eddie.
Oh, it's the best.
Hey, we'll come back. Pick it up on the other side 2 hours ago. Nick will have Setlist ATX. Alex Okafor will join us, a lifetime legendary Longhorn. Talk some Texas football and a project he's got going on. We go all the way to 11 o'clock with a Wednesday edition of Hook 'em Up on 1019 AM 1260. Stream it on the Horn app, on your smart speaker, and at hornfm.com.
Hook 'em up with E and Rod P. Brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
Nine o'clock hour is here. It's a jam-packed one. We're going to do a little bit of an audible here. Normally, Setlist ATX with Nick Shuley bringing you the best live music shows in Austin, Texas this weekend. Starting tonight is at 9:30, but at 9:30 we're going to get a phone call from our buddy Alex Okafor.
Yeah,
and
Super Bowl champion
Alex Okafor. Heck of a nice guy, Alex Okafor. Doing a great job. I see him with Bob Ballou on Sunday nights on CBS Austin. Does some KVU. He's all over the place. So we're looking forward to talking to him, get his thoughts on this Texas-Oklahoma State matchup. What makes Mike Gundy such a tough coach to deal with? And remember, 2 years ago, they were in this game, and it was a goal line stand. His team had 4 chances to beat Baylor to win the Big 12 championship. You know that's still got to sit in his craw. And really it was 6 chances, if you remember. They had Spencer Sanders, their quarterback, and they first and second down from inside the 5-yard line. They didn't get it. And then there was a penalty, pass interference. So they got 4 more tries from the inside the 5-yard line, and several of them at the end right at the 1-yard line after the PI call, and couldn't score a touchdown. And Baylor ended up winning the Big 12. And that was when Baylor had Siaki Ika and those big guys, Terrell Bernard and Jalen Petrie. And that
team was fierce.
Yeah, they were really good. And they, much like Texas did to K-State, they held up for 6 downs and won a Big 12 title. The Big 12 championship game went to the goal line last year. With TCU and K-State in overtime. And you felt like for all the world that they were going to run a quarterback sneak and Max Duggan was going to dive in. It was going to be a touchdown. And they were going to beat K-State. And I still don't understand the play calling for Sonny Dykes in that game. Golly. I mean, you got this quarterback who seems like he'll climb over a mountain to get in the end zone and give him a chance. They ran it with Kendre Miller and got stuffed, and K-State won the Big 12. And that's always the little trivia question because TCU fans will always remember the great season of 2022, but they didn't win a trophy in 2022. They didn't win the Big 12, lost. They didn't win the national championship. They played for it, but
they remember that part.
That'll be one of those trivia questions you can stump your kids with and your grandkids down the road. Who's the only team to play for a national championship that didn't win a trophy? Not all. I'm sure there's others that in this era that have not won their conference. But did they win the championship? We'll see. Longhorns trying to find their way in to that Final Four. It's
Georgia.
I know. What's that, Ty?
Georgia's done it a bunch of times. Like last.
Have they? Where they didn't win the SEC, but
they won last year. But the year before they lost to Alabama, right?
But they won the SEC, didn't they not?
No, they lost in the SEC championship.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
I'm trying to remember my dates. But, yeah, TCU did not. So that's what Texas will try to avoid. And if they can win that game Saturday at 11 o'clock, they'll get to sit back and watch all the games. I mean, that's the way this plays out. Texas gets a really center of attention spot here, right? It's championship Saturday. Friday night is Oregon and Washington. I know Oregon and the argument, I get it. I think there's some regionality to this, and geography is a factor. They want a West Coast team involved in this. And so the winner of that game takes a spot. I don't think you can fight against that anymore. You can be mad about it, but I don't think that's in the books. And then I think Georgia's in or Alabama's in with the win.
Yeah.
And then, I believe Texas would stay ahead of Georgia if Alabama beat Georgia. That'd be my opinion, but I know there are those who disagree with me, and that's fine. But I think Georgia would be out. I think there's one spot for the SEC. I think there's one spot for the ACC or for the Pac-12. Michigan has to secure its spot because if they lose, would they stay? I don't know. I mean, they would want a Big Ten team there, but I don't think that happens. But at the same time.
Yeah, but that's interesting to think. What happens with? Does that mean Ohio State jumps back in? By the way, the Big Ten's
been if Iowa were at a 10-2 Iowa team would play a Herculean defensive effort and upset Michigan. Because if they can stop their run, you can make J.J. McCarthy beat you, but he seems like he can. Now, I don't think this is going to happen, but that's a scenario nobody talks about. If Iowa were to win that game, you might shut out the Big Ten. Because outside of Ohio State and Michigan, the Big Ten's been pretty bad.
Do you think I just don't foresee them letting that happen, though.
I know. That's letting it. But there are 8 teams still in the conversation.
Yeah, there's a lot that can happen. This is going to be a fun weekend, man. Last weekend was fun. This is going to be
and nuts. Texas gets to, in a best-case scenario, Texas would dominate Oklahoma State, win going away.
Yep.
And then that's the only game at 11. I mean, there's Liberty's playing, there's conference, Tulane, there's some, other championship games going on, but of the big ones, of the Power 5, they're the only ones at 11. Pac-12 gets center stage on Friday night, with their championship game. And then the triple header at night, they're all at one time. I mean, I think there's a 30-minute time difference between the three games, between the ACC, the Big Ten, and the SEC.
We just need to win 70-3. I think that would be perfect.
And then, as I said,
like we did against Colorado.
And if that game's over by 2 o'clock or 2:30 in the afternoon, between that time and when the night games kick off, Sark needs to be on every show possible, and CDC, and selling Texas, and making the case, and then sit back and watch, because that's your lobbying time is over after that. And then the other teams will make their case. Michigan will play. Georgia will look to handle Alabama, and the Louisville Florida State game will become the most watched game in Austin, Texas, without a doubt.
Gosh, they're my new favorite team, man. I love Jeff Brom.
I do too. I'm a big fan.
I actually do.
I liked him as a player back in the day.
Yeah, me too.
It says, obviously no championship trophy, but did TCU get a trophy for the semifinal bowl game? They probably did. They probably gave him a trophy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, because it would have been a bowl game.
Yeah, it was a bowl, so
it was
they
a Fiesta
get
Bowl.
that trophy. Yeah.
It was the Fiesta, so they got a Fiesta Bowl trophy.
Yeah, that's fair.
That is fair.
And they were a great team. That's
the other part of my regionality take on this, is that the Rose Bowl is a semifinal site. So for the Rose Bowl, for the Pac-12, in their last year of existence, to have either Washington or Oregon in that game makes sense. It makes sense. And if they were playing a Michigan, because they're right now 2-3, Washington, that makes sense as a traditional Rose Bowl kind of matchup for the semifinal. And then you'd have the Sugar Bowl, where if Georgia handles business, it'd be Georgia playing either Texas or Florida State.
Yeah, I wonder if they. I know they do. I know
them and sell tickets, and fans can only afford. I mean, a lot of fans are going to the Big 12 championship game. Well, now you got to pony up to go to the Sugar Bowl, and then you got to pony up to go to the Orange Bowl. And who among us can afford all that?
Expensive season.
Yes, but it's a magical season, so you got to ride the wave,
awesome.
right? Ride the wave. But consider geography is one of their stated responsibilities.
Yeah.
It's not in the shadow. So I think that's part of this, and it's easier for the committee to defend it now than later. Like if they had Texas at 5 all the time, and then all of a sudden Oregon wins and they jump them over, everybody in Texas, they've let Texas kind of marinate on this thing and just get used to it not making any sense.
Yeah.
Consider geography.
And I'm a big marketing conspiracy theorist, and there might be a reason they're leaving us lower right now. So we're all yapping about it nonstop. And I mean, it creates, it creates exposure. It creates like viewers, et cetera. So I think it creates those stories that make you want to watch. Yeah, so we'll see. Me too. I'm not leaving my TV.
I'll be driving back from Arlington in time to see those games on Saturday night, because I'll be at Jay Gilligan's on Saturday morning. Come on out and see us out there. The Horn's going to be live in Dallas, downtown Dallas, on Friday afternoon at Terry Black's Barbecue. I'll also be at Jay Gilligan's in downtown Arlington on Saturday morning from 8 to 11. And our Big 12 championship coverage is brought to you by One Source Gas, your Texas compressed gas leader. My buddy Richard Striever there. If you have compressed gas needs for your business and you're looking for the best in a new CO2 or compressed gas provider, call Richard Striever at One Source Gas and his team there. And, of course, our travel partner, our man Travis Tyndall and Tamara at Hayes City Store out in Driftwood, Texas, and their great new location, Taste on Main in Buda. They're going to help us get up there, and we'll tell you about them all week long. But, yes, somebody texted and said, can you put out on Twitter your Friday and Saturday plans? I will do that, but just know. Terry Black's Barbecue, downtown Dallas on Friday. Jay Gilligan's in downtown Arlington on Saturday morning ahead of the game. And then I'll be driving back after the game to watch all the games.
Busy schedule.
Come on, man. It's football. Lock it in. Hey, can we get to the Setlist ATX, Nick? Can we do that here? Because we're going to talk to Alex Oker for bottom of the hour. And Setlist ATX, normally at 9:30, but this is where you guide us. By the way, did you make it to any of the Bob Schneider show on Saturday before the Texas game?
I did not. I was fully locked into only football.
I really need to know, because I heard it was a real good show.
The Christmas one over at
he
oh,
played
you mean
LCL.
Longhorn LCL? Oh yeah, I was thinking because he played the Christmas show the next day. But yeah, no, I didn't.
So if anybody went to that, let me know what his set list was like. I bet it was pretty cool.
Yeah,
because Bob Schneider can play any genre of music. He can, if he's looking to jam, he can jam and go real quiet with the orchestra. He can be romantic.
I bet that was a raucous one.
Right.
I bet he did some of the Ugly Americans, kind of like some of that stuff. And and by the way, props to Longhorn City Limits has been awesome. Props to the folks at C3, but also props to, I think this guy gets lost in it. There's a guy named Charles Branch that actually he works under Drew Martin, and the guy just crushes it. He's the guy that's out there. He's got the headset on. He's there at 3 a.m. Like and they crush it. Like that experience is great. I love Longhorn City Limits. I was lazy on Saturday, so didn't go.
Yeah, I know I was working, but either
Friday.
way, I would have liked it because I love Bob Schneider. For everybody who lives in Austin a long time loves Bob Schneider. And he can put on any realm. He's so talented. He can do anything you want. He could be a stand-up comedian too, by the way, if Bob Schneider wanted to be a stand-up comedian.
He's an entertainer.
He's so funny.
Yeah.
And
He's an
smart.
Austin treasure.
Yeah, he is, and that was cool. So, and it was a perfect day. I mean, the weather was great, and it was Friday, and no one was working. It's good stuff. Okay, so Setlist ATX, where are the best shows tonight? We'll talk to Alex Okafor at the bottom of the hour, and props to LCL and CDC for that whole idea of making a Texas football game feel like a day in Austin, which is pretty cool and smart. But what about this week's live music set list?
Yeah, we got tonight. We got some good ones. There's I talked about it last week, but there's a great kind of folk singer songwriter. He's doing a couple nights. He did one last night, but he's also playing tonight at Antone's. His Golden Messenger, and then a band I really like. If you're a fan of kind of old school like Social Distortion or kind of that kind of punk rock, the Menzingers are playing at Empire Control Room with Cloud Nothing. So that's a good kind of actual like underground punk show. And then this group who I really like, which are really crazy, are playing at Emo's called Hot Mulligan, and it's another kind of punky show, and it's hard to describe, but they put on an awesome show, and I love that band. And then Thursday or tomorrow, Ben Rector, a great singer-songwriter, will be playing ACL Live, as well as an awesome Americana group, Houndmouth, will be playing Antone's. And then actress, model, everything, Sky Ferreira will be playing a show over at Emo's. And so, the start of the week starts off pretty strong. And then Friday, for all you 90s people, Liz Phair will be playing it at ACL Live, and that'll be a great show. And then kind of indie rock favorites, Moon Taxi will be playing at Emo's. And then another good Americana band, American Aquarium, will be out at Scoot Inn. And if the weather keeps being like it is, that'll be a nice air-conditioned show. Might get a little cold.
American Aquarium. That their name of their band came from a great Wilco song. But
yeah,
so you know.
That's right. Yeah. That song gave birth to, I think, Aquarium Drunkard, which was a big website back in the day for Americana too.
Yeah,
so,
pretty cool.
And then speaking of that, Houndmouth will be over at Antone's again, one of their 3 nights. And then a really cool one over at the 04 Center, another, Austin treasure. We stole him because he's technically a Houstonian, I believe. Jack Ingram will be doing his holiday acoustic show at the 04 Center, which if you haven't been out there, super cool, kind of old. It's a church. It really is. You sit in the pews, but the sound in that place is phenomenal. Like, I cannot stress enough to go watch a show there. It's such a cool experience, and it's just kind of you wouldn't expect that it's a church just sitting there right by Matt's El Rancho, and
it's a good night. Get some mats, get some of that queso, and then walk over and see a show. You know what I mean?
Sounds good. That sounds good right now. And then one I'm actually really excited about out at the Hotspot in Cedar Park. Another 90s huge band, Candlebox, will be playing with 3 Doors Down out there. And then Saturday, some old favorites, old 97s, will be playing with Rattlesnake Milk at Emo's. And then Houndmouth does their last night at Antone's. And then legendary guitarist who is shout out to my boss Gary Keller. It's one of his favorite artists, Tommy Emmanuel, will be playing at the Paramount. If you like people that can play guitar, Tommy's one of the best out there.
Nice.
And then another Austin classic, Guy Forsyth, will be over at the Saxon Pub. And if you haven't seen Guy, he's one that I think pretty much if you grew up in Austin, you've seen Guy at least once at something. He's just an awesome artist. And then a great country musician, Alexander Kay, will be over at Scoot Inn. And then over at Green Hall is a really cool one on Saturday night. So it's Django Walker doing his dad's music along with Jerry Jeff's band, kind of celebrating the music of Jerry Jeff. And that's out of Green Hall, which is just it'll be special. Yeah.
Well, Jerry Jeff was a big part of Friday. Playing, getting the crowd fired up at the
Django,
end.
he played his Texas song, and it was cool. I mean, it's all part of that game experience that they're crushing it, and it's I'm impressed.
That's cool. Jerry Jeff, what's so weird is when Jerry Jeff passed away. It was only like 2 days later. I was at the driving range here at Onion Creek, and there's Django.
Yeah. Man,
no, that's not true. That's not true. My memory's coming back. I saw him, and then the next day, I heard his dad pass away. Oh, man, because I'd just been talking to him.
He's such a good guy. And by the way,
guy.
a fact that no one knows about Django Walker, he was a beast of a basketball player. I don't know if he still is, but I think he played at Austin High. Yeah, he was
good athlete.
Great athlete and super good guy.
Yeah, and Jerry Jeff, of course, we're doing the show from the Onion Creek studio this morning. Daryl Royal, Willie Nelson, Jerry Jeff, they used to hang out here a lot and play a lot of golf, by the way, and do a lot of other things here in the OC back in the 70s.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, yeah, and
that's how Django grew up coming here and playing golf.
Yeah, he's an awesome guy. If you've never had a beer with him, it's a fun thing to do.
Super, one of the nicer people you ever see.
Oh, he's awesome. Just like his pops.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Sunday starts I believe 4 nights of Black Pumas at ACL Live, which will be cool. And they always put on a great show and kind of promoting that new album and. Definitely make it to one of those shows. So that starts on Sunday. And then Samara Joy, a great jazz artist who we played over at Bass Concert Hall. An indie rock group that I love, We Are Scientists, will be playing Antones. And then Dallas favorites, Deep Ellum Kids, Polyphonic Spree will be at the Hotspot in Cedar Park. And then Monday at Black Pumas again, as well as the amazing BMI Songwriter Series at the Saxon Pub, which is a cool one to check out. It's always up-and-coming artists that BMI selects themselves and kind of puts on these showcases, and it's a cool one to come out to. It's kind of a happy hour show, and it's a good chance to see some artists that will be big in the next couple years. And then lastly on Tuesday, Black Pumas again. So definitely get out and see the Pumas.
All right, it's not the busiest live music week. That's good. It's a busy football week, right?
Yeah,
You're going to watch football all day. And by the way, quick correction, that SEC championship game, Georgia-Alabama, is 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, man, it's just lined up.
Yeah, so I thought I must have read that wrong earlier this morning because I was like, they're all at night? That seems weird. But the other two, the ACC and the Big Ten are night. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, SEC. Texas at 11. So, if you're Sark, you jump on the CBS crew, go on the game. They're talking about, hey, we beat Alabama. You know what I mean? You got to get out there. You got to go politic if you win the game. You got to win the game first.
It honestly sets up great for promoting if we win and can do it running away. Like it's you've got all those games to have a platform at halftime to just make your case.
That's right. Well said. Line it up and and can't hurt, right? I mean, it's the decision we made the next morning. So that means when I'm driving back from Jay Gilligan's in Arlington, I'll be watching the Georgia and Alabama game.
Yeah, I know.
Driving carefully. I can now put it on YouTube, and I can put my phone right in my dashboard, so I don't have to look down. Just can watch the game. I'll be watching. That's perfect.
Yeah. Oh man, that's.
I've already got my Saturday in my head. It's planned. It's gonna be perfect.
Well, I guarantee you, Bianco's already got all of Sark's press circuit planned out. I guarantee he's already sent some text messages to some folks. So
Bianco's one of the best. He's awesome. The longtime SID, Sports Information Director at Texas, and he actually had a tweet last night. You can already see this. The gears are working. Now, look, I'm sure Sark has told everybody, we have to win this game.
Yeah,
he does not want
focus.
And you can tell it's a concern, right? This program still past being entitled and being overlooking a team. But John Bianco last night said, heard CFP discussion about common opponents and was curious to hit refresh on Oregon v. Texas Tech. Only difference in the game was Red Raiders failed a 2-point conversion with the Ducks ahead 31-30 with 1:10 remaining. Tech threw a pick six with 35 seconds left in a 38-30 loss. That is true.
Man, don't let facts get in the way of
Texas won
the eye test. And
by
78% completion percentage for Bo Nix. Never forget that.
So again, and we had the Boo Corrigan update. It's pretty clear because he said we're comparing everything. We're looking at every data point, but they're not considering the data points. That's the thing.
They're looking at it, though.
Well, we've looked at it all. Texas better victory over common opponents, better higher strength of schedule, better strength of record, more wins versus CFP top 25. Oregon and Texas Tech, the like opponent, the eye test. This is regional. I'm telling you, they're going to have, for the first time since 2016, I believe is the number, unless somebody corrects me, there's going to be a team. Because this was supposed to be USC, right? I mean, with Caleb Williams, let's be honest about that. When I say supposed, that was Lincoln Riley. They need the college football as an industry needs the West Coast to be relevant. They haven't been in the college football playoff since 2016 with Chris Peterson in Washington.
Yeah.
This sport has been so dominated by Georgia, Clemson, and Alabama. The Deep South is their territory. It's got to expand. It really does. So it's almost, in my mind, we want to call it a conspiracy or TV driving it. Guys, this year whether Colorado being what they were, kind of lit the fuse. The Pac-12 is perceived as a really good conference this year. Whether it is or isn't, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Exactly.
We're gonna get a West Coast team in here, and it might be a flashy Oregon team. We're gonna take the winner of this game, and they're gonna be in. Sorry, Texas.
No,
you still have a way in if Florida State were to lose. Happily take you, but you're not getting up over the West Coast. It's not gonna happen this year. Sorry.
Agree.
Yeah. So that's frustrating, but again, I keep saying, even if Texas were ahead of Oregon, I guess the point is they're not leaving the Pac-12 out.
No,
they're going to leave either the Big 12 or the ACC out.
And I honestly, I truly believe we can thank Dion for all of this. Like it created this hype machine that we have just somehow propelled into. And I'm not hating on. I think UW and Oregon are good football teams. Like I really do. But I think that part of this whole effort and this whole 6 teams ranked at the start of the year like really propelled it of like, oh, the Pac-12 in its final year is incredible, and I think that's what's gonna we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't cost us a spot.
And of course, if Texas doesn't make the Final Four come Wednesday and you're looking for the next step, they're going to either play in the Cotton Bowl, the Peach Bowl, or the Fiesta Bowl.
Ugh.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. So we'll see.
Or you're just happy that you're back where you are. But this kind of feels like a team that deserves a shot at it.
Nobody's gonna be happy with that scenario.
And if that happens in Florida State, let's say Florida State beats Louisville by 15-13 or something, right? And they win that game, and everybody knows Texas with a healthy quarterback is better than Florida State. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's hard to argue that. Like if they go undefeated, I mean,
they're undefeated conference champion, wins over LSU, win over, what was the other, Clemson. But again, that their resume looked great in September, but it doesn't look as good.
Correct. Yeah,
so
that's another one.
I think there is an argument, but at the same time, I just can't imagine them.
Because if they go undefeated in the ACC and they did play, to their credit, they played. Their out of conference schedule. They did play LSU. It wasn't like they.
They scheduled a tough opponent. SEC. They did and there's a lot of people pointing out that if Texas gets left out, CDC should immediately cancel next year's Michigan game, the Ohio State game, because that tells you that playing a tough team in the non-con doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Fair, but I think with the 12-team playoff, they won't do that. They want those games. They want those non-con games. Fox won't let them do it. Fox wants that game next September in Ann Arbor with Texas and Michigan. That was part of the negotiation to get out of the deal. But look, you just root for Louisville, and Louisville is a 2.5-point favorite. 2.5-point favorite. I mean, Florida State, I should say, 2.5-point favorite in that game. That game could go either way in Charlotte. Neutral site, no home field advantage for either side. I think Louisville's got a pretty decent shot to win that game. If they do, that's the spot you need. That's your opening.
That has to happen. Otherwise, we're done with that conversation.
Correct.
I think we need Georgia. We need Georgia to beat Alabama. I don't think having 2-1 loss. I just feel like that opens the door up for some SEC homers to try to get both those teams in.
Yeah, but I think Texas. This is where Texas's big stick and brand, I think, would come into play here. But either way, we'll talk. We don't have time to get back into that deep talk. We'll do it later. We got all the way to 11 o'clock because we're coming back, and Alex Okafor is going to join the show. He's got a great project that he's a part of, but also doing great work. His thoughts on this matchup with Oklahoma State and where the Longhorn stands. That's coming back on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Nick Shuley in the house today. the icing on it. It's so good. So props to them. So if you're going to see any shows down there, go see Locke and Dessa and Rick. He's a good dude, great listener. Somebody said, I echo Ty's concern. If Bama wins, that likely means 2 SEC teams, which is blanked up. I don't believe that. I mean, I could come in here with egg on my face Monday, which has not been the first time, but I think this is the year where 4 different conferences are getting in. Let's keep in mind, never in the 10 years of the CFP has there been 8 teams with a chance to make it on the final weekend. That's never happened. So I think this is the year. Now, unless complete chaos happens, right? Unless there are 4 different upsets. But I do think if Alabama beats Georgia and everything else kind of goes to falls Texas, well, I don't look. I just think Georgia will be behind Texas in the final rankings. Whether Texas is in the Final Four or not, that will depend on the Louisville-Florida State game. But that will drop. I think that's a play-in game. I really do for the SEC, especially with Texas lurking and Texas's win over Alabama. Because and I know they're not following the rules right now, or at least the data, but the rule would tell you, we beat Alabama, you beat Georgia. Come on, that's got to mean even more now. The win over Alabama on the road means even more.
I just don't feel like it's getting the love it deserves, but
maybe that would take. Well, we'll see. But that's why Sark needs to be on that broadcast.
And by the way, they should have won by more than 10 is the crazy part. Once again, style points.
Yeah. Hey, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline and bring on a very busy guy, but one of the Lifetime Longhorns, doing great work all through Austin, Texas. Great work in our community. He is a Lifetime Longhorn and Super Bowl champion with the Kansas City Chiefs. Our friend Alex Okafor. Alex, how are you, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I appreciate y'all having me.
Appreciate you. And I see you everywhere. I see you with my man Bob Ballou. You're on KView. You're doing all kinds of stuff. Appreciate watching it. You do great work, my friend.
No doubt. I appreciate that. This media stuff is new for me, so I'm just trying to break through the space and just get better with every rep.
Yep. Well, better with every rep. Just borrow what you did to make it to the National Football League. That's right. Get better with every rep. Hey, speaking of that, for this Texas defense, when you analyze it and really break it down, what makes this team such a run? I mean, we know Sweat and Murphy in the middle, but when you watch them, technically, why are they so good at stopping the run?
Man, they're just a physical bunch, if I'm being honest. Like, if you really break down the film and watch the tape, they're just whipping the man in front of them. They're beating double teams. They're slapping people across the line of scrimmage. They're a physical group, and I think you got to thank Coach Bo Davis for that.
Yeah, that's I think I'll tease it a little bit on you have this great podcast now called Behind the Face Mask, and I think you talked a little bit about it, and I think you talked with Tavondre and kind of let something out about that whole situation. If you could talk about that a little bit.
No doubt. Yeah, so I have a new podcast called Behind the Face Mask. It's on YouTube. Go ahead and look that up. And the first interview that I had was with Big T Sweat. And we kind of relived the infamous Bo Davis bus rant from 2 years ago. And basically he took responsibility for it. He said, I wasn't the same guy that I am now. I'm more mature. I'm a better leader. And back then, even after a loss, I didn't take things as seriously. And I just felt like football wasn't everything. And he got caught laughing in the wrong moment. And Coach Bo Davis didn't receive that well. And then, the rest is online for y'all to go look up. But it was cool for him to get to open up and kind of reflect on that situation and how much he's grown.
Yeah, we've actually played that and borrowed it and played it on the show here for you, Alex, Beck, because it was coming off of the win over Iowa State, and it's such a turning point for the program, and you can speak to that. And Tavondre Sweat's the life of the party, man. He's a big time character. You can see him kind of giggling through things sometimes, and everybody reacts differently to things, but. I think that whole story that he revealed to you, that he was the guy laughing and he was lit the fuse on Bo Davis and the tantrum that maybe cleaned out this program. The fact that Bo didn't hold a grudge, Coach Davis. I mean, the team built this thing, and Tavondre went to work and is a big part of the turn. Right, 2 years later, he's a guy that has a chance to win the Outland Trophy in a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that just goes to show kind of the player development being brought back to the university. I know over the past 10 years, a lot of Texas fans kind of complained, including myself, that the players just weren't developing in the system. Now, fast forward to where we're at now, not only are the players developing physically, you see them developing mentally as well. And T Sweat's the best example of that, just mentally, how he's changed his leadership, how he's brought the younger guys along with him. It just shows the development of T Sweat and the team itself.
Hey, Alex Okafor is with us. Alex, speaking of culture, and Sark has been talked openly about how they've gone about really intentionally building that culture and letting players bond and get to know one another. Culture can be fleeting though. When T. Sweat moves on and Byron Murphy and Jalen Ford and Jahdae Barron and these guys, when they move on, however this season wraps up, how do you make sure, if you're Sark, that stays in the program? How do you keep building on that culture and not let it swing back the other way?
Yeah. So, first of all, let's pray that Big Murph stays, because that'll help a lot in terms of keeping the culture intact. But it just comes through the development that I spoke on a few minutes ago. Not only are our top guys developing, but everybody must develop. These freshmen have to develop right when they get into the program. Sophomores got to be ready to carry the torch and step in right away. Every position in every age group has to develop within their parameters, and I think that's what we must see for this program to take the next step.
Hey, let me ask you about culture, because you had it at Texas, and then into the NFL, 3 different organizations. You won a Super Bowl with the Chiefs. Is that a palpable thing? Can you talk about that? The different organizations and different cultures. I have to think, when you're in KC with Mahomes and Reed, and it's kind of a baked-in thing that you either get on board or you're not going to be there in the National Football League.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it starts with your top guys. So, when I was in Kansas City, you look at guys like Pat, you look at guys like Travis, you look at guys like Big Red, which is Coach Andy Reid, and you're going to get the best out of them week in and week out. So somebody like me, who am I not to give my best week in and week out? And it just kind of trickles down throughout the locker room. That's what we got to see with this Texas team. Big Sweat's going to come week in and week out. Coach Sark, his play calling is going to be amazing week in and week out. Coach Bo Davis is going to give you all he got week in and week out. So now it just has to trickle throughout the program, and that's how culture is involved. That's how culture is developed.
No, that's great, man. And man, I think since I've gotten to know you a lot recently, and I think I think a lot of people are wondering, what's your next? What's next for Alex, and what are you focusing on?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, I'm just trying to break into the sports media space. I told myself when I stopped playing, I wanted to stay as close to sports as possible without having to actually coach. So those are my goals for right now. Right now I'm doing Longhorn breakdowns on our local CBS station and our local ABC station here in Austin. Also, I have my podcast Behind the Face Mask. And also with your co-host today, Nick Shuley, I'm doing the Third and Longhorn podcast as well. So just trying to, develop my resume and, like I said earlier, get better with every rep and try to expand within this space.
Yeah, it's all good stuff. I've seen the TV and the Third and Longhorn. Derek Johnson comes on that. You got a bunch of guys. It's pretty cool. Really enjoy watching that. And Alex Okafor. Alex, when you're breaking the film, and this is what fans love and I love about watching your breakdowns, you watch film your whole life. You normally do the show with Rod Babers, and, of course, he has too. When you watch the film of Texas versus Oklahoma State, what concerns you about the Cowboys for this matchup on Saturday?
Yeah, well, obviously they got one of the best running backs in the nation in Ollie Gordon. So it'll be a nice matchup for our D-line once again to have to prove to stop another elite rushing attack. But outside of that, if I'm being honest, if we show up, I don't think there's much that Oklahoma State can do to us. And we have to go in there with that mentality. I'm not saying sleep on Oklahoma State. I'm not saying underestimate them. But it's more of knowing who we are and who they are. And if we bring our A game, there's nothing that they can do with us. And we have to prepare like that.
You played for a lot of coaches, Alex. Alex Okafor is with us. You just heard he's doing all kinds of great media and podcasts and TV, joining us here this morning to preview this game. Steve Sarkisian, everyone has learned him over 3 years, but man, really, he started this back in the summer where he went on that Pivot podcast and talked about this team looks like my team. They talk like my team. The consistency within his coaching staff that has helped permeate this leadership. What do you take from Steve Sarkisian of the type of leader he's become for the Texas football program?
Yeah, one thing that's impressed me the most about Sark is him coming into the program. Kind of like you mentioned, he had a specific idea of what he wanted this team to look like, and he had a roadmap on how to build that type of team, and he has not veered an inch off of that roadmap. Each and every recruiting class, he's recruiting his type of guys. And not only that, if we transition into play calling, like a lot of coaches, you always wonder, like, what is their specialty and, why did they get hired? Coach Sark, he's known as a brilliant play caller. What people hate is when you bring in a brilliant play caller he doesn't call plays like that no more. One thing about Sark is he's brought that play calling with him, and it's gotten better each and every year, and you'd love to see that.
Hey, Alex, man, we appreciate it. Tell folks again how they can find all the things you're doing, the podcast, the TV. You're down there with KVU on ABC and, of course, Bob Ballou on CBS, breaking it down, and then the podcast. Give them one more run of how they can find you.
Yeah, absolutely. So my Behind the Face Mask podcast, you can find that on YouTube. Just type in Behind the Face Mask, and all of the interviews will pop up. You can catch my local CBS Austin breakdown Sunday night at 10 p.m., and you can catch my local ABC Austin breakdowns on Tuesdays at 10 p.m. And last but not least, I do the Third and Longhorn podcast with Nick Shuley, and that drops. Nick, you can tell them whenever that drops. I think that drops every Wednesday or Thursday, something like that. So.
Yeah, we generally record it on Wednesdays and then put it out on Fridays, I think.
All right, looking
before
forward
the
to
game.
that. All right, brother. Thank you. Hey, Alex, good to hear you. Join us anytime, and appreciate the insights, and good luck with everything you're doing, my friend.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Alex Okafor. There you go. There it is. By the way, speaking of recruiting classes, can I give you a little piece of Longhorn news? If while we're on with Alex, we're going to do a little round of Who Said That coming up, Nick, which is always fun. We'll also get back into T'Vondre Sweat and why he should win the Outland Trophy, if not the Bednarik and others. But can I mention, if you follow recruiting, the Longhorns are in a good position for 5-star corner Kobe Black out of Waco. He moved his date back. But my friend Mike Craven, a partner on our podcast, the Eyes on Texas podcast, which will be out today, he told me last night that he moved it back to December the 11th. He's from Waco. He's a 5-star corner. Most people believe he favors Texas. He was going to announce today, as a matter of fact, on this 29th, but he had a scheduling conflict. But he's going to announce it on Dave Campbell's Texas Football. He's going to be on their show Texas Live in a couple of weeks. So I think that might have been what it was that they wanted him to come do it. But still, according to Mike and all of our Jerry Hamilton, others, very good for Texas. There's also a safety from McKinney named Xavier Filsaime, who Rod's talked about. Rod has seen him on film. Think Derek Williams, too, right? Just big, long, rangy. As Rod would say, hips like a corner, but long arms, and just prototypical safety where you can cover ground in this day and age of spread football. He has been a Florida commitment, right? And Jerry Hamilton has told the story of Xavier Filsaime from McKinney, Texas. He was on campus at Texas last Friday, or last week, took a visit. One of his parents lives in the Metroplex, and the other one lives in Orlando. So he's got Florida ties. He's committed to Florida, but yesterday the position coach who had been recruiting him for 2 years got fired.
I saw that tweet.
Yes, and he was like, "What? Oh man!" So keep an eye on Xavier Filsaime. There's a chance here because this thing's going to come like a whirlwind for us, but certainly the coaches, from the playoff or not to the Big 12 championship to the portal opening to the signing day. The early window opens December the 20th, right before Christmas, a Wednesday. That's when that opens. Could the Longhorns, where they've had secondary issues this year, you already have Derek Williams in place, you have Terrence Brooks, you've got Manny Muhammad, the freshman from Oak Cliff, who came in and played so well last year. When you think about extending this culture and keeping to play good defense, if you could add 2 5-stars, a safety and a corner to this recruiting class on top of what's already in it, that's pretty good. So keep an eye on that. That's good news for them. Potentially good news for Longhorns that Billy Napier was forced to fire some guys on his defense, and that may lean Xavier Filsaime back towards Texas.
Yeah, and 2 weeks ago, the Texas flipped another Florida kid,
Wardell
Florida
Mack.
commitment. Yeah, Wardell Mack from Louisiana. So Florida's getting roughed up by Texas right now.
Yeah. Hey, take advantage. It's like with A&M, strike while they're down. You have to.
Exactly.
All right, we'll come back. When we do a little round of Who Said That with Nick Shuley, who's the busiest guy in media. Just heard Alex Okafor. We'll come back. Hook him up, Ian Rodby.
Research Boulevard heading toward Breaker Lane. We still have a report of a crash there right before you get to the Mopac interchange, as a matter of fact, back up to McNeil, so that's unfortunate. Had a report of a crash on I-35 northbound at Ben White. Folks, not seeing anything but the routine delays now coming from Onion Creek to Stastey, so we're not thinking that's going to be any kind of an issue at all. Hopefully it'll drop off the board, and as a matter of fact, it just did while we were talking, so that is a false alarm. Good news. East Palmer Lane at 290, injury crash. That one is trying to wrap up. Northbound toll 130 at Greg Maynor Road. We still have a bit of a delay through there because of an earlier wreck, but it's not too much to deal with. For the most part, traffic has eased up in most places, but we still have to worry about Research heading to Mopac. I'm Don Miller. That's traffic.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $300. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Aaron Hogan.
You just gotta keep living, man.
Rod Babers.
Livin.
E and Rod B. On the Horn.
Oh, man, who said it coming up? Also, breaking news, according to Brett McMurphy of the Action Network, Big 12 title game, Texas Oak State officially sold out. Sold out. Conference will open up additional standing room tickets to meet demand. So sold out. It should be a great crowd. I was at the last time when they played Oklahoma in this game, and it was sold out. It was packed. It was a great game. Unfortunately, Kyler Murray got the better of Sam Ehlinger that day.
It was a tight one.
It was a good game. Good game. Great crowd. This one should be similar, and Texas has a chance to make their final statement for the college football playoff and win a Big 12 championship on their way out. And I think if the Longhorns are looking for how to put a chip on the shoulder or whatever the motivation is, if I'm Sark, I'm going with, because I know he won't say it publicly, but he's embraced the F around and figure out and find out. He'll like even after the Texas game, after the Texas fight in the locker room, Sark's on recorded.
Yeah, Jade.
Saying breaking it down with blank around and find out, right?
Yep.
They've embraced that, and that's fine. They have T-shirts, FAFO. If I'm Sark, I'm saying make Brett Yormark hand us that trophy. Make Brett Yormark come up on that podium and hand us the trophy with the confetti falling down. Make him do it.
Oh, that'd be beautiful. Beautiful sight. Oh, man, could you imagine how he's got to be biting his tongue there.
Or I'd even flip it around. Do not let him not hand us that trophy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I love it.
Take it personal.
That'd be poetic justice.
On our way out. Sark says the right things, but I know behind the scenes he's poking the bear a little bit. Why wouldn't you? Speaking of poking the bear, can I play this for you? You know, Aaron Rodgers appears on the Pat McAfee show. This is who said that, but I wanted to set it up instead of you were going to guess who it was anyhow. But well, guess who is he talking about? He'll tell you pretty quick. How about this? Aaron Rodgers goes on the Pat McAfee show every Tuesday and talks about football. And here was something he said that was pretty interesting yesterday that may appeal to you Cowboy fans out there.
First, I want to talk about Dak because he's become one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch. I've watched more football this year than any other year because in normal years you're getting ready for a game, so you're never watching football, right? And you might see some scores on your phone, and maybe every now and then see a Sunday night game, and you might get part of Monday or Thursday. But you're just not watching a lot of games. And this year I watched a lot more games than usual. And, Tom had some comments about, Brady had some comments about some of the mediocrity in the game. And I just want to say Dak is not who he was talking about.
Okay.
For a number of reasons. But I just love that he's really playing the position. What I mean by that is I'm watching him make Ringo calls. So that's protection adjustments against these crazy looks and picking things up. I'm watching him, bring the tight end back in against zero pressure and throw an old concept we used to run for a touchdown to CeeDee Lamb in the back end zone. I'm watching him use his cadence beautifully and get into this rhythmic, here we go, into like dummy, using it as a dummy sometimes, doing it twice, into like other cadences. I mean, the last 4 or 5 weeks, I've gotten to see more of their games, and I just want to say, like, he's playing a position in a really impressive way, And for whatever reason, maybe because he's the Cowboys quarterback and it's one of those premier positions in sports, like I feel like the Green Bay quarterback has been for a long time, and some other, positions in various sports, he might take a little more than he deserves, or maybe it's deserving of the position, I guess. But I love the way he's playing, and I love the way he's playing, like really playing. I'm not talking about just like, making good throws. I'm talking about like, it seems more rare that guys are actually really playing the position where you're making adjustments, you're handling everything line of scrimmage. Now you're doing this crazy cadence stuff. Like, I love it, and I just want to shout out Dak for like really impressing me. First one.
There you go, Aaron Rodgers. Is that good for you, Ty? You're a Cowboys fan. You hear Aaron Rodgers praise the quarterback. Are you buying back in? Where are you?
Not bought back in yet, but Aaron Rodgers does love a good cadence, so I'm sure that here we go.
Well, and of course he
going
played for Mike McCarthy. He played for Mike McCarthy, right, for a long time, and won a Super Bowl with Mike McCarthy. So he knows this offense. I know it's the Tex Coast now, but you're a Cowboys fan. I mean, look, he's echoing something I've said for the last month that I've watched Dak Prescott his whole career, and he's playing better coming out of the bye week than I've ever seen him play. And then Rod brings in the deep dive numbers that back up what I'm watching, and now Aaron Rodgers is saying it. We know it's going to start Thursday night, tomorrow night with the Seattle game, and then Philadelphia. I mean, he's going to face, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, who's the toughest out right now in football. You got to beat Jalen Hurts; he's a winner. Then you got to beat Tua, then you got to beat Josh Allen, then you got to beat Jared Goff. I mean, if Dak keeps playing like this, as Aaron Rodgers is noting, he can change some narratives. He really can. Now, I know it won't matter till January, but he's playing at a really high level.
Yeah, I think that's where that I as someone who renounced my fandom after the 49ers game, but I've said I can't stop watching the car crash that is the Cowboys. And I love them, but I am so impressed with how he's been playing lately. But I'm still not buying into the Cowboys like being that good. Like when you look at that combined record of the teams they beat, anytime they played a real team, they've struggled. And I'm going to say this, and it's a hot take. I do not think Philadelphia will win the Super Bowl. I don't think they're that good, and merely by the fact that the Cowboys stuck around for that long and fought with them. And I think the Eagles are winners and they figure out how to win, but I think that's going to change, but we'll see. But also I think we're about to find out who the Cowboys are the next few weeks.
Yeah. I mean, because I've given the number many times this week that their 8 wins have come against teams who are 25-52.
Yep.
And 25-52. They're playing winning teams the rest of the way. Buffalo is 6-6, but I think everybody knows Buffalo's better than that record. Ask Philadelphia. I mean, and I'll play this for you coming back on the other side. And what the Cowboys, when I say they have to beat Jalen Hurts, I'll play some sound for you. Jalen Hurts has established himself as just an absolute dude, right?
He's the man. I hate the Eagles and I hate OU. Like, he is the man.
He is. He is. I mean, and I'll play some sound for you outside of who said that on the other side. One of his teammates. That's pretty good. And the mindset he has. That I'll play for you. And I know it's an Eagles thing, and he's an OU guy, but remember, this is the guy who was benched in college at Alabama in favor of Tua, lost his job, didn't transfer, didn't mope, was a great teammate the whole time. Nick Saban, when he benched him, told him, work on your passing, use every rep to get better throwing. And then when they needed him to win the national championship, he was available, or the SEC championship, he was ready to go and help them win the championship. Then he went to Oklahoma. Rest is history. This is a dude, right? And
he's a winner.
That's who you have to beat.
Yep.
And Dak has to play to that level in those games.
I agree.
And we'll find out. It's pretty fun, pretty good stuff. We'll play that cut for you. Also, another Who Said That with one of the most jovial Longhorns, who might be one of the most decorated Longhorns coming up, and another round of Who Said That on the other side. I took him up with Ian Rod B, but Nick Shuley hanging out with us, the president of the Austin Music Movement, Clark Field Creative, Texas One Fun. What doesn't he do, this guy over there? We're coming back.
Hey everyone, it's Patrick Davis to tell you about a change we're making in the
The fabulous fifth hour starts with some local music as usual. Rob Baird, one of your favorites there. Nick Shula, you're a big Rob Baird guy.
He's the best. I really, he's my favorite. He's actually opening next week for Shane Smith and the Saints over at ACL Live.
Or they doing that ugly sweater party, ugly sweater show.
Is that what it is?
I think that's it.
Oh,
yeah,
that's cool.
Love me some Shane Smith too. A couple of local guys. Rob's from here, right? Rob Baird.
Yeah, well, he's originally Memphis via Fort Worth, but he's definitely an Austin boy now.
Cool. All right. When Shane Smith grew up here, so that's a good show at ACL Live at the Movie Theater. We had Setlist ATX last hour. We'll get behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Talk more Texas football. Thank you to Alex Okafor last hour. Hope you enjoyed that. His breakdown. He's kind of like me. If Texas can control Allie Gordon, there's not much else that scares you for this Oklahoma State team except for Mike Gundy. And he's a witch. He's beaten Texas 7 out of 10 times, and especially even in games where you didn't feel like they had much of a chance, they'd beat Texas. So this feels like that's why the line is where it's at 14.5. But we appreciate Alex Okafor. We'll go back behind the BOC. But on the way to the timeout, we're doing who said that, and we're talking about Jalen Hurts, right? And you're a Cowboys fan. Ty's a Cowboys fan. And the last 2 Januaries, the kryptonite for Dak Prescott has been the Niners. Niners are a team you got to get over, and it's almost like he has a mental block now when he sees San Francisco's uniforms. The game he played out in San Francisco that Sunday night was like, what are we doing? What is that game?
That was painful.
Well, let me play this of Jalen Hurts. And this is what I say, and this isn't to poke the Cowboy bear at all. Cowboy fans have to realize you may hate Jalen Hurts because he went to Oklahoma and he played, he's plays for the Eagles, who everybody hates. But this is the guy for the next 10 years that you have to beat. Listen to this. This is a piece of audio when he's first coming into the league, right? This is before he's even become Jalen Hurts. This is Jeremy Schaap of ESPN interviewing him. Listen to this. What's the matter? Listen to this question, this answer from Jalen Hurts with Jeremy Schaap.
4 years of college, how many times did you experience losing? 4 games. It's not going to be like that in the NFL.
Oh, it cut off. You didn't let it finish there, Ty. What happened? Can we do that one more time?
That's the whole clip, isn't it?
No, it's not. I just listened to it during the break. His answer to that is what the whole point of the conversation is.
One more time.
Play it one more time.
4 years of college, how many times did you experience losing? 4 games. It's not going to be like that in the NFL. We'll see.
We'll see. How many games has Jalen Hurts lost since becoming a starting quarterback? Do that math. Remember, they were 11-0 a year ago. They're 9-1 right now.
What is it, like 5?
Yeah, and the game he lost in the Super Bowl, 4 games total already. Is that right?
He's lost 4.
That's amazing. And that was he only lost 4 in college, and that's Jeremy Schaap saying, "Well, this is a lot tougher." Well, we'll see.
I like him,
and
man.
you got to look at. He almost looks like Denzel Washington in Training Day or something. The look on his face is like, "Oh yeah, we'll see." And so, 30-4 as a starter. The loss in the Super Bowl, not his fault. He outplayed Patrick Mahomes for most of that game. That was a hell of a football game, and that's his mission now is to get back. And listen to this. This is from the Buffalo game the other night. There's something about this Eagles team, and you got to give credit to Nick Sirianni. They were outplayed again. Cowboys outplayed them, lost.
Yep.
Bills outplayed them. It took Jake Elliott, their kicker, making a 59-yard field goal in the rain and the cold to force overtime. But then Jalen Hurts won it. Listen to this. This is on once they get to overtime. I think it's Brandon Graham, the defensive lineman, telling all the Bills that this game's over.
We about to win it. You must don't know Jalen Hurts. You must don't know Jalen Hurts like I know him. They don't know Jalen Hurts like we know Jalen Hurts. They don't know him. Come on, Jalen. You got us down here to tie it up. This time, let's go win the game. Come on, Jalen. Put it together, baby. Let them talk about you. Hey, it's a run. Jalen. Yeah! What I tell you? What I tell
All right, so there you go. Point of that is, and this says he has a thing for Jalen Hurts. I love the mindset. I always have through college. I remember on the show long enough to know, coming out of Channelview and Powerlifter, the mindset. A guy that wanted to come to Texas at one point, and it was between Jalen Hurts and Shane Buechele. Charlie Strong recruited. Jalen Hurts camped at Texas, and he wanted to be at Texas. A lot of the insiders would tell you that, but the Longhorns gave the scholarship offer to Arlington Martin's Shane Buechele because they were looking for more of a passing quarterback. That was the offense they wanted to run, so you can't fault them. Shane Buechele still playing in the NFL. He's a good player. But Jalen, of course, went to Alabama. We know the rest of his story, but you just know what he's built on. And this is for Dak Prescott. This is the narrative he has to change. And this started with Aaron Rodgers singing the praises and the way he's playing the last month against bad teams. Who do you want with the ball with 2 minutes to play in a big game? Do you want Dak Prescott? I mean, how many times out of 100 would you not pick Jalen Hurts over Dak Prescott in that moment?
0.
Right.
Like he is the thing that scared me most about him was watching him when Elliott hit that field goal in the rain. Like it was, I mean, he was like a little bit surprised, but he's such a stone cold winner that his mindset is so scary.
That's it. And I go back to this, and people saying I have a thing for Jalen. I'm studying Jalen Hurts, and I remember it was Sal Paolantonio, right? He's ESPN Eagles guy, but at the same time he covered Tom Brady's entire career. If you remember, he was pretty much the ESPN Cub reporter for Tom Brady in New England. Sal Pal, right? Let's go to Sal Pal in New England. Well, it was Sal Paolantonio who first said that Jalen Hurts is the first athlete he's covered that reminds him of Tom Brady in the way he thinks and his mindset, how he prepares, his focus, his winning nature. So that's high praise. And that's, again, this is where Dak Prescott, you can play all you want. You got to beat that guy.
He's still hurt too. That's the scary part. Like I'm a Cowboys fan. I have a thing for Jalen Hurts. So I'm a Longhorn fan. I have a thing for Jalen Hurts. So
gross.
I know,
he's just a player. I'm sorry, Ty. I don't mean to.
It's not. No. We're good.
He's a winner, man. He's a winner.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean,
but I still think the Cowboys are going to beat the Eagles.
He didn't win last year or the year before.
I still think the Cowboys are going to beat them.
Now, there was a punt return that impacted that. There was a big penalty called. It wasn't Jalen Hurts that lost that.
Patrick Mahomes is a winner.
Well, Patrick Mahomes is too. I mean, that's who you're compared to, right?
Patrick
Mahomes has been to 5 consecutive, 3 out of the last 5 Super Bowls and won 2 of them. That's who the Cowboys have to beat now. I mean, if you're looking in the NFC and you're thinking, okay, now is our window because Tom Brady's retired, Drew Brees is gone, Aaron Rodgers moved over to the Jets and is now hurt. There isn't, Matt Stafford's not playing like that anymore. This is our window. This is the new guy. This is the new sheriff. And you can disagree with it or not. That's what we do on sports radio and conversation. That's the new guy, in my opinion. And you have to beat him. He didn't win the Super Bowl, but he's the reigning NFC champion. And, we'll see how this one plays out. But right now, they're the only one-loss team in the NFL and are the best team in the National Football League, even though they don't play as the best team for 4 quarters. That's the Niners. But guess who the Philadelphia Eagles play this weekend? The San Francisco 49ers. That game coming up on Sunday.
Game of the year.
Oh, man. Hell of a game. Hell of a game. But if you're a Cowboys fan, what you're saying to yourself, like Ty, is, okay, Niners, beat Philadelphia, and then we play Philadelphia the following Sunday, and we can pull even with them in the division if we win that game. Because right now the Cowboys are 8-3. Chance to be 9-3 on Thursday night with Seattle. Am I right about that? 8-3 now? Yeah, 8-3. You win that game, you get to 9-3. If the Eagles lose to the Niners on Sunday, well, now all of a sudden they're 10-2, and you will play them for first place in your division. And that gets to the crux of what we're talking about. Can Dak Prescott perform in that moment the way Aaron Rodgers is talking about?
Well, Thursday is where we start finding out for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So.
Tomorrow night they have
Seahawks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seahawks. And look, I think the Seahawks are a bit of a fraud. I'm not saying that because I don't want to give the Cowboys credit. But if you watch the Niners dismantle the Seahawks the other night, they're a good team. And then their playoff run last year surprised a lot of people. And I think they're a young, emerging team. But I still think Geno Smith can be Geno Smith. And I still don't think – because I think right now that there's clearly a tier in the NFC. It's the Niners, Eagles, Cowboys, then Detroit, then Seattle. But you're playing one of those teams, so that's a big game. I think the Cowboys should win that game. I think they should take care of that. And that is a great situation for the Cowboys. Because think about this. If you win that game, you get extra days. You're off for 10 days to get ready for the Eagles and your building to possibly be playing for first place.
At home.
And then you go to Buffalo coming out of that game with the Eagles. And who knows, it might be like snowpocalypse. You never know how that game's going to play out. It's December 17th in Buffalo. How's that going to look? But Buffalo might be out of it by then. I mean, they're not playing for much. They're 6-6. they take a couple more losses here, they're done. I mean, then the wind in their sail is not what it was. Then they go to Miami to play Tua and the Dolphins on Christmas Eve in a big game, which that'll be a lot of fun. We'll go from what could be the snowpocalypse to South Beach and back-to-back Sundays, and then you're back home for Detroit. So in this 5-game stretch that will kind of define the regular season for the Dallas Cowboys, I think the Cowboys have a chance to go 4-1. And if they do that, I think the narrative will change. It still won't change till January. We get that. But that's what's exciting about this opportunity the Cowboys have right now. But good stuff with Aaron Rodgers, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott. And Dak Prescott now with that big Dak energy. He's with child. He's with child. He has procreated, Nick. Procreated. That gives you a little sense of power too, Nick. I don't know if you know that.
I don't. I hope I don't.
You don't know? If you have, you don't know. This says, never forget Hurts wanted to play for UT and Charlie Strong didn't offer him. That's true. We just went through that story. But I'm not going to criticize Charlie Strong for offering Shane Buechele, who ran an offense that they wanted to run, and similar. And Shane was a good player for Texas. Said, I'm with Ty.
He fit the system.
This says, I'm with Ty. I cannot like an ex-OU player, even if they play for the Cowboys. Okay, fair enough. I get it. You guys are emotional.
I mean,
I'm being realistic.
So you didn't like Roy Williams when he played for the for the Cowboys?
Ooh. That's a good
that
question.
was a tough one because
I might be too young to have hatred for Roy Williams, the safety.
It was hard for me. I mean, I remember him ruining.
I love
Chris
Roy
Sims
Williams
in that
is
game.
one of my favorite players ever that's played for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but I mean, I
Horse
struggle with
tackle?
that. Like
A horse collar tackle? Come on.
Oh yeah, he's the reason.
He was the inventor of the horse collar. Well, I was at the Cotton Bowl when he jumped over the pile and hit Chris Sims, and
that's what I referenced. It was always hard for me to.
It's
hard for me to root for,
respect
but I liked him.
OU. I don't respect the Eagles.
I do too.
It's more about the Eagles' hatred than the OU hatred.
You respect OU, not the Eagles. Okay,
I kind of agree with that.
You do?
Yeah, just because I just can't get over their fans and Sirianni and anyway.
Oh, look, I'm with you. My brother. Listen, here's the problem. I grew up. I have an older brother who's not 2 years older than me. We grew up as Oiler fans. Well, actually, when we were in Ohio, I was a Cowboys fan and he was a Steelers fan, just because neither of us wanted to root for the Browns like my dad. We had to have a team, and of course the Browns and Steelers played in every Super Bowl in the 70s, so I just adopted. He was Steelers, I was going to be contrarian. Moved to Houston, we both became huge Oiler fans. Now he's in Philadelphia, and he's like rooting for the Eagles, like fly Eagle fly. Like, what are you doing? Come on, man. He's chosen the Phillies over the Astros. I'm ready to disown the guy. But yeah, and I've said this many times. Nick Sirianni is a winner, and he's got a winner at quarterback. Nick Sirianni has the most punchable face in sports.
Oh man, that video of him in the tunnel
Yes.
screaming at, oh gosh.
I mean, but you have to respect him. But yes, I'm with everybody else.
It's like Boo Corrigan level to me.
Yes, when you see him on the sidelines, you just want to like, Gah! Right? But he's winning, and we'll see. That's the Cowboys' mission, and they should have all the advantages in 11 days now. Home field, night game, 10 days off. Chance to you should have beat them the first time, but that's how many teams are now playing the Eagles coming out there going, man, we should have won that game.
Yeah, and I mean that's I mean a lot of people said that against Texas this year, TCU last year. So winning's winning. That's
right. And I think Hurts is the common denominator because they lean into his toughness, and you just heard that's why I played that Brandon Graham cut. They believe they believe they're going to win because of him, right?
Yeah.
That's the Vince Young mojo when he was at Texas. You talk to those guys, we're going to win because we got that guy.
Just get him the ball.
Yep,
Yeah.
We're going to win. And that was all the Texas players on the sidelines in 2005. We're going to win. And I go back to the Super Bowl last year. He gave them the lead, right? He was the one, he put them in front. He went toe-to-toe and really outplayed Patrick Mahomes. But in the end, Mahomes' team won. That was his first try in it. So looking forward to maybe the Cowboys joining this conversation. And let's not forget the Niners, because the Niners are still really damn good, by the way. And if Rod were here, Rod would be, swinging the praise of his guy Shano, because when they're healthy, I don't know if either the Eagles or the Cowboys can beat the Niners. I mean, I really don't. I mean, I stew on, okay, who's going to win this game? Home field would be big for me, but if you keep Brock Purdy healthy, and I know people say there's a ceiling to Brock, and I kind of believe that, but if he has Debo and he has Kittle and he has McCaffrey and he has Ayuk, if he has all of them, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think if he has everybody. Trent Williams is playing left tackle, who's the best left tackle in football. Christian McCaffrey's the best running back in football. You could argue Debo and Ayuk are the best receiving tandem in football. George Kittle's one of the top 3 tight ends in football. If you have all that plus that defense, I don't know that they have a peer.
It reminds me of the Cowboys' glory days minus the all-pro quarterback.
Yeah. Well, and let's not sleep on the defense, too, because they've got Bosa, and now they just traded for Chase Young and Armstead in the middle and Fred Warner in the middle. They might be a little susceptible in the secondary at times, but still, that's the team. But they got to stay healthy. And Rod would be sitting here saying they always get somebody hurt. It always impacts them. If it doesn't, they're my Super Bowl favorite over really anybody else, including the Chiefs, including the Ravens.
Easily.
And by the way, the Chiefs, the Ravens play the Niners coming up. Did you know that? That's in December. I think it's the same weekend that
played this year.
Yeah, the same weekend that the Cowboys play the Dolphins. It's Christmas weekend. The Ravens play the San Francisco 49ers. It'll be weird because they both could be. I mean, that could be your Super Bowl right there, and we're going to see it at Christmas time. A couple months later, several weeks later, they could be playing, or it could be the Eagles, or it could be the Cowboys. That's what we'll all tune in to see. Can the Longhorns make the college football playoff? Continues to be a debate. There is a chance, and as we said, the simple path is a win Saturday and root like hell for Louisville. Root like hell for the Louisville Cardinal. If that happens, the Longhorns have a spot. You need a spot, right? There's only 4, and there are 5 teams right now, or 7 or 8 teams jockeying for one spot. But I do think, as we've said all morning, a couple of those are play-ins, right? The SEC's getting one of those games, and the Pac-12's getting one, and Michigan's going to beat Iowa. So those are 3 spots gone. You need a spot to open up, and that would be Florida State.
It'd be awesome if Iowa found a way to upset Michigan and crack me up. I mean, I've watched Iowa twice, so I don't have much faith.
You know what? The Iowa offense is terminal to watch. It's just
it's painful. My favorite part about watching Iowa now is the guys who wear the punts sweatshirts and then chant punts like every time somebody punts
embrace
in the game.
It.
It's awesome.
Embrace our suckness.
Love those guys.
Can I just say, because maybe a lot of people didn't watch it on Black Friday because you're getting ready for the Texas game. Iowa played Nebraska, and it was the most Iowa game ever. It was 10-7. Let me make sure I get this score right because we were watching it down at Mockingbird Saloon, getting ready or before I went down there. Can't remember where I was. Either way, but so by the way, that game had a historically low over/under of 24.5. It went under. They broke. I mean, Vegas can't make a line low enough to include an Iowa football team in it, which is just incredible. So Nebraska, Matt Rule's team gets the ball. I'm trying to remember. They had no business winning the game, and then Nebraska's quarterback threw an interception and set up a game-winning field goal. It was unbelievable, and they went under. So they won the game to beat Nebraska. It was It was the same day that the Friday where the Jets did the most Jets thing ever, which was give up a 99-yard kick return on a Hail Mary. How do you do that? I mean, there are just some team like Big Ten. Iowa football is going to go under. You just know it. And the Jets, the Jets are the proud owners of the butt fumble, which is one of the great bloopers of all time with Mark Sanchez. Yeah. Well, now in this game with the Miami Dolphins, that same day while Iowa's going full Iowa, the Jets are playing the Dolphins. Dolphins are winning. Tua throws a pick 6 before the half. Like that gets the Jets back in the game. Of course, they can't do anything offensively. Throws a pick 6. Then they're moving them back down the field. Tua throws another interception before the half. They've got the ball at the 50-yard line. They decide to throw a Hail Mary. It gets intercepted by the Dolphins, who return it for a touchdown, which just negated their pick 6 before the half. Tua trying to give it to them. I just think there's some organizations and teams that's just them, right? But can they beat Michigan? Can Iowa beat Michigan, Nick? No.
I don't think so.
You can't beat Michigan with 16 points.
And I don't want to watch it, honestly. Like, I just don't. I mean, if it's the only thing on, I might do that. Or
they do have good defense.
Watch The View.
Watch The View. Well, it'll be you'll be watching Louisville, Florida State because they are at the same time.
Yeah,
that's what you'll be doing, and you'll be rooting. Are you going to wear all red and root for Louisville and become a Jeff Brom homer? You should.
Oh, I mean, I'm all in on. I always liked Jeff Brom. I did. I remember watching him play quarterback back in the day. He could go.
Well, there you go. That's what you need because that Longhorns will play at 11, SEC game middle of the day at 3, and then the night game you can choose the Michigan stomping of Iowa, or you can choose the game that all Longhorn fans will be tuning into if Texas wins. If Texas wins the game, that's where you need Louisville to have a big performance against the backup quarterback of Florida State and find a way to win that game. You do that, you're going to be in come Sunday morning.
We need it.
Yep. I mean, I feel very confident in that. If that plays out, you'll wake up Sunday feeling pretty good about yourself.
I'm interested to see that game. I don't know what to expect, and I think that Florida State's still got a good defense, and
Jared Verse is a great player off the edge.
And look, they've got weapons. I mean, if Florida Tate can the kid Tate, whatever his name is, can do what he does and get the ball. I mean, just game manage and get the ball.
Rodemaker.
Yeah, Tate Rodemaker. And if he can get the ball to his weapons,
yeah, they've
got
great receivers.
They're going to be tough. Yeah, I mean, Johnny Wilson and Keontae Coleman, like those guys can go. So we'll see. But I mean, Louisville's good too. I've watched them a few times, and they didn't exactly play great last week against.
But you know what Louisville has?
Former Aggie coach Mark Stoops.
We'll break this down more as we go in the week. You know what Louisville has? A great pass rush. They can rush the passer. So if you have a great pass rush, and you're playing a backup quarterback, you can force some turnovers.
Yeah.
Now, can we get Lamar Jackson to come back and play for Louisville for one game? Could that happen? Has he got any eligibility left? Come on, Lamar.
Coach Strong.
Come on back. Get Coach Strong. Teddy Bridgewater. Can you get Teddy 2 gloves back? But, Lamar Jackson would be good. But, no, that's for real. I mean, Louisville's got a really good pass rush. They can get off the edge, and they can hit the quarterback. And, that would be the recipe for Louisville in that game because it's only a 2-point line, right? I mean, Louisville's a 10-2 football team. So it's not like you were talking, the Florida gave them a scare. Florida's a bad team. Florida's a really bad team.
Well, I think Louisville's going to be hungry after losing that rivalry game to Kentucky. I think they're mad. So I'm hoping they come out and take care of business.
You know who's really mad coming out of that rivalry game? Mark Stoops.
Former Aggie coach Mark Stoops.
Former Aggie coach who had to fly to College Station. Who wants to fly to College Station at any time?
Favorite Mark Stoops moment as Aggie head coach.
Take a picture.
Let's talk about it. It's getting off the plane.
And then because that again is the running belief that Mark Stoops accepted the job or was at least flying to College Station to consummate a deal. Landed and was told to go home. See you later, sir. Like actually Mark Stoops, much like his brother Mike Stoops, same thing happened to him here at Texas when Sark tried to hire him as a linebackers coach when he got the Texas job.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
I forgot about that.
Mike, turn around. We're not doing that. But that was just a linebackers coach. This was the head coach. And now the Aggies, of course, are doing the swaying thing, and Mike Elko is the guy. Mike Elko was the right hire from the beginning.
I agree with that.
Mike Elko, this is why this is Aggie jokes write themselves, right? Write themselves. Mike Elko was the right hire. It feels like Ross Bjork got over his skis and decided he wanted to do his thing, and then he didn't check with the people that matter in the program who said, no, you're not doing that. We're hiring Mike Elko, and now Ross Bjork has to pretend like this was his first choice.
Yeah, we'll see how long he's there.
Well, but then do you want a coach who didn't?
No, I'm saying Bjork, but I think Elko was the right hire, and it helps keep that team intact. Otherwise, that Stoops there was going to explode that team. You're going to have crazy transfers.
I agree with that, and I think what I'm saying is, if you now fire Ross Bjork because he technically screwed that up, well, now you're bringing in a new AD who didn't hire this coach. That's never a good recipe. I'd almost stick with it.
Well, and it shows that you messed up, which right now they're playing the "we got our guy" thing.
But it certainly weakens your power as the within the power structure of an athletic department and the program to get it that wrong, if indeed that's how that went down with Ross Bjork, because now they are selling the Mike Elko thing. So a lot of good combos there. Cowboys, Eagles, Dak, Jalen Hurts, rivalry weekend, Longhorns, Louisville. Come back, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll hear from T'Vondre Sweat, one of the funniest, and you've been around T'Vondre quite a bit. He is what he is, but will he win the Outland Trophy? Got details on that coming up. It took him up with E and Rod B. Nick Shuley hanging out.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Yeah, Rod Babers hopefully back at some point this week. He's dealing with the protocols, the positive protocols. You know what I'm saying? Hoping Rod's ready to go for Big 12 championship, but we'll keep you posted. Nick Shuley is in the house today doing a great job. Brought you the set list ATX and good thoughts on all things Texas, the Big 12. You're serving a very good purpose today, which you always do, by the way. But you're the mad Longhorn fan, which is good. Why you're behind Oregon, which I get, and you're selling your case. I'm the one arguing that it's regional. You're getting screwed by the West Coast, that they want a West Coast team in, and that's just how it's going to be.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that makes sense. And I can't call it a conspiracy theory. I can call it a business decision that the TV executives and college football, they have not had a West Coast team in the Final Four in a while, and now they have an opportunity to have one, and they're not going to not have one.
Yeah, I'm anxious to watch this UW Oregon game. I think it's going to be a good game, and I think people are giving Oregon too much credit right now. I really do. I think they are a good team, but I think their offense has been explosive against teams that aren't that great. And like you play those teams and put up those numbers, it just didn't impress me. And I think they're a good football team, so I'm not taking that away from them. But we'll see. But they should have won that last game against UW. So
yeah, all the fourth down decisions Dan Mullen made in that game. Dan Lanning, I should say. Going forward over and over, take some field goals, they win that game.
Yep.
And they missed a field goal at the gun that would have tied the game at 36 and sent it to overtime. It was a great football game, and I like Oregon too. I'm just saying that when I hear Boo Corrigan trying to explain it, he doesn't explain it.
No.
So this is just what it's going to be, and so then you take the next step of why. All the facts tell you Texas should be ahead of them. Well, no, they want a scenario by which this game on Friday night is a play-in game.
Yeah. Well, with his facts, we should go ahead and throw LSU in there because Jaden Daniels having a great year. So I mean, he argues about Bo Nix's stats, so it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, right? And so if Texas were rightfully ahead of Oregon, if Oregon beats Washington, well, that puts Texas in. That doesn't put Oregon in.
Right.
They're trying to set this up so that they have a West Coast team. They don't want to knock their West Coast team out.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it like that. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Like that. They don't want to. They want to be able to justify the winner of that game getting in.
Right. And I think they can have it the other way too. I think that's why I think the SEC is a play-in game, even though we know that the SEC has had two teams in this playoff before. Big Ten had two teams last year. I don't think that's this year. I think this is going to be four different conferences represented, and Texas needs that Florida State loss to knock them in there. Because even if Alabama beats Georgia, you still need a spot because that puts Alabama in, that puts Michigan in, that puts Oregon or Washington in, and that puts Florida State in. You're still out. But because But that comes down to the absolute brass tacks of would they ever not put an SEC team in? Because now you got to tell you why. If you're going to put Alabama in, why is Texas not in? They beat Alabama, right? But think about that scenario.
Yeah. It's just.
I think the committee wants Florida State to lose because there's a way. Because think about that. If that scenario I just said lays out, and because I think if Alabama beats Georgia, that's good for Texas. But at the same time, they still need a spot. I keep saying that. They still need a fourth spot. Because if Alabama takes Georgia's spot, Michigan claims their spot, Washington, Oregon spot, and Florida State wins, Texas could be fifth ahead of Georgia, but that still doesn't get you in the playoff. But then how do they explain the Alabama-Texas game?
Yeah, I don't know whether to root for chaos or not, or whether to root for favorites, right? Like minus the Louisville Florida State game. Well, what's better for us?
This is the logic would tell you that Texas right now is ahead of Alabama, and if they beat Georgia, then Texas should slide in, and then you knock the SEC out, which they won't do. But how do you do that? See, I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I don't know.
Then they would make the argument that Alabama, a one-loss Bama, or a one-loss Georgia is better than Florida State. They'd put Texas in, and then they'd bump Florida State out as an undefeated ACC champ with a backup quarterback. Man, see, here we go. We're playing the game. Can we go behind the burnt orange curtain, talk some Texas football as we're trying to sort it all out? All needs to happen is Texas needs to see Louisville take down Florida State and get a victory.
Texas needs to win, and Louisville needs to win,
and everyone's.
And then we can yell and complain.
And even the TV networks will be happy because they would rather have a healthy Texas team than a backup quarterback Florida State team on January 1 in the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, and the media wants controversy. The committee does not.
Can we get to the burnt orange curtain conversation?
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, I want to play this for you, and credit to Noah Gross over there at KXAN. He put this together, put it out, KXAN, NBC affiliate. This is a mashup, I guess, of thrown together of one-liners T'Vondre Sweat dropped at the media availability on Monday. This concerns why he came to Texas in the first place, other reasons, and then what music gets him fired up before football games, and then a couple other things. Here's T'Vondre Sweat, the Longhorn All-American defensive tackle.
My real reason I came to Texas, I thought I was going to get to meet KD. I still haven't met KD. I'll probably say Luke Combs, man. He get me going before the game. So once you come to UT, they got all the food you can eat. You know what I'm saying? So I took advantage. I seen a video on TikTok. It was a video of Flavor Flav with that big chain on, and I was like, I'm a big guy, so why not? Murphy, he's an explosive guy. He's short. I'm a little short dog right there. Nah, I'm just kidding. And I feel like it was pretty good. But now, it's kind of mid now. I've been eating that for fun. Yeah. Y'all kind of know how he is up front. So
There you go. And you've been around T'Vondre with the Clark Field stuff and with NIL One Fund. That's him. He's a gregarious, life of the party kind of guy. Remember, he bought the big Flava Flav looking chain for the Iowa State game
with that like turtleneck or whatever it was. That was awesome.
And that's just who he is.
Make him sweat.
But as we just heard from Alex Okafor last hour, he was the guy that Bo Davis was so mad about, laughing after the loss to Iowa State 2 years ago. Great development. And here's the argument for him winning the Outland Trophy. The other three finalists for the Outland Trophy: T'Vondre Sweat, Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper Beebe, guard, Kansas State. Texas has a better team than Notre Dame, so Alt's out. And then just turn on the tape between T'Vondre Sweat and Cooper Beebe in the game, K-State, Texas.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know that, but T'Vondre is actually Cooper Beebe's dad.
Yes.
So, it was,
that seems like an easy vote to me.
He destroyed him.
Destroyed him.
If he doesn't win it, there's something wrong. It reminds me of Jalen Ford not winning Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year last year. It just doesn't make sense.
Seems like it, right? Cooper Beebe is up for this award. He's one of the three finalists. Go watch the tape of T'Vondre Sweat manhandling him in that game, including on the 4 downs from the inside the 5-yard line and the block passes, just shredding the guy. Right? He can't win it over you.
And Cooper Beebe's good.
He's a really good player.
He's good.
That's
He's going to be an NFL player.
Well, Joe Alt's really good.
Yeah.
T'Vondre didn't get a chance to play against him, but the tape, eye in the sky don't lie on that deal.
No person changes the game more of those three names than T'Vondre Sweat.
Yeah,
it's not even cool. People have to game plan around.
Well, and I do think, as he called short dog, Byron Murphy helps, right? Those two together, you can't double them both. You just can't. You mathematically, you can't double both guys and still block everybody you need to block. So one of those guys gets single teamed, and so whoever gets the double, the other one's got to win, and that's really what they do a very good job of, and that makes it as Okafor said last hour. Alex said, they just whip their guy, and that's because then if you're doubling one of those guys on every play, that means everybody else is single teamed up front, which gives Ethan Burke a single team block, gives Baron Sorrell single team blocking, and that gives you a chance to really dominate the line of scrimmage, which they do. Those guys are so impactful. I think T'Vondre should win that award. He's also up for the Chuck Bednarik Award, one of the finalists there, and for the Walter Camp Player of the Year Award. I don't think he's going to win that one, but the fact that he's even one of the 9 finalists is pretty damn impressive, because that's the college football's Player of the Year, either side of the ball.
And I cannot stress this enough, how people do not understand how large of a human T'Vondre Sweat is. He is he makes regular sized people look small, and I think I'll share it with you guys. We have a picture of Charity Grady, who does pretty much all the stuff on the ground for the Texas One Fund. She's incredible. She came from Florida State, and she's fantastic. But she's not short by any means. But we did an event at at a kitchen, and so Tavondre had to put on an apron, and so she was helping him put on this apron to get it around him. And the picture, I mean, you see how large he makes her look like she is just tiny. And so we'll have to share that on the Horn account.
Yeah, can you put that out, TY, on the Horn Twitter, the Horn X, or whatever we're doing? That's the Charity Grady from Texas One Fund, and is it Clark Fielder One Fund?
She's at One Fund.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
and you'll see Tavondre. I saw the picture. You showed it to me. It's like, I mean, you think about the Jose Altuve, Aaron Judge picture when when they're standing on second base. It is just, when we saw Deuce Vaughn at Cowboys camp, you're like, oh my gosh, he is so small. That's what. And Tavondre goes 6'4" and 360. So
he's a big man.
The last time I remember a Texas player being that big, it was Leonard Davis.
Yeah.
When I met Leonard Davis way back, when he came in our studio one time. You shake his hand and his fingers go up your wrist. You're like, oh my, what in? This is a bear. Big Mark Henry's kind of that way too when you meet Mark. But man, these are just giant humans, and that's what Sark wants on his football team. Wait till Longhorn fans get a load of DJ Campbell and Cam Williams down the road here when they become more and more staples of the Texas offensive line. Because Cam Williams out of Duncanville,
Cam is enormous.
He's a big dude. That's the move to the SEC without a doubt. Can we hear Mike Gundy talking about this Texas defense? They're really good, and Mike Gundy has seen a lot of Texas defenses over time. Here's Gundy from his press availability this week talking about dealing with what they have to deal with on Saturday morning.
Yeah, so they're 2.9 a carry, which is tough for the guys rushing football against them. It's interesting. They're a 35-point team scoring, and they're only giving up 17. They're double. Their margin's pretty big. It's pretty rare you see that. They're 25% third down conversion defensively, which is really good. I mean, there's a reason where they are. In particulars, that's what you're dealing with. More of a traditional defense. They can play gaps and play coverage. They don't necessarily have to overload the box to stop the run. That's not what they do. They could, but that's not traditionally what they do. Most people have struggled in a big way blocking their down guys and their backers, so they don't have to overload the box for the rush.
All right, there's Mike Gundy stating the obvious, but he also went on to say that we can't be one-dimensional in this game. So what do they come up with to try to stay ahead of the chains? That's what teams have struggled with. Teams that beat Texas are able to stay ahead of those chains, right? And they're able to get some yards, and they're able to use a short passing game sometimes. But, the one thing that Rod broke down before he got sick was, coming out of that Texas Tech game, he really broke down that they were playing more press coverage. And, Manny Muhammad, after Ryan Ross got hurt, and Terrence Brooks, they were up playing press man, which doesn't give you those in-breaking routes, right? They're taking away leverage, and they're letting the pass rush overwhelm Baron Morton. I could see them doing the exact same thing here because I don't think Oklahoma State has much more dynamic weapon. I mean, there's no, Des Bryant out there for the Oklahoma State Cowboys this year. There isn't one of those great receivers. That's typically what Mike Gundy has had. A quarterback who can fling it, a running back who's really good, and then one of these top-end receivers that demands a double team. They don't have that receiver this year. At least I haven't seen him. And it does give Texas an advantage. And so they think Ryan Watts is going to be okay. We'll get a judge on that with Sark tomorrow with his Thursday availability. But, man, Ryan Watts, Manny Muhammad, you feel good about that matchup in the back end, especially if they're not going to play 8 yards off the ball and they're going to get up and play and allow them to play some press man coverage. I like that game plan. All right, good stuff right there. And we'll put out that picture of Tavondre Sweat. From your text, this says, what happened to Rod? Is he okay? Rod tested positive for COVID on Tuesday. We told you had a fever on Monday and said, I'll keep you posted, and then the positive test. So what are the protocols these days, by the way? I'm going to check on Rod today. I think once you get a positive, once you test negative, if you feel good, I think you can go, correct? We don't have to do this 10-day thing anymore?
I have no idea anymore.
Somebody tell me. But no, I mean, because we hope Rod can get back in here by tomorrow or Friday, if not for pregame on Saturday. But we'll keep you posted. Rod's fine. Well, I think he's fine. We'll check on him. I heard from him on Monday, and we said we'll get it covered. And then we haven't. I'll check on him today is what I'll do and find out how he's doing. This says, I wondered if Sweat is larger than listed because he dwarfs other 300-pound linemen he's around. You've been around. I mean, it's just, yeah, there's weight and there's the measurement, but then you see the person, and it's just like he's so large in every way.
Yeah, I was around. I think Sean Rogers was there when I was at UT, and I got in an elevator with him, and I can't remember who it was, and he started jumping around thinking it was funny in the elevator, and I've never been so scared in my life. But Tavondre is I mean, he's massive. Like it is. I cannot understate that. Like, and Byron Murphy's big, but like it's not even comparable. And yeah, he just, I mean, Tavondre looks big around Kelvin Banks.
Yeah. Kelvin Banks is a left tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, and as he said, they told me I could eat as much food as I wanted, right? So
Yeah.
he's done that.
And he can move too. Like,
Well, that's the thing. He's a dancing bear, and he's East Texas country strong. I mean, he's one of those that, you know, he's working in the weight room, but he's just one of those naturally strong people. And so he's just shredding these. These are big guys he's throwing around with one hand.
Yeah, he's not like grunting while he's moving around or anything. Like, he's just, I mean, he carries it very normally, but he's definitely a big guy.
All right, good stuff. Says, guys, Alabama beats Georgia. Georgia falls to the 4th spot because 29-1 over 3 years is why they would stay in. I keep saying I could be wrong. We make opinions and make claims, and I try to do as much research as I can to make that claim. I do not think the conference is getting 2 teams in unless something really crazy happens. Michigan loses, all the top 4 lose. Then it's going to get kind of hokey how it plays out. But I do not think we're getting two teams in.
It scares me if they have to make that.
Remember last
decision
year
with Georgia.
it took Utah upsetting USC in the Pac-12 championship game to drop Ohio State back in, right? And TCU had already secured their spot, and there was some chaos last year that led to 2 Big Ten teams getting in. I don't think that's happening this year. I just don't, and because this is the first year we've had 8 teams still involved this late. Now that's unique to it. I just think this is a year where there are going to be 4 conferences represented. The question is which one's out.
I think your faith in the committee is admirable to do the right thing, but I don't have any confidence in them. Just with the decisions they've made thus far. So we will see. We just need to take care of business and hope.
Damn right.
Hope Louisville can take care of business too.
That's the best case scenario. Hey, we're back. When we do, we'll play some What's Poppin', including Ty's Sex Panther pick of the night, which includes why, Ty, you should never use ESPN Bet. Don't use ESPN Bet. I'll tell you why on the other side of What's Poppin' on Hook 'em Up with Nick Shuley this morning. All right, what's popping to wrap things up in the fabulous fifth hour, our 5-hour morning sports conversation with Nick Shuley in the house today. Hopefully Rod Babers can get back just as soon as he's feeling better. Ty Henderson with us as well. He'll make a pick coming up. I'm going to tell Ty why he should never, I've just officially decided never use ESPN Bet. Remember ESPN Bet has come online in November?
I've heard.
Not good. This is ridiculous. But what is popping today, Mark Cuban selling a majority stake of the Dallas Mavericks to the heir of a Vegas casino tycoon, which is interesting. He's going to stay in control of the team, but a couple days after announcing he's leaving Shark Tank and now selling the Mavericks, is leading people to wonder what the next move is. Is there something wrong with Mark Cuban, or, as some have suggested and we talked about this morning, is there a potential presidential run that's being planned? Keep an eye on that. That could be popping because he's going to make $2.5–3 billion in this sale. That certainly could fund a war chest for a campaign. If people are, he wants to become the Maverick independent candidate in a presidential landscape that's kind of murky right now. We will see, so we'll keep an eye on that today. Also popping Moody Center here in about 10 minutes, right? I mean, you got Texas women's basketball.
Yep.
It's the Longhorn, what do they call it? The field trip?
The 40 acres field trip, which they do for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th graders in Central Texas, and they have kind of the kids and their families and et cetera out to the women's basketball game. I think it's a great idea. And today, I think they have Oral Roberts today, and then they got a huge one on Sunday against UConn.
Yeah, let's not forget about that. Texas basketball, the men play Texas State tomorrow night.
Yep.
The Bobcats coming on up, but also right now 11 o'clock, and our friend Craig Ray, the voice of the Longhorns, always talks about that's the weirdest game because it's all you hear is little kids screaming. It's like the whole crowd.
So funny.
The Round Rock Express do that too when they do Dare Day out at the Dell Diamond, and it's all elementary kid students for drug awareness and things. That's always fun. The crowd just sounds so odd. But that'll be today at 11, so that's coming up. And then, as you said, UConn. What time's that UConn game on Sunday for Vic? That's a huge game for Vic Schaefer against Gino REM and company.
Yeah, Sunday at 2 p.m. It's a big moment for them, and if you can get out there and support them, Vic's incredible, and those ladies are awesome, and they're fun to watch this year. And this is a huge moment for the program, and I think it's we definitely need to get out there and support that one. That one should be a packed house, and they're playing. It's the burnt orange out, so you're supposed to wear your orange to that.
That's
one.
awesome. Well, and we do know, but by that time, 2 o'clock on Sunday, you'll know if the Longhorns are in or out and what bowl they're going to. That's going to happen before the NFL kicks off. Cowboys are playing Thursday night, so make your plan to get out there. 2 o'clock, UConn. Gino Ariema, Vic Schaefer. That should be a heavyweight matchup. And speaking of that, next week after they play Texas State, the Texas men are playing Shaka Smart and Marquette at Marquette.
Oof.
Heck of a game. That's next Wednesday night.
That Marquette team is tough.
They
are
good.
so tough. That's going to be a good one for the team to kind of as a measuring stick again.
See where they're at after the UConn game, right? And the tournament in New York. All right, so that'll be popping. Also, here, Ty, do you have anything that's popping for you, Ty? Because we have basketball tonight. None of the Texas teams. Actually, Houston is at Denver to play the defending champions. That'll be a fun game after their loss to the Mavericks last night. But here's why, Ty, never use ESPN Bet. New York Post. So apparently if you use ESPN Bet and you do a parlay, because typically, if you ever do parlays, Nick, I mean, I know you do, Ty, 3, 4, 5 leg parlays.
I'm not a bettor.
Okay, Ty does these a lot, probably more than he should. But ESPN Bet, which launched in the beginning of November, apparently has one of the worst house rules in the betting industry. So it's typically if you do a 5-leg parlay and you push one of the bets, and you hit the other 4 still count. They'll just make it a 4-leg parlay, and you'll push the 1.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, Ty, am I right about this?
Correct.
Correct. Well, the bet, according to ESPN Bet, because you had a guy on a 5-leg parlay, he ended up pushing the Eagles-Bills game -3, but he hit everything else. They labeled it a no action, a no bet, canceled it. Don't do it, Ty. Don't use ESPN. That's bad. That's bad business.
Well, why? That's just their policy?
I guess.
That would piss me off.
That's going to cost them some bettors. Yeah, Ty, your reaction.
I'm sure they're not promoting that, but if that's the house rule and you only find out after you get screwed by it,
that's pretty.
That ain't good,
that's pretty Disney/ESPN of them to have that rule, though. I will say that.
I love that take.
Somebody said it. I went once to the field trip. Bring your earplugs. That's pretty funny. Yeah, bring the earplugs. All right, so great weekend on tap. We're getting you over the hump towards it. Ty, do you have a pick for tonight of any kind? What are we looking at?
I'll take the over in the LA Lakers Detroit Pistons game. I think it's at around like 230-ish. I think there'll be a lot of points scored. Detroit's lost 7 games in a row. So
Pistons are bad.
Yes.
What happened to my guy Cade Cunningham? I thought he was supposed to be good.
He's good.
He's on a terrible team.
And the Thompson twin that's up there too has been playing some really good defense. They're just, I mean, they have like James Wiseman and a bunch of other bums on the Killian Hayes.
Don't they have
bums?
Don't they have Jaden? Isn't Ivy on that team?
Jaden Ivey is too. He's
Purdue.
been kind of hurt. I don't know how he's been playing this year, but last year he kind of had a decent start, but dealt with some injuries. So I mean, they have some pieces, but they're just so young. And Detroit has to be a pretty tough place to play, especially in the winter.
Yeah, I don't ever see them on TV, so I can't say I get to watch them.
They have like one national televised game per year or 2.
Okay,
that makes sense.
Well, you know me, I'm 51 in 2 weeks. I grew up watching the Bad Boy Pistons. Man, Detroit I hated him.
The Lambeer.
But you know what? I always liked Lambeer for some reason. I hated Isaiah Thomas. I did, because he would start the fight, and then he'd run and hide behind Lambeer and Mahorn. He would be the NC little pest. And then he'd run and hide behind the big guys, and John Sally, they'd start whacking people. Pistons. That's one of the best parts of that Michael Jordan documentary is the matchups with the Pistons and the physicality.
Awesome.
Like young people watch that, are like, what is that game?
Yeah, that wouldn't fly in today's rules.
I saw a great piece on that. Talking to NBA greats who played with Jordan, asking what would he average today. Every one of them. 45 points. Because you can't touch people. If you can't touch Michael Jordan and you can't hand check him and keep him from going where he wants to go, literally Michael Jordan would. I mean, James Harden averaged 30-something.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan would supplant by 15.
Yeah, he was a machine.
In today's world. Hey, Ty, good stuff, my friend. We'll do this again tomorrow. Nick, you'll come back and join me if Rod's not feeling better. 6 in the morning. It'll be a Thursday edition of Hook 'em Up. Today was good. If you missed Alex Okafor, if you missed the set list ATX, if you missed any of our conversations, always go back and listen on the podcast at hornfm.com. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
Nick Shuley,